to put a smile on her face, always hold her head up high. We never saw her fall apart.
My father says, I cannot and will not give any undertaking at a time when I and you, the people, are not free. Your freedom and mine cannot be separated. I will return. Amanda!
A letter that he wrote to me that I obviously didn't get, where he was analyzing my poetry and so on. It was very touching, it was quite emotional. It is like some kind of personal comfort that at least the world recognizes the sacrifices that he's made, that he wasn't able to father us for many years, that when he was incarcerated, he suffered many losses whilst in prison, personal losses, but he still came out to be a man of peace and reconciliation. I'm glad that that is being documented and shared and that people continue to celebrate his life. I think it's very important for us to try to help implement his vision for South Africa, for South African children, for the youth in general, for the world, for everybody to realize. Now I think that the saying is it's in your hands. That's what the legacy institutions are saying. That's what he has said, I'm handing over. I think it's so important, for us just to, let go, let him be. I would do it all again. I can't imagine, that's all I've known. Everything else is just a fantasy. And what I've learned from this is to define myself not according to what I've suffered, the anguish and so on, but according to how I've survived that. And I think it's an important lesson, especially as in my capacity as a mother, as a grandmother. It's very important for me to be able to demonstrate that type of resilience and ability to see to have a more holistic approach to life for the sake of my children, especially during difficult times.
Welcome to Mandela Mile 2020. Thank you so much for joining us today. For those of you who don't know, Mandela Mile started in 2018 as a way to support my father-in-law, Kofi Annan, as he led the Elders Walk Together campaign for Nelson Mandela's centenary. Mandela Mile started in 5 cities around the world. Sadly, exactly 1 month later, on the 18th of August, my father-in-law suddenly passed away. In 2019, we continued on in his memory. Mandela Mile for Kofi was born. Today, we have a growing community of leaders spanning more than 25 countries who come together to celebrate Mandela Day and renew their commitment to taking greater leadership in their own lives and communities. Normally, we would all be out there sparking community walks and city celebrations. But this year, as we face a global pandemic, we have brought all activities online. Here on this 24-hour live stream, you will hear from leaders around the world, and we invite you to tune in to some or all of our 10 virtual walks which follow. You can walk around anywhere that it's safe for you to do so. For example, your living room or your garden, whilst listening to these powerful conversations. If you wish to post pictures or videos of you walking your Mandela Mile, please remember to tag us at Mandela Mile. And of course, please remember to register to join us for our virtual Step Up After Party on the new High Fidelity platform. You can join us by clicking the link in the banner on YouTube or the sign up button on Facebook now. That's all from me. It's wonderful to be able to celebrate Mandela Day together in honor of two of the world's most extraordinary leaders of our time. Black Lives Matter. They always have, and they always will.
In very many cultures, the elderly are regarded as the repositories of wisdom, of the collective experience of the community, the repositories of ideals and values.
We were sitting there as elders with our new chair, Archbishop Tutu, who told us we could call him Arch, and we heard the singing.
That moment was very special because it was a huge sense of responsibility, a huge moment of commitment.
He
spelled out in his speech to the elders and giving us our mandate and our obligations for the future some of the finest aspects of political theory and philosophy that I've ever known.
In today's world, many of the problems we face are global in nature. These include climate change, pandemics, and of course that entirely human-created affliction, violent conflict.
And I was quite skeptical up to that point. I was thinking to myself, isn't it a bit arrogant to want to be elders for the global village? But as soon as he sat with us and talked, it was as if we had a mandate that was overwhelmingly important.
The efforts of a small, dedicated group of leaders working objectively and without any vested personal interest in the outcome can help resolve what often seems like intractable problems. We have the making of such a group. Let us call them global elders.
For 10 years, the elders have been flying the flag for equality and human rights, guided by Mandela's principles.
Either the leadership doesn't have a clear picture of how deep is the suffering of their own people, or they don't care.
Tasked with a tall but inspirational order, the elders have worked across the globe to give a voice to the voiceless and speak truth to power.
I don't think anyone would ever claim that the demolition of someone's home is fair or just or peaceful.
Standing up to discrimination and violence and championing peace and reconciliation. Embracing the mandate of hope, compassion and solidarity that was set out by Nelson Mandela in 2007.
They can talk to anyone they please and are free to follow paths they deem right.
We have nothing to lose. We are not out to make a career. We have our careers behind us. So we should be free to raise our voices and to encourage and steer people in the right direction without necessarily provoking or stepping on them.
The elders will not only speak truth to power, but make sure that what they are bringing to that truth is the reality of the lives of those who are affected by behaviors of governments, of states, and of non-state actors that are not respecting human rights and democracy.
They get 2 blankets if it's a 10
and power needs that. They need to listen to the truth, which they don't get always from the people around them.
You are the bird watcher.
It has been for years a complete stalemate, and I think we had an impact.
How are you? How are you?
We have contributed to more of a dialogue or a potential dialogue between North and South Korea.
They are, I know, committed to working with local and indigenous knowledge, to listening and bringing together antagonists and protagonists, to working with anyone who is motivated to resolve a problem.
Looking at the bones and the remains and with the holes here and there, it was very emotional. And yeah, I mean, it was probably the first time that I actually cried about having lost my father. It was very emotional.
You really give hope to people. You make people understand that no matter how bad their present situation is, there is a light at the end of the tunnel.
A conflict situation that I remember very vividly was when we went, Archbishop Tutu, Kofi Annan and myself, to Côte d'Ivoire. There was still fighting in the street in Abidjan. The former president had been taken out of the city and they didn't know where he was, and there were rumours that he was being tortured. So the first thing Kofi did was say, look, we have to go there. And he got the UN to put us on a private plane early the following morning to go and see the former president. And he was in a nice villa, newly pressed shirt, and no problems. And we were able to say that. He is being very well looked after. He is not tortured.
Ils ont aussi accepté également que le président Ouattara était il est le président.
You know, it made a huge difference. And I think we helped that peace process enormously.
They will reach out to those who most need their help. It is those who have the least and who therefore suffer the most. It is those who are rarely heard. This group of elders can represent them and make sure they are not ignored.
We want to help inspire you to say to your parents and to your friends, we don't want to be married off as 15-year-olds.
I was not allowed to wear any colorful clothes or go to any ceremony.
We take time to listen to people, to take the voices and the aspirations of children, of women, of young people, of the marginalized, to take it to a level where they can be listened by those who have to make decisions to affect their lives.
So if any human being now, particularly your age, wants to adopt an issue that is challenging and unpredictable and exciting and adventurous and gratifying, and will stretch our hearts and minds and capabilities to the utmost, this is it. And my hope and prayer is that you and the people that you influence and the ones that are watching this on television will adopt this issue
and let's change the world for the better.
They will insist on assuming the essential interdependence of all humankind. We call this the spirit of Ubuntu, that profound African sense that we are human only through the humanity of other human beings.
I think the elders have to now put a priority on explaining the importance of the dignity and worth of every individual, of the migrant not being a threat, but rather an opportunity.
There's no doubt that there's a great deal of mistrust of leaders. There has to be a conversation between the leaders and the people. We have to give them the assurance that their interest is paramount.
But that change is coming. I'm not hopeless.
Our task now, with the same values, the same courage, and the same spirit of Mandela, how are we going to be facing a world that is so different?
And as the world is becoming much, much more challenging, that sense of responsibility becomes even bigger.
But whatever techniques you use, I believe that in the end, it is kindness and generous accommodation that are the catalyst for real change.
I was very inspired by both Nelson Mandela and Kofi Annan. Let me begin with Nelson Mandela. I had the honour to be present as President of Ireland at his inauguration. And I remember the South Africa of that moment, the Rainbow Nation, the emotion, and what he meant to the people and to the world. And then I paid a state visit in 1996 to South Africa, and it was a very friendly visit. It went very well. Then when I was serving as High Commissioner for Human Rights, Nelson Mandela asked me to serve on the Gavi Fund, which I did, and ultimately I chaired that Gavi Fund for vaccination of children, etc. And then the great honour was when he invited me to become one of the elders. Kofi Annan also inspired me greatly. He invited me, at least no, he didn't invite me. I begged him, if you like, to appoint me the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, because I had finished my term of 7 years as President of Ireland and I wanted to serve human rights. And so he was my boss for the 5 years that I was UN High Commissioner. We had our differences, which happens in the UN system. The High Commissioner has to speak out strongly on human rights. The Secretary General has to be the global diplomat and somehow bring countries together for solutions. But particularly when we were both founder members of the Elders in 2007, we became even closer friends. And I learned so much from Kofi. I was with him on his last march in Johannesburg in 2018 for the 100th anniversary of Mandela himself, and also the 10th anniversary of the Elders, the end of our 10th anniversary year. And I was with him on his last mission in Zimbabwe. And I saw that he wasn't feeling well, but he pushed himself for the people of Zimbabwe and became very ill on the flight back and died shortly afterwards. So he died on the job, in my view, working for the values that he held so dearly. I think the legacy of both Nelson Mandela and Kofi Annan is as relevant today as it has ever been, because it is the legacy of working for the values of human rights, of peace, of justice, of equality and equity in our world. We have a very divided world at the moment, and indeed a world that's becoming more divided ideologically. Some are following the route of a China that no longer respects human rights, even in the way they did when I was High Commissioner. And we're seeing that approach. We're seeing a Western world that no longer has the leadership of the United States. So more and more we need these values that the elders, of course, regard as our challenge and our task to continue to put forward those values very strongly in a world that desperately needs them, a COVID and post-COVID world where they will be all the more needed. The extraordinary lesson from Nelson Mandela was his ability to forgive his enemies and to make peace with them. And that's a lesson that I took, for example,
The Mandela Mile Walk for Kofi 2020, milestone event sees the world again take time to reflect, renew, and rededicate itself to the world, the issues that we face in unprecedented times, by way of the challenges that can become opportunities with the indomitable human spirit, exemplified by two great global leaders and icons. Both men stood for injustice and inequality and how it could be overcome so as to ensure that those who are most marginalised are given hope, are given the ability and tools to help themselves. The Mandela Mile Walk for Kofi is achieving just that. In only its third year, it continues to take bold steps and leaps of faith into the peoples and communities of the world, and in particular, young people. Both Nelson Mandela and Kofi Annan were committed and dedicated to young people. And as a result, they would have been sparked into action and decisive leadership and provide a unifying voice in the times that we face now. This year, the Mandela Mile Leadership Programme, the inaugurated and now alumni of 40 young global leaders who over the last number of months have been coached with the mission, essence and purpose of both Mandela and Annan in helping them become the leaders and leaderings of tomorrow. They are one legacy step forward that helps us out of these uncertain times with the certainty that we are, as a world, able to exist and survive through the intergenerational shoulders of greatness upon which we stand. My personal and professional journey and experience is exemplified through my work in the Youth Charter, established 27 years ago following the shooting of a 14-year-old schoolboy on the streets of Moss Side, Manchester, where poverty leads to crime, crime leads to violence, lives lost, and communities that suffer as a result. Within months of the launch, the Charter was to travel to South Africa, where the Vision for Sport would look at the new South Africa and look at the injustices and the stain of apartheid, given a vaccine and antidote through sport and the arts. The late President Mandela's political genius saw that charter unify and not only bring ideas to the Rainbow Nation, but from the community and the townships bring ideas of selfless giving that would be translated and inspire the Sport for Development for Peace movement. The late Kofi Annan established the Sport for Development for Peace office at the UN headquarters in New York. They both understood how sport could help give the mental, physical and emotional resilience to meet the challenges of life. And both men, Mandela in his boxing and Annan in his athletic prowess, used it to help them in their later years, when the challenges and burden of leadership saw them give clarity and thought born out of that very resilience that we believe in our call to action will see 50 community campuses throughout the world, 10,000 social coaches impacting on the lives of 5 million young people of disadvantage and disaffection. What a legacy step change for everybody to commit to, dedicate to, and participate in. So, as we approach that day and on that day, give some thought. If Mandela and Annan were here now, what would they be doing? How would they be doing it? Who would they be doing it with? And how would they make a difference? And what impact would result? Well, it is for you to commit. It is for you to ensure that the Mandela Mile Walk for Kofi Annan is truly filled with the indomitable human spirit. And in everything that we do, by giving of ourselves, we help others. I'd like to congratulate everybody who's contributed to this year's mile and will therefore contribute to future miles. For it is all of us individually and collectively that can make sustainable impact and see the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals a reality. I finish with a quote that has remained to be my motivation and inspiration. Vision without action is but a dream. Action without vision is merely passing time. Vision with action can change the world. Peace.
Hi, my name is Ben Leon from London, UK, and as an advisory board member for Mandela Mile, it's an absolute pleasure to welcome so many of you from around the world to this year's online celebrations, and for each of you who are stepping up and going an extra Mandela Mile. 2020 has been a dramatic one, but amongst all the darkness and despair, we've been able to see positive rays of hope and emergence of our humanity. And for Mandela Mile, it has been a very special year because we launched the Mandela Mile Leadership Programme. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to work together with Shanti Anand and Phoebe Gill from the Co-Peace Leadership Programme to create the Mandela Mile Leadership Programme. Thanks to all the outstanding coaches, to the buddies, to the speakers, to YSC Consulting for the 360-degree feedback. It's been a very special journey for our 36 mindful and emerging leaders from 21 countries across the world, each of whom have gone on a journey of personal and professional development, each of whom standing and creating and understanding their values and improving the projects that they're creating to make a positive change in their local communities. To me, the Mandela Mile Leadership Programme has been the perfect antidote to both the virus pandemic and the social injustice pandemic that has been plaguing our world for these past months. I'm delighted to welcome each and every one of you this year to celebrate and honour and mark the legacies of Nelson Mandela and Kofi Annan, whose legacies are so important today in helping us to shape and create a better world for each and every one of us. I'm personally committed to social justice and to the ethos of repairing the world. And that has been a hallmark of the Mandela Mile Leadership Programme. Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for joining together. And let us all create this beacon of hope to create this positive change that our world so desperately needs. Thank you for going a Mandela Mile.
This is David from the United Nations Association here in the middle of London. In fact, yesterday I was at the very start of the original Mandela Mile in Parliament Square near Mandela's statue, because yesterday morning we had a special wreath-laying ceremony at the Cenotaph in Whitehall to mark the International Day of United Nations Peacekeepers. British military were there, UN veterans from UN peacekeeping operations over the years, and also young members of our United Nations Association. The UN Association in the UK has always been close to the Mandela Mile. It walks through our territory, and we are so proud.
Hi, I am Siobhan Helmer, and I'm a member of the Mandela Mile Advisory Board. I could not be more delighted than I am now to be in a consortium of people, and I'm referring to the numerous volunteers worldwide, all pulling their time and their energy to first of all commemorate Nelson Mandela's birthday, who happens to be one of my biggest heroes, and secondly to honor the amazing Kofi Annan. Not wishing to be cliché and repetitive, as I think it is crystal clear that change is coming and things will never go back to how they were before this pandemic hit the world. This change is long overdue, a change that Mandela dedicated his life to, and that has been and still is the root of all ills in our world. Racism and extreme discrimination is built into most society and is the cause for the glaring disparity between poor and rich, black and white, male and female, and the list goes on. Until we can love each other as we love ourselves and treat each other with respect, then we will not advance the dial. In this time of radical upheaval, there's a call to action by the universe for everyone to step up and become better versions of themselves, and to finally make long-lasting changes. This year, Mandela Mile Walk program and participation is turning out to be phenomenal, with what I predict personally to be a record number of people showing up in every sense of the word. I'm so incredibly excited and honored to be a part of this movement. I look forward to seeing all my friends and all my future friends on Saturday. Have a safe and inspired walk. Before I end, I would just like to recognize the monumental task that Shanti and Rachel have been doing. Their determination and their dedication is inspiring and truly representing the ideals and ethos of both Mandela and Kofi Annan. Again, I say, have a safe and inspired walk.
In 2004, I was in South Africa, and I was going to a retreat, and on the way there, we drove through this town in the mountains with thousands of houses, and I asked the woman how many people lived in this town, and she said 134, and I got really taken aback, and I said, but there must be thousands of people living here. I mean, look at all these houses. And she said, oh, they only count the white people in this country. And that really shook me to the core, because this was 11 years after Nelson Mandela got his Nobel Peace Prize in Norway. And how this system was still affecting people in this country. And now we are in 2020. And racism and the system of oppression of white privilege is still intact around the world. And it's finally coming to the surface how ingrained in all of us this system is. And that we're actually, without knowing it, part of this system. Because it's a way of living. For us with lighter skin, we find it very comfortable. And for me, this year's Mandela Mile is more important than ever. Because the 1.6 kilometers is not far. It's 10 minutes, 12 minutes, something like that, to walk it. Everybody can do it. And it's really a mile where we can go inside and start looking and acknowledging all these different parts of us where the system has been in place. All the unconscious parts, all the conscious parts, really start going into the nitty-gritty and start the change. And it starts from within. We need to listen. We need to learn. We need to see the world from eyes that are not our own, that have felt this system and the wrath, the horrible violence that has been in effect from this system. And that happens every day. In the small, subtle nuances of just the way people look at each other, or small comments, small jokes, and to the grave brutality of society that we've seen in the world and that has made a huge impact on us all these days. And I really want to urge each and everyone to walk the Mandela Mile this year, really seeing who you are on a deeper level, like Mandela wanted us to do. He brought people together for forgiveness of horrible crimes. And when they had that forgiveness and the whole family actually got healed from it. It was amazing things that happened during all of that forgiveness. And we all have to start looking at us all as a human race. We are one human race. We're here together. This is the only planet we have. And the only way we're going to save it is by standing together and seeing each other as equal. And to do that, we all need to grow into something that's far beyond what we've ever seen on this planet, where we actually live in peace, where we have a community that cares for all its citizens, where we have equal opportunities for education and rights of success. So this year, walk the Mandela Mile with love for yourself and others. Walk the extra mile. Walk the Mandela Mile.
Nigana Migues Nui Kitakwe Gapingig to end up Stone Marganin. I just want to say hi to everybody, and I'm glad that you've given me this opportunity to all these leaders all over the world and people and all over the world. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to be on this today, the opportunity to speak to all of you. Here, what we call Mikinakwa King, which is Turtle Island, where I'm speaking from. It's one of the oldest islands here in Canada, what they call so-called Canada. But before it became Canada, we know as Mikinakwa King, which is part of the turtle of the world, and in this island. Fortunately, the Creator gave us natural instructions to respect Creator's creation. So today, I'm speaking to you from the Turtle Island here, so-called Canada now. And in our language, we call it Kanatang. And I want to say we need to really look at the spirit, the way that the Creator has intended to be, to respect the creation of all creations of this world, to respect the land, which is the mother of ourselves. That's why our people in the past always respect the spirit of all things, the spirit of the water, the spirit of the land, the spirit of people, the spirit of the creation, which is God Himself, because He created everybody right throughout this world. So today now, I'm here talking to you for all the things that's happening all over the world, including the racism that's happening all over. And it's been too long that's been going on. We need to come together because we were all created the same way. Everybody has a soul, everybody else came to be born no different. The Anishinaabe people, which is what they call us, the people of this Turtle Island. And we are created, fortunately, from this island, which is what we call Turtle Island. And there are symbols here in Canada that significance of the first people of this land. I'm not Indigenous. I am the First nation. I am the first people of this turtle island. No different than Europe or France. They were put over there, they were created. That's why there's so many of us all over this world, wherever we were put. But however, we have the same spirit. We breathe the same air. We drink the same water. We live this world the same way as people here, so-called Canada. So I thank you all for allowing me to say a few words. And again, across here in Canada, we shared this land, just like sharing the pie. It began from way back in 1600s, when first people from another island, when they came to us. We listened to the Creator that time, and we still do. The Creator said, "You be kind to my creation." So the treaties began back in 1600s, 1763 and 64 with the Royal Proclamation with King George, and on to 1871 with Queen Victoria. We still shared the land. We never sold this land. We never gave up this land. We shared it. That comes with everything. The resources, the land. We are part of this land. So nowhere else that we come from here. Creator put us in this island, and we always been here. Like everybody else all over the world, they were put there, whether if it's in New Zealand, whether if it's Africa, whether if it's in France or Europe, they were put there. I'd like to thank all of you leaders for acknowledging the earth, what she has provided for us all these years, or thousands of years that we have lived, with all the things that come from the land. Because she is alive. That's why the trees grow, the flowers grow, the grass grow, people grow, the kids, the future generation. We really need to think about them. Because if the environment is not functioning the way it's supposed to be, things are going to start to change. That's why we're facing the global warming. Things are changing, like all over the world. We really need to come together to respect the spirit of the land, the spirit of the water, the spirit of the future generation. So we need to have this recognition, to recognize the land. So here in Canada, a lot of things are still outstanding, like the treaties. The treaties are unfinished business because we never interpret our side of the treaties, because we weren't allowed to talk about our culture. We weren't allowed to talk about our potlatches, the sun dances, or any ceremonies. Otherwise, we would be punished. It's still happening today. All over the world, people are facing the same thing because we couldn't recognize the spirit of the land. So we need to come together to recognize what God has given us to look after the land, not only here in Canada, but all over the world. So I thank you all, and all you traditional leaders. Keep up the good work to heal the mother. As we heal the mother, as we healing the children of tomorrow into the future. So I'd like to say we need help over here too, like everybody else right throughout the world. We need to have the balance of education. We need to balance how we look after the mother and the environment. So here, we need to realize what's happening, because the future generation need our help. We're here right now as people, as elders, as leaders. We need to come together, and I'd like to thank you all your spiritual leaders. Keep up what you're doing to help the future generation so they can have a future, like they can enjoy the things that we enjoy. Like the birds are still singing, the fish are still swimming, the air, it's still going, the water, it needs to be cleaned. So for us here in Canada, we need those treaties to be recognized the way they were meant to be. Because here, we don't have any resources to sustain our future generation, their future. So I'd like to thank you all. Thank you, miigwech, and keep up the good work.
Hello and welcome to the Mandela Mile. My name's Chi Chi and I'll be your host today throughout this live stream. Today we are going to be celebrating as global communities come together in celebration of Kofi Annan and Nelson Mandela. The first live walk we have today is for the Extremely Together programme that was founded by Kofi Annan. But first, we have a beautiful VT that was sent in to us from Greece by the Sports for All project.
The very right to be human is denied every day to hundreds of millions of people as a result of poverty and the unavailability of basic necessities such as food, jobs, water and shelter, education, healthcare, and a healthy environment. As I sit in Kunu, my village, and grow as ancient as its hills, I will continue to entertain the hope that there has emerged a cadre of leaders in my own country and region, on my continent, and in the world, which will not allow that any should be denied their freedom, as we were, that any should be turned into refugees, as we were, that any should be condemned to go hungry, as we were, that any should be stripped of their human dignity, as we were.
First of all, what does Mandela Mile represent for you?
I'm very happy with the Mandela Mile. It represents for me walking and walking fast.
Okay.
Not slow.
Very good. And what do you...
Although we have covered more than a mile.
Of course. It was much more than a mile.
Much more than a mile.
And we still have the way back.
Yeah.
By the way, what do you stand for? Is there something?
Animals.
Okay.
Yeah, I am for protection.
Yes.
For the protection of animals.
All right.
And my bathing suit indicates it.
Very good.
Zebras.
Very good. Perfect. And one last thing. Suppose you had a magic wand where you could use to change anything you like. Is there any particular issue or matter that you would like to change right away?
I would change the word coronavirus.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, all right.
I would eliminate coronavirus.
Very good. Okay, given the occasion of Mandela Mile, thank you very much for participating and being a very active part of it. And what do you feel like you want to stand for? And what
stand for?
Yes.
Clean water for everybody. Drinking water, washing water, but mainly drinking water.
Very good.
Because more than half the world has no access to clean water.
All right. Okay.
Disease is carried in water and spreads.
Very good.
So we need clean water.
And
that's my main peeve in life.
Very, very relevant too. And I asked is the same question. Suppose you had this magic wand or magical powers of some kind, and there was one issue that you could just touch it and change
Magic
it for the
would
better.
happen.
Yes.
I'd say Foscomilia.
Foscomilia.
Our beautiful area that we walk, because there's a rumor that it's up for sale.
Oh, I see.
So
we're standing for protecting Foscomilia, keeping it free
1,000%
for everyone.
Keeping free for everybody to enjoy.
Very good. First, what does the Mandela Mile represent for you? What do you think about it?
For me, it represents freedom.
Freedom.
Freedom, human rights, occupation, many things that the Palestinians are suffering from.
Okay.
Their land is being taken, they are put in an open-air prison, and the world is not doing anything about it, unfortunately. Mandela supported the cause, and he understood what it means, apartheid.
Of course.
Human rights.
Very similar situation. And if there's so as I get it, if you were to express your voice, a loud voice, and join it with other people's voices, it would be about this matter.
Freedom of choice. Not being kicked out of your country, of your land, of your home. To live in peace.
Live in peace.
And be equal. Nobody should be superior to anybody else because of his religion or color.
Exactly.
This is what's happening in the world now.
First of all, I would like to ask you, what does Mandela Mile represent for you?
For me, it represents taking the extra mile to bring awareness to the discrimination that's happening in the world right now, whether it's skin color or whether it's sexuality. So that's why I'm here today. I think it's important for these causes because people come together for making a difference into this world, and if anything, the circumstances at the moment has hopefully woken all of us up and to bring us all together towards making a world which is a lot better than what we've done, and to learn from our mistakes, and hopefully this is what everyone else is doing, whether it's with a Mandela Mile or any other cause. I would like to change the priorities of the world. I think everyone's priorities are wrong and misguided, and that's what I would change, the priorities.
Bravo. First of all, I would like to ask you, what does Mandela Mile represent for you?
I think it's humanity joining together for a cause. Trying to help each other as much as it is possible, trying the best for this world. I think only by uniting and trying to do things together, we can really manage to do lots of things and change this world.
Perfect. So, if you could phrase it otherwise, what would a cause be that you would like to really stand for? If you could use like. In 2 words.
Yes, I think it would be against children's labor. I think that all children should have the right to live in safety, to live in lovable families, and have all the necessities. And so that would be the major cause, I think. There are others as well, but that would be the most important to me. It makes me really sad when I learn about things that happen around the world of children being used in ways that they shouldn't be.
Fantastic. Very, very, very super important. One last thing though. Suppose you had a magic wand. And with its use, you could change something in a second. What would that be? What would you choose to change in a second?
I think I would draw a smile all children's faces around the world. That would be one thing that I would do. So that everyone is happy. And that would make each and every one of us happier too, I think.
My dear friends, todos, thank you very much for joining Mandela Mile.
Thank you for the invitation, Andreas.
For being so active here. And first of all, I want to ask you, what does Mandela Mile represent for you?
Look, I've heard of Nelson Mandela many times, but there was an incident, there was actually a TED Talk that I heard once, like some years ago. It was approximately at the year that he passed away, that stuck in my mind. And since then, whenever I hear the name of Nelson Mandela, this is what comes in my mind. What happens is that I used to think that the cause justifies the means, but he changed that for me due to the fact that after 27 years that he stayed in prison, he changed the way that he wanted to fight for a good cause, and he started choosing love, not violence. He changed the way that he would pursue his dream.
So, if you were to choose, let's say, one cause or something, what most resonates with you? What do you feel that you really stand for? Or if you were to join your voice with other people from around the world, what would that cause be? Is there something in your mind?
Many, but let's pick one. I believe that with love and not violence, and when I say violence, I don't mean like fighting, with hands, with the general meaning of violence. With love, we can solve all of our problems, all, being personal problems, being business problems, being, if we think of our nowadays life, our daily routine and all these things, we can take this as an example, that with love we can solve all of our problems and actually solve it. And again, I have many examples from my personal life, which I will not share now with you for obvious reasons, but I believe that the main thing that I would like to join with all the people, the whole world, just love is the best medicine for any problem we have. Nothing else, just love.
Fantastic. So, spread the love, my friend. Love is the answer. My name is Andreas Sidra. I represent Sport for All project from Athens, Greece. And today we did a Mandela Mile together with Out There Impact. And everyone shared very, very strong causes that we all support. And we are standing here for protecting the environment, child labor, equal opportunities for quality education for everyone, justice for all. Of course, for us particular, one very important aspect is for everyone to have access to good level of quality of life through physical activity and sport, having the ability and the possibility to come outside in places like this. So also protecting the environment and reducing pollution, supporting people who want to be more active in their lives, and not encouraging oppression against any group of people, be it due to race, gender, sexual orientation, religion, origin, whatever. I think that with the help of everyone, we can gradually, step by step, make a better world. And as one of us shared, everything can be incorporated under the umbrella of love. If we love each other more and truly respect each other as people, we can make a big difference in the world. So, to close, let's just say, bring the love, and love is the answer. Thank you. Bravo, bravo.
Thank you so much to Sports for All Project for sending in that beautiful video. Next, we're going to go to the live walk by the Extremely Together programme founded by Kofi Annan. This is a group of 10 young inspirational leaders led by Fatima Zaman. Hi, Fatima. Are you there? Hi.
Hi, Gigi. I'm also joined by Bjorn Isla.
Hi, Bjorn. So lovely to see you both. How are you doing?
Hi. Really excited.
I'm doing well.
Good, good, good. Could you tell us a little bit more about what you're going to be doing today?
Yes, so we want to have this walk in a different style. We want everybody, wherever they're tuning in from, hopefully safe and very healthy and free from COVID, to have a conversation about what leadership means, how you're never too young to lead, and what it means to walk in the footsteps of the giant that was Kofi Annan, and the even bigger legacy that was Mandela. So we're very, very grateful to Shanti Annan and everyone at Mandela Mile for being part of this project. And we can't wait to have a conversation and get to share our experiences with you.
That's absolutely incredible. We look forward to your walk. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Hello, hello, hello. I'm live from London. Bjorn, where are you coming from?
I'm in the middle of the forest in Sweden.
Great. And a very big hello to everyone in Mandela Mile, whoever's on YouTube or on the Zoom call live, wherever you're tuning in from. We're very, very happy to be having this conversation. Bjorn, why don't you kick us off by telling everyone a little bit about Extremely Together?
So Extreme Together, as was an introduction, is consisting of 10 young leaders from around the world. We are not so young anymore, all of us.
Speak for yourself.
You know, yeah, Fatima is still among the younger ones. But we were gathered in 2016 by the late Kofi Annan. He wanted to do something to counter violent extremism. At that time, there had been an uptick in violent extremism around the world, really, both in the form of far-right extremism, as we've seen a lot of in Western Europe and in North America, as well as in the form of Islamist extremism, as we have seen in far too large parts of the world as well. And in response to this, he wanted to empower the 10 of us to make changes in our own communities to fight back against this wave of terrorism and extremism that disproportionately affected young people. Young people were both the targets of extremist attacks, as we saw in Norway in 2011 on the Utøya attack, as we saw in the Bataclan in Paris, and as we've seen in so many attacks around the world. There's been attacks on schools and on children and on youth, but also youth are disproportionately recruited to join extremist movements. And so we wanted to provide a positive alternative to going down the path of being radicalized into extremism, and thus kind of celebrate that and manifest it in the form of Extremely Together. So Extremely Together is a diverse group of people. We are 10 people of enormously different backgrounds who are all leaders of this program. And we kind of build that, among others, on a foundation of understanding violent extremism as a violent denial of diversity. Violent extremists don't accept that people are different from them. They see difference and diversity as a weakness. We see it as a strength. We see that because we are 10 different people, we can learn from each other and we can stand on each other's shoulders, and we can reach much, much further than what we would have been able to do if we were to walk 4 miles, if you like, alone. And that is quite powerful and beautiful in itself, but also our impact around the world is largely in trying to empower people to accept this diversity and celebrate diversity in the same way that we are in our group, and in their approaches to fighting extremism at a very local and grassroots level, as well as at higher levels through local government up to the United Nations General Assembly, where we have been working to bring forth our message of extreme unity in the fight of those who seek to divide for the last 4 years now.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Bjorn. And over the last 4 weeks, in the lead up to International Mandela Day, we've been hosting a set of extremely together digital discussions to bring together young people in the PVE peace building community to talk about how they're going the extra mile, or the Mandela Mile, to be extremely together. And just last Thursday, actually the Thursday gone, we brought together over 3,000 young people in conversation with the UN Youth Envoy to talk about leadership during the pandemic. And overwhelmingly, the theme was that you are never too young to lead. And so we're absolutely delighted to be kicking off the 24-hour Mandela Mile sort of walks with the adage that Kofi Annan used to always say to us: you are never too young to lead. And Bjorn, never
too swanky to preach was my interpretation of it, but also never too old to learn is what Kofi actually said. And we have a lot of fun in Extreme together, and part of it is, finding this bond and space to have fun, even though we are dealing with really serious and dark issues. And I think that's part of the strength of the youth in this endeavor as well, is bringing that youthful joy to it. So we invite the old people who are never too old to learn to also, be swanky.
I'm sure Kofi would be very, very pleased that you've added a third adage to his often said and often quoted a speech to us every time we sat with him. For us, it's very important that young people are given the opportunity to lead, not when they come of age, but when they have the ideas and the desire to make the change. And in 2016, we were given the opportunity by Kofi Annan to do the same. We were younger, as Bjorn pointed out, but to have Kofi Annan invite us to his decision-making table and to give us the platform to lead, he wasn't just saying that we are never too young to lead. He was practicing what he was preaching. And for us, what we want to import to the listeners today is, no matter where you are, no matter how lower down on the decision-making scale you may think you are, it is absolutely possible to be able to have influence and to be able to lead communities and organizations. And that's exactly what Mandela Mile represents. The fact that we are following in the footsteps of two great individuals who gave so much to this, to the world, and being able to continue their work, because sadly neither Mandela nor Kofi are around at this point. So today is about celebration. Today is about championing the voices of people who want to bring about change. And today is ultimately about making sure that we continue to progress the good work started by both Mandela and Kofi Annan. So I think that makes a very apt point for us to say, if you are interested in joining Extremely Together, you can follow us on our social media. We're Extremely Together on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And you can get in touch with Bjorn and I to make sure that you can join a 10,000 strong community to be able to walk in the footsteps of Kofi Annan.
I think part of what Kofi was doing when he invited us as well was to, as you said, do what he preached in terms of bringing young people to the decision-making table, but also to leverage his credibility in order to give young people credibility in the spaces that we've been able to reach and the spaces we've been able to speak in and get heard since the start of Extreme Together. And that's extremely powerful. I think part of Kofi's legacy is really that we also want to extend that and give that space to other younger generations. We are largely in the millennial generation. There's a lot of good Zoomers coming up these days doing awesome stuff. And I just wanted to point out that some of the most inspiring movements that we've seen over the last 4 years have been led exactly by young people, whether that be the survivors of the Parkland shooting who started March for Our Lives and in the aftermath of that a couple of years ago, whether it is Greta Thunberg and all of the inspiring, very young, very engaged environmental activists who are doing awesome things to save the world from the environmental disasters of generations prior to them. Or whether it is right now in the work against racism and for Black Lives Matter around the world.
Absolutely.
And I think with the Zoomers and with Generation Z, we will also see people who are impacted by COVID in a different way. And so what you also highlighted there, Fatima, was the conversations that we have been having with young people from around the world about how COVID is affecting their work and affecting their ability to do their work and to make better communities. And so you had a very interesting conversation with Jay Atma, the Youth Envoy, on Thursday. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what you learned from her and the way things are going right now in life?
Happy to. And you've pointed out so many very important issues, whether it's climate, the environment, whether it's what we do in the peace and security field, or whether it's people like Joshua Wong who are fighting for democratic freedoms in Hong Kong as we speak. So this Mandela Mile, this year's conversation, a virtual conversation, is absolutely important for championing those freedoms. And you've also highlighted the struggles of the Black Lives Matter movement in the very last few weeks, where we've seen pure outrage and pure protest, not just in the US, but across Europe and different parts of the world, because there is such a solidarity between young people. Wherever we see injustice, we will seek justice. And that's where, leadership roles come in. And the conversation we had on Thursday was very, very important, because the UN Youth Envoy, being the representative of young people all over the world, it was very important for her to listen to the issues that young people face, whether that is discrimination, socioeconomic discrimination, inequalities, racial or gender-based violence, and chief among them is the lack of economic opportunities. These are not new issues. These, for years and years, even when Mandela was serving 27 years in prison, these were issues that he was talking about. These were issues that were at the forefront of his mind. And certainly for Kofi, these were issues he wanted to address when he was UN Secretary General, and even after leaving the United Nations through Extremely Together. That is what he was wanting to do. Why this conversation is important today is because with the onset of the pandemic, with everybody being confined to four walls and not being able to physically meet, it is much more important to have these conversations. It is much more important to not just have this conversation and stop there, but to go further. We need to lobby our decision makers. We need to actively call for action, whether that's online or offline or both, for change, for meaningful inclusion and participation of young people within the decision-making processes, and to reshape and restructure the institutions that we have built to make sure that they better reflect and deflect many of the inequalities that Bjorn and I have just mentioned. And the reason why we wanted to go the Mandela Mile today is to make sure that actually this conversation is being heard simultaneously for 24 hours across every different region in this world, in every different country from where our participants are tuning in. So I do want to thank everyone who's listening on YouTube, everyone who's listening on the Zoom call today, and everyone who will kind of follow the recording after this, because it is this community, it is the idea of bringing together a community that makes it that much more important to have these conversations. And we've been having these conversations over the last 6 weeks or 8 weeks, Bjorn, through Extremely Together digital discussions for today. We ran a global online survey asking young people what it is that they want to see, what demands do they have, and we promised them that we would bring their demands to the Mandela Mile community, recognizing that there are so many notable decision makers who are tuning in today. Chief among them was that young people often feel sidelined. It is often issues that affect them. So whether that is when it comes to violent extremism, that they are perpetrators. When it comes to economic opportunities, they are the losers. When it comes to global education, there is not enough of it to go around for everyone. At present, we have 1 billion young people currently out of education because of coronavirus. what is being done to make sure that these young people are given the opportunity to lead. So we might say you are never too young to lead, but when there are 1 billion young people who are out of education, that is decades long of consequences that is going to happen, meaning that they won't be able to realize their potential. But Extremely Together exists to bridge that gap. Extremely Together exists to make sure that those conversations, those issues are being brought to the forefront of every decision-making table we occupy. Today, that is what we're marching for. I might be sitting down and Bjorn might be in the forest, but we are still advocating from, through the screen to everyone who's listening. In my experience, I've found this entire new normal very difficult to cope with. Bjorn, how have you found being an activist, being, someone who is championing the rights of young people? How have you found this experience for you?
So it's been surreal, for everyone, I suppose. It is the first truly global event, I would say, in many ways, in which we are all feeling the impact, both here in the northernmost parts of the world, as well as all over the place. As Fatima pointed out, we're all kind of dealing with this same thing. We're dealing with isolation. We're dealing with people falling out of education, people not being able to access the resources and the schools that they were supposed to attend, and that is, of course, going to have a devastating and long-lasting impact around the world. At the same time, it's been a time of reflection. It's been a time of kind of figuring out where we are and where we want to go, and I think that partially led into things like the Black Lives Matter movement, having such a massive I don't even know the right words for that one, but it's been an amazing movement that's grown significantly as we've also had this time to figure out who we are as societies. And I think part of that is, of course, in reaction to the injustices of how people have different levels of access to healthcare and to ways of dealing with the COVID. But also part of it is, as I see it, our reaction to us finally having the time to think about who we are and where we stand and where we want to go. And I think, there's a balance here. There is, of course, terrible things happening. There's millions of people dying. There's people who are losing their jobs and their income and ability to make a living. There's people losing their education, but at the same time, there's also this potential now for seeing that we are connected humanity across borders, across continents. We are in this together as a unified planet. And we need to stand together to fight against the injustices that makes it so that some people are disproportionately affected. And this might be a time of a pandemic, but it's also a time of enormous empathy where people have been supporting each other, where people have been shipping masks around the world, where people have created factories for making personal protection equipment and distributing hand sanitizers across some of the most distant parts of the world. I mean, it's been really inspiring and amazing to see all of that. At the same time, we've also created new channels of communication in a matter of weeks. We've managed to transform education to happen to a much larger extent online, so that more people can access quality education than what was possible before because you had to go to a university campus. Not everyone can do that. We've also made it possible for everyone to attend forums like this one and like the ones we hosted through Extremely Together, with conversations with 3,000 people would not have been possible, a couple of weeks ago. We wouldn't have been able to gather that amount of people online, but also we wouldn't have thought to gather them online. Now you can access these conversations from wherever you might be, as long as you have a phone with some internet connection. You are able to take part in these conversations. I think that as well is incredibly empowering. And hopefully will have a lasting impact as people start going back to the physical meetings. I hope we will bring this component with us of being able to give voices to some of the people who need it the most, who aren't necessarily able to fly across the world to attend a meeting, but who can be there through Zoom or through whichever video service they prefer. But I think really we need to assess kind of how business as usual is going to look when we are back to business as usual, because it isn't going to be like business as usual was before the pandemic. And that's really a fascinating thing right now. Like, how do we use this time of learning, this time of reckoning with who we are and where we stand, as a time to evolve and to evolve the spaces for political progress that we have and the democratic processes that have been in place in organizations such as the United Nations. Like, how can we bring, based on this, voices from the depths of the middle of the Swedish forest to the General Assembly without physically having to go there. There's some real challenges in that. There's also some real empowerment in that, where finally I think we can bring young people at an unprecedented scale to the table. And part of like my inspiration for a lot of that starts where a lot of Mandela's work started, with the South African Freedom Charter, which was collected by the African National Congress as ideas by people who traveled around from the homes or to the homes of people and collected their input and their ideas. And that's really what was the driving inspiration behind the conversations that we've been having with Experiment Together over the last 8 weeks, where we've gathered as many voices as possible and trying to piece that together as a document for this is our future and this is where we want to go. Inspired by that process of the Freedom Charter. And really, if we can do that at an Extreme Together scale, and if we can scale that to an even wider global scale, where we as a couple of generations of people who are now deeply affected by COVID can get together and say, this is who we are, and this is where we stand, and this is where we want to go. If we can document that, that would be amazing outcome of something truly terrible. I mean, I'm a big believer in turning bad things into at least finding some glimmers of hope in it, and I think that's something that we can do through these tools that we now have available to us. So let's shoot that back to Fatima and see.
Yeah. No, thank you so
she's
much
up to.
Sharing that. A lot of what you've said resonates with me personally as well. And I know we've personally found it difficult, given that we work together in the physical space very often, and to have to be digitally connected but physically separate has meant we've had to change a lot of how Extremely Together functions. But what's been one of the biggest learning points for me has been the fact that, as you said, within crisis, the first thought is to panic. The first thought is to think, this, oh my goodness, this is it, this is the end. However, once you kind of take a step back and you evaluate where we are and you look at the resources that you have, you've rightly pointed out, there is opportunity within crisis. And what learnings we take from this is what should be the focal point rather than the crisis itself. And what I mean by that is, we've known about Mandela Day 2020 from, I think, a year ago, when we were having these conversations as Extremely Together supporting Mandela Day 2020. And while I should be in Trafalgar Square right now, in the speaker's corner, and I was very upset when we were told everything will have to go digital, I'm actually grateful that has happened, because, as you said, had it not been for the virtual world and the virtual reality that we find ourselves in, we would not be connecting far more globally and having a far deeper and, I think, better and more insightful and qualitative conversation today than, say, had we been inside Trafalgar Square with a large crowd, but probably not as large as we are having today. So again, opportunity in times of adversity, and that really reflects, as you said, Bjorn, on Mandela's outlook on life, and to an extent Kofi's outlook on life as well. That actually, when your backs are up against the wall, you have to just pivot to look for a new route rather than to kind of give up. And what I want to provide is, I think, my top 3 tips of becoming a digital activist in the last 4 months, which is about actually going 100% digital has meant that I'm online 100% of the time. That is not the way to do it. You still have to set yourself boundaries on, yes, there is a lot to be done. We cannot physically congregate, but the digital platform, whilst giving us the opportunity, means we are working at 150% if we weren't working at that level already. So make yourself available digitally, but know when to take a break, because that's very important. The second one I would say is making sure that you have an outlet outside of the cause that you are standing for. And I know we learned that very recently, because we worked extremely hard on the Extremely Together Black Lives Matter campaign and the Extremely Together digital discussions. You can go full throttle, but ultimately you also have to rein it back to preserve some of that energy. And I think another activist, a friend of ours, Yasmin, said to us, a tired activist is better than no activist at all, which is about making sure you get rest and recuperate, because you're needed for the fight. Bjorn, I see you raising your eyebrows. I know you're perpetually tired, but that's just you.
Yeah, no, I think like a healthy and not tired activist is better than a tired activist as well. Like that's important. You've got some healthy juice there. So self-care is important.
Self-care is very, very important. And I think the third one is particularly sort of important to this community is now is the time to think back on what our values are. And as you said, what better way to do it than during International Mandela Day? Bjorn and I make it no secret that 2 out of our 3 heroes are Nelson Mandela and Kofi Annan. Kofi, for obvious reasons, he gave us a chance when nobody else did, but Mandela because of what he stood for. And I think even in his lifetime, he influenced us while we were very young. And so those personal values, those core values that we now use in our leadership today are absolutely very important to continue. And I look forward to Mandela Day next year, hopefully in person, but if in digital as well, I don't mind, because I want to continue to be a part of this conversation next year and the following year and the following year and in 10 years' time, to make sure that actually the legacy and the work, the very important words and the very important teachings of Kofi and Mandela live on, and that they continue to grow through the work of Extremely Together, through the work of everybody who's listening in, through a young woman, Sidra, who has been helping you and I, Bjorn, set up our digital walk, who's part of Mandela Mile from Syria. I cannot, that is an example of communities coming together for common good, for common hope and common stories to do well and to do better. So I think that deserves a special recognition. And I know we've got 10 minutes before we kind of wrap up, but I think it's very important to continue to talk about the issues that we are facing. I know today is about celebration, but there are so many problems in this world. And right now, as we're speaking and we're having a celebration, people in Hong Kong are being denied their freedoms, being denied their democratic rights, which was promised to them, because people are taking advantage of the crisis that the pandemic has caused to infringe on people's rights. And Bjorn, I know you've got a very special Monday coming up, because you've been appointed as the chairperson of a very, very important organization. And I wonder if you can kind of share some seeds of hope with everyone who's listening today.
That's what I was hinting at there. I've been elected as chairperson of the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. which is a global network of organizations, of companies, of governments who are all fighting for a better internet. It was founded by Microsoft, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube a couple of years ago in order to deal with terrorist content on their platforms. And after the Christchurch call, which came out after the attack in New Zealand last year, it has grown massively and tied together civil society organizations, researchers, and governments, as well as more tech companies in trying to challenge the content that's spread online during attacks, such as what was done during the attack in Christchurch, but also trying to deal and reckon with recruitment materials. So that's going to be a very intense job to take on as of Monday. So I'm looking forward to that.
No, absolutely. You're embodying never being too young to lead, and I'm sure you'll be more than competent. Got full.
Yeah. No, so I think that's kind of my next avenue for not being too young to lead. But I think those words ring true. Wherever you are and whoever you are and wherever you have access, you're never too young to lead, and you're also always in a position where you can take charge and where you can make leadership happen in your own life. I think that's part of the legacy of Mandela as well, from his 27 years in prison, where he was denied essentially his ability to lead by being in prison, but at the same time he managed to lead like no one had before in many ways, and that's incredibly inspiring, something I should learn from in terms of like use what you have and lead from where you are, as well as when it comes to his outlook on reconciliation, acknowledging that we are where we are as a society. His society was the apartheid regime, which sucked. That's an understatement. But he was like, we are here, and we need to figure out what's the way forward, rather than looking at the problems, look for the solutions. And I think that's really what I carry with me from learning from Mandela as well. So I think bringing that inspiration in, as well as Kofi's openness to extending his table to us and elevating voices, which really has inspired me to have a mantra myself of trying to build stages for activists to create spaces where young activists have voices and can be heard, is really where it's at these days. One of the things that I'm launching today, actually, as part of Mandela Day as well, but
I know what's coming.
A collaborative effort with Mandela Mile and with a multitude of other organizations, is what we're calling Postcards for Change, where if you go to the Khalifa Institute webpage, which is the webpage of my organization, khalifaeiler.org, you can see in the banner Postcards for Change. And Postcards for Change really is about you being able to send in a letter about what inspires you about Mandela, what inspires you about Kofi Annan, and how are you picking up the mantle, and how are you making change in your own community, your own society. And we are collecting this massive database of people who are intending to create change in their own communities as part of Mandela Day, as part of the celebration, but also as part of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations and celebrating that, which is coming up in October. So join that campaign and tell us what you intend to do to create change in your own society, and we can all learn from each other and be inspired by each other, and build a global network of change makers.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to send my postcard for change. My one is not coming to you, Bjorn. It's going to go to someone different, I think. But that's how you're going a Mandela Mile. I would like to talk about how, before we close, how I personally am going a Mandela Mile, not just with Extremely Together, and that is through making sure that I step aside. It's not just about having a platform where Extremely Together can advocate for change on behalf of young people. If we are to truly make this a more inclusive experience, then it's about making sure that I step aside and allow other budding activists and other young people to come up the chain. So in the next sort of few months, I want to make sure that actually young people in the UK who are very much like me, don't have the platform, are given access through the access that I have through organizations like Mandela Mile or Extremely Together or the Kofi Annan Foundation, just as what Kofi Annan did for us by giving us a seat at his table. I'm going to make sure that they are given a seat at the Extremely Together table. And that's why we've launched 3 chapters in Somalia, Uganda, and Pakistan, making sure that Extremely Together has a presence in those regions where we do a lot of our work, and that young leaders become the forefront of the work that Extremely Together does. And Bjorn and I take a guiding role and a more of a mentorship role, just like Kofi did for us and Mandela did for Kofi. And that's the way I'm going at Mandela Mile. And we've got about 3 minutes to go, Bjorn. I'll let you close us out.
Yeah, so the postcards are definitely in there, and you should send one to me, even if you're addressing it to someone else.
I'll send more than
I want it in my database so that we can all see what changes Fatima are intending to change. I think part of what we've been talking about a little bit as well is taking care of yourself as an activist. And I think for me, the spring in the COVID pandemic has given me the space that I needed after having spent about a decade in airports. This is the longest time I haven't been traveling since I was a teenager. And it's been quite extraordinary to see my own health to grow as a result. And also that has extended to me being able to do things like take on this chairmanship role, being part of changing European Union policy along with Fatima Zaman, as well as with Yasmin and other friends, and get the European Parliament to clearly say Black Lives Matter in a resolution that passed there last month. And so we have been able to do all of these amazing things because we have the energy, because we aren't spending that energy bouncing around like crazy people, which we kind of have for a while. And that's been really kind of cool to see how we are able to find the glimmers of hope, the good stuff among all of the challenges that we are facing. And so really look for the glimmers of hope, look for the nuggets of gold and what you're able to do. And also remember to take care of yourself. In terms of walking a mile, I walked about 6 miles this morning here in the Swedish forest, and it was amazing. So also learn to enjoy your surroundings wherever you are. There are things happening. There's space to grow. There's space to find other people to connect with and to work together with. There's a natural environment everywhere full of amazing opportunities, as well as a social environment everywhere, as well as online full of amazing opportunities. And so connect with yourself, connect with your surroundings, and connect with your society. And that is really the best way to find a platform for creating real change.
Couldn't have said it.
Any last wisdom from you, Fatima?
All I will say is thank you to everyone at Mandela Mile. Bjorn and I have been extremely together. You have been fantastic, and a very, very happy International Mandela Day for Kofi Annan. Thank you so much for listening to us. Back to Chi Chi in the studio.
Coming up next, we have the Mandela Mile 2020 Leadership Programme Global Walk. The Mandela Mile Leadership Programme is the first of its kind in partnership with the Co-Peace and Leadership Academy in Switzerland. Over the last 3 months of lockdown, we have 36 young leaders that have been coming together from 21 countries. Here's a very, very special video from these inspirational young leaders.
Good day. This is Bright Zambo from Zimbabwe, and I've gone a Mandela Mile to enhance my leadership qualities as well as to showcase the project that I am doing within my community. As a leader, I've embarked on a journey to do sustainable development goal consultancy project which focuses on advocating of sustainable development goals as well as sustainable practices in everything that we do within our communities. As a leader, I'm also passionate about youth participation in developmental processes and legislation. From Mandela Mile Leadership Program, I've learned that we should enhance our leadership qualities throughout, and we should also enhance teamwork as well as look into our strengths and weaknesses and use them for our advantage. I've also learned the power of collaboration. I'm excited to walk through this journey by implementing what I've learned through the leadership program. I have learned the importance of deep listening. I've also learned the importance of speaking. Above all, I've also learned about project management, and these are some of the critical things that I'm going to implement as I look up through to scale up the project that I'm focusing on. Thank you.
Hi, I am Anna and I am from Colombia. I have gone a mile for peace, social and gender equality. As an artist, the Mandela Mile program helped me to strengthen the statement that I can use my creativity and analysis to generate good leadership that can positively impact my community. My goal is to be an agent of change and innovation through the arts, to ensure that minorities are heard, generating social change and inclusion. What I am excited to do next is to put in practice all the tools and skills that this program taught me for good leadership. For example, connect me with leaders and activists from all over the world, and also this program helped me with the improvement of my social skills and knowledge sharing. This encouraged me to keep working with this global leadership network and lead an alliance to make culture and education the main elements of development policies.
My name is Redempta Muibu. I am from Kenya. As I walk a Mandela Mile, I stand for quality education and gender equality because I believe they improve the quality of life. Of particular focus is the underprivileged girl in the community who stay out of school due to menstrual-related challenges. My community project assists these girls with the provision of free sanitary pads on a monthly basis, and this not only improves their school attendance but also their academic performance. Through this exciting platform, I have learned that to be an effective leader, I have to be guided by self-values, have a vision, and pursue it diligently with action. I have also learned the benefits of daily reflection for clarity of mind and other leadership aspects that have equipped me with tools that will enhance my skills as I go out to lead and mentor other community leaders. I have been inspired by two great world leaders, Kofi Annan and Nelson Mandela, to practice greater leadership within myself and in the communities. And I am excited to incorporate these values in the community project as I scale up support for the girls as I want to reach all underprivileged girls in Kenya's community because I don't want any girl to stay out of school due to lack of sanitary pads. Finally, I would like to thank all my fellow participants whom we have shared our diversities. I would also want to thank the session moderators, my buddy and my coach, who have been of great inspiration in my Mandela walk. As we celebrate Nelson Mandela today, I want to end with his quote: "Education is the greatest weapon which you can use to change the world." Thank you.
Hi, I am Sinin. I'm from Syria. I've done a Mandela Mile with community leaders from all around the world to share my ideas about how quality education is important for the advancement of societies and for personal development. Quality education is the tool that we can use in order to beat poverty and to make justice. I was supported by an incredible Mandela Mile team who helped me to improve my leadership skills. I encourage leaders all around the world to participate in this amazing program because it's an amazing opportunity to improve our leadership skills and to make the necessary changes in our communities.
Hello, my name is Henry Nakuli Manyumi and I am from Ghana. I have gone a Mandela Mile for respect, inclusion, and peace. What I've learned about myself as a leader is that I can inspire positive change irrespective of the circumstances because, as Kofi Annan put it, we are never too young to lead and never too old to learn. And so I am never afraid of making mistakes, but what I am afraid of is to do nothing. In view of this, I'd want to take over from here and take the next step towards youth economic empowerment and peace sustainability in different contexts, starting with Ghana through my Baden Incubator project, the Empowered Youth Peace Network. And I believe that that will help us in realizing SDGs 1, 2, 3, and 16. So why don't you join me on this particular trajectory? You're more than welcome. Thank you in advance.
In Mexico, as well as many other countries, we experience inequality and social injustice every single day. Thanks to this program, I'm able to say I've gone a Mandela Mile for equality, and I've worked towards the Sustainable Development Goal number 10 of the United Nations, reduce inequalities within a country and among countries. What I've learned about myself as a leader is that power to make an impact, to make a positive impact, and to make a change comes from within. It comes from knowing and acknowledging your strengths and working to build confidence around them, to spread your vision with firmness, but at the same time, remaining open and keeping your heart open for advice. What I'm excited to do next is to continue to collaborate with these amazing people I've met over the course of the last 4 months, to continue to learn from my friends from all over the world and to get inspired so I can inject that passion in my community and in my country. My name is Monica Salinas and I'm grateful to be a part of Mandela Mile.
Wow, what an amazing video from our inspirational young leaders. And now we're gonna go live to walk leader Bright Zambu. Hi Bright, can you see me?
Hi, how are you? I can see you properly.
Hi Bright, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Nice to meet you, and you're dressing pretty good, eh?
Thank you very much. We're both wearing red. Hello? Can you guys hear me? Sorry. So
Yes.
Bright, would you like...
So I think the studio should be switched off because we're having 2 feedbacks.
If you guys can hear me, fantastic, great. Let me hand over to you guys so you can introduce your walk, and we'll check in with you shortly after.
Thank you so much. So as we are gathered today, I'm going to give each and every one of us to talk about how they feel about this whole global walk. But as for me, I really feel happy, and the journey that I have really been for the past 3 months, I had a lot to learn and a lot to take away. And this has been really an amazing journey for myself. Maybe for now, I'll hand over to Blessing Shuro to speak about how she feels about this journey as of now.
Well, I feel very happy. I feel very excited because I went through a very introspective journey. It wasn't a typical leadership program in which I had to learn how a leader is supposed to act and do, but more about who they are inside before they take it out to make a change in the world they are in.
Thank you so much, Blessing. For now, we'll hear Henry from Ghana to share his perspective.
Thank you, Bright. It's just a sheer honor being here today. 2 words will probably describe my feeling today. One is appreciation, and I'm filled with appreciation, especially for all those who have made investments in me in one way or the other over the course of my leadership journey. It goes way back from my childhood years till present, and I'm very glad and excited to be here today. I wouldn't be here without my mom, and I just want to say a very big thank you to you, Reverend Mrs. Ajaja. Thank you for every investment made in me. And of course, I am filled with appreciation for all the coaches, the Mandela Mile leadership team, and everybody who invested one thing or the other into the whole process. Of course, shout outs to all our colleagues. There were over 36 of us, and we are very privileged to be here to represent all of you. And then secondly, I want to talk about action. I think one thing that has really resonated with me throughout our journey has been the fact that it is needful for us to translate dreams into action. You know, dreams are like blueprints. It takes action to actually actualize them. It takes action to really realize them. And I believe that that is one thing that has really stuck with me and that will be implemented going forward, right? Bright, can you hear me? Romano, if you can hear me, you want to take it up and describe how the journey has been for you as well.
Thank you very much, Henry. My name is Romano. For me, I will say that this journey has been amazing, and today I'm indeed feeling so much excited about today and to be counted as part of among amazing and privileged young leaders in the world who are gathered here today to mark history. And it has been such an amazing experience for me because I got an opportunity to learn amazing things in terms of my personal journey, project journey, and broadcast journey. And these are the things that I've never thought about in my leadership, in my leadership skills as a young leader, in particularly in Kenya. And therefore, that's why I am feeling so excited today, feeling proud of myself, and of course, giving my sincere gratitude to many, many more people who actually put all of this together, particularly Shanti, and among many other people who came to support her and to think about this idea and giving us platform to express ourselves, to build on our skills, and to get to know exactly on how to go about our projects and to change on so many issues that are happening in our communities. So it's an amazing mix of feelings, but it's an amazing encounter, amazing experience that I am very confident that many of us, the 36 young leaders that have been brought together, are really enjoying to have this particular platform, this moment for, that we've had in a lifetime. So thank you very much. And I want to probably now invite my colleague Imama to share her experience on this.
Thank you so much, Romano. While taking part in this particular program, Walking a Mandela Mile, I was not sure that this program will gonna teach me this much, and I will gonna learn about everything related to my self-development, related to my project, and if I want to do something, and if somebody else want to do something, how we have to connect with each other, what are the main points that we have to follow. And this while meeting a lot of people from across the world, the very talented minds, it also helped me a lot to learn from them and to know that what's happening in their community and how their community is suffering and what they are doing to make change.
Thank you so much, Imam, and thank you all guys for sharing your perspective on how you feel about the journey so far. So I'll go straight into explaining our work, what it is that we are doing today. So the Mandela Mile Global Leadership Program is a leadership and capacity building initiative targeted at emerging leaders from diverse nationalities and backgrounds across the globe. The 2020 edition was the first of its kind and a mixed seminar-style sessions with coaching encounters and buddy discussions for a 3-month period starting April 8 and ending July 18, 2020, which is today apparently. A collaboration between the Core Forum Switzerland and Mandela Mile, the virtual program has armed some 36 young leaders from 21 countries with the requisite skills to respond to the developmental challenges of the 21st century in their various communities, especially those associated with the COVID-19 era. To live is to choose, but to choose well, you must know who you are, what you stand for, where you're going, and why you want to get there. This has been the centerpiece of our leadership program, a prominent quote from the late Kofi Annan. The quote has driven and motivated us as young leaders to rethink and reshape our priorities within the communities we live in. Throughout the Mandela Mile Leadership Program, we have engaged on various learning sessions which equipped, helped, and encouraged the participants to learn together by practicing deep listening, speaking, being in dialogues, and even the significance of quiet time. Professional development has been found to be very relevant for us as young leaders, for our communities, and in a more macro view, for our countries. Please help me welcome my dear colleague from Pakistan, Imama Arif. Over to you, Imama.
Thank you so much, Bright. Hi, everyone. My name is Imama Arif. I'm from Pakistan. I'm 21 years old. I just done my graduation in arts. I'm a football and futsal player. I represented Pakistan national women football team and Pakistan national futsal team in 2017 in Australia. I have 7-year experience of playing football nationally and internationally. I'm a holder of football coaching course, the license by Pakistan Football Federation and football and futsal level 1 coaching course by Pakistan Futsal Federation. Right now, I have more than 250 students whom I taught football. I'm working with the Spanish Football Academy of Pakistan. I have been awarded as the best player of Pakistan in 2014. I played 5 years for Pakistan National Army football team. I belong to a very socially underdeveloped area with a very low literacy rate. Females are particularly not allowed to go out even to get a better education. And they have to face many social and cultural restrictions, and taking part in sports kind of activities just seems crazy here. My father used to do coaching in many football clubs of our district. He trained me with the boys, and in terms of this, we saw a lot of discouragement from the people of our community, and they all were disagree this that we can play. I work really hard, and after making my name in Pakistan women football team, they all start supporting me. And that's how I learned that this is life. People will support you one day when they will understand you. As a football coach and athlete, I believe in Nelson Mandela quote that sports has power to change lives because sports is about life, education, health, friendship, and brings all together. A lot of people have a very wrong mindset about Pakistan just because what they saw on TV while meeting Canadian women football team in Australia. They all were not ready to accept us that we are from Pakistan, and women of Pakistan also take part in sports kind of activity. So I want to prove all those people that Pakistani women can do this. My Mandela Mile leadership program journey was amazing and inspiring. This program was so much effective for the betterment of my self growth and helpful to improve my project, which is about making sports activities common for non privileged children so they have equal rights to perform their favorite sports and they can lead in it and they can make career in sports field. This leadership program provided me particular experience to work, lead, learn, plan, discover, enjoy, and excel in various fields of life, as well as providing me opportunity to meet a lot of talented minds and people from across the world. I would like to thank Mandela Mile Leadership Program Management, who selected me and gave me an opportunity to learn and to represent my work globally and to show this beautiful side of my country. Now, I consider my voice not only as a mama's voice, but also the voice of all those women who want to achieve something, but they couldn't do just because of lack of support. So, at this global platform, I want to request all the parents to believe in their daughters and all the parents to teach their sons that women are equal to them. They have to support us, and we have ability to change the world. Once again, I would like to thank Mandela Mile Management for making me more strong and giving me opportunity to talk today. Now, I would like to call my very dear friend and colleague Romano from Kenya.
Thank you very much, Imama. My name is Romano Iluku from Kenya. I was brought up in one of the second largest slums in Africa, that is Kibera in Kenya's capital city, Nairobi. Life in the slum means you have no opportunity and no hope for the future. But because I discovered the person I was capable of, I rose above the walls and barriers painted to this kind of environment so as to transform my personal life. I am currently pursuing a course in international relations, peace and security, and I am passionate about education and transformation. It is what has made me what I am today. And my passion towards transformation is guided by my desire to learn, love, and serve humanity. I am motivated by this so as to change the narrative that nothing good can ever come from the slums. The motivation led me into starting an organization by the name Empowering Communities as Actors for Transforming Societies, that is ECATS. The organization envisions flourishing and resilient communities with the environment. My project is aimed at addressing SDG number 1, that is reduced poverty, SDG number 2, zero to hunger, and SDG number 10, that is reduced inequality among the target susceptible populations in my country. Through this initiative, I got an opportunity to participate in a Mandela Mile leadership program, a program that nurtures the leadership skills of young leaders engaged in grassroots development initiatives around the world. My 12 weeks with the MMLP has been very productive in so many ways. One, it was with my personal experience of a participant body, which was indeed amazing and humbling one. I got a chance to share with 2 other participants from different countries on their leadership skills and journeys. Secondly, access to experts and guidance through the program has indeed helped to shape the development of my initiative, particularly in realigning it with SDGs. In addition, an opportunity not just to interact with other like-minded and visionary leaders in the platform, but also learning from their lived, amazing, and inspiring experiences was indeed remarkable to me. On an account for support and mentorship from different speakers with different sessions, the MMLP has helped me improve immensely on my confidence as a young leader. Turning on to my project approach is informed by this particular quote: give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Cognizant of this fact, young leaders, young adults, majority of them women, were selected and trained on basic business skills in our pilot project. After the training, they were given grants for their small enterprises. This has benefited over 20 families hailing from the 2 major informal settlements in Nairobi. My intention is to scale up this initiative. Therefore, I am appealing to all my friends and development partners to go with me a Mandela Mile so as to realize the dream I am definitely daring. With this, I anticipate to promote a holistic growth and development for resilient communities. In conclusion, the impeccable experience that I have gone through from the MMLP program will forever be a footprint, not to mention my transformed perception of leadership skills, for I am indeed indebted to MMLP platform. Thank you very, very much, global audience. And with this, I would like to turn on to my colleague from Ghana, that is Henry Nopkin.
Thank you so much, Romano. Dear global audience, all protocols observed. Kofi Annan once stated that, quote and unquote, to live is to choose. But to choose well, you must know who you are, what you stand for, where you're going, and why you want to get there. My name is Henry Nokli Manyomi from Ghana. I am a master's candidate at the Graduate Institute, Geneva in International Affairs, and a Mandela Mile. In my efforts at discovering myself, one word that has stood out, at least over the past few years, has been diversity. It has become such an important watchword to me because of my lived experiences within and outside Ghana, my motherland. Ghana is known to be multicultural and diverse in many aspects, and my encounters growing up did not prove otherwise. I was raised in the Ashanti region of Ghana, and I picked up the Asante dialect even before I could speak my mother tongue. Fast forward in my academic development, I also learned to speak and write English and later French. Learning these languages and dialects also meant understanding aspects of the cultures from which they emerge. And this has made me realize how markedly diverse and united the world is at the same time. I have held this unity in diversity mindset close at heart on my Mandela Mile journey. Specifically, I have gone a mile for the tenets of respect, inclusion, and peace, which I believe constitute foundational values of social progress. In the 21st century world where uprisings, conflicts, and violence are becoming increasingly pronounced, revisiting these fundamental values of life could not be more crucial. As a matter of fact, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the global peace situation, exposing systemic challenges such as racism and repression of minorities. So much could be said about these phenomena, but what we must note is the common thread that unites us all: our humanity. This should encourage us, regardless of age, race, creed, and color, to treat one another with love as we pursue the very values of respect, inclusion, and peace. Paradoxically, the things that unite us have the potential of tearing us apart if not handled with care, and diversity is no exception. Talking about Ghana as she goes to the polls this December, it is needful for the various stakeholders of the democratic process to ensure that dissenting perspectives culminate in outcomes that reflect tolerance, respect for due process, and fairness. I firmly believe the sustainability of Ghana's peace rests on its significant youth population, especially in this decade of action, notably 2020 to 2030. I have therefore gone a Mandela Mile for youth economic empowerment, which is crucial in delivering the sustainable development goals: 1, no poverty; 2, zero hunger; 3, good health and well-being; and 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. The next step is to start, along with my team, the Empowered Youth Peace Network, EYPN for short, which is our business incubator project intended to foster youth economic empowerment and peace in various contexts, beginning with Ghana. To this end, investor support is significant, and I encourage all stakeholders who have these interests at heart to support our cause. I want to end by expressing my most profound gratitude to the Mandela Mile crew for putting together this leadership program, which has greatly impacted me and my fellow participants. To all Mandela Milers, and of course to our global audience, I say, be encouraged to continue as change makers, dare to be different, because through our diversity, the world is made a better place. Thank you for your attention. God bless the world. And now taking over from Zimbabwe is my dear colleague, Blessing Shuro.
Thank you, Henry. Hello, world. The Mandela Mile program has also been an introspective journey on how to become a better leader, looking deep into oneself, such that I found myself becoming vulnerable and knowing who I am and what I stand for. The powerful words said by Nelson Mandela during one of his interviews at a famous American talk show, and I shall reiterate his words. Be honest with yourself. You can never make an impact on society if you have not changed yourself. My name is Blessing Shuro, and I'm from Zimbabwe. I have a working experience of about 4 years in coordinating programs for disability. And one of them had to do with playing golf and giving psychosocial support for children with disabilities. I was in the company of great people, and indeed, most of them were more talented and qualified than me in the Mandela Mile leadership program. And they took their time and knowledge to share and exchange views during the 3 months of the virtual leadership program. We had speakers, coaches, and buddies who enriched one's life, fortified one's morality, and it most of all gave me courage to do better than my best. My pursuit is for the equality for people with disabilities in Africa. And it is because of a head injury I had as a child that when I went into my adult years, I also went through a 2-year painful experience in my life. Because of bottling the emotional pain I went through, and because of the head injury, it was also coupled with traumatic experiences within my life, such that I later got to know that I have an invisible disability in my mid-20s. This has led me to also want to reduce the stigma that people with disabilities face within Africa, such that I realized that I needed to form an organization that could deal with that. And the negative African cultural beliefs are based on witchcraft, mothers being blamed for the disability of the child. And also this has led fathers abandoning the spouse and the child. The existing economic hardships in Zimbabwe, and now with COVID-19, affecting us globally in my country and most parts of Africa, is now worsening the mental health of youth, especially with the high unemployment rate. My project focuses on SDG goal number 10, reduced inequalities. And I believe that for Africa to have a better understanding of disability, a lot of awareness needs to be done in the negative societal attitude towards persons of disabilities, in the social, political, and economic factors so as to achieve SDG goal number 10, reduced inequality by 2030, through the use of advocacy and research of visible and invisible disabilities. My organization, AUDRA, which stands for Africa United for Disability Rights and Advocacy, our mission is to use advocacy and research to prevent and manage visible and invisible disabilities. During the Mandela Mile online walk, I shall be sharing with the world 3 beautiful inspirational stories of people with disabilities and their organizations from my country, Zimbabwe. I learned from one of the speakers about unity in partnering, as it is more powerful and can make more impact and change. Such that I am also very grateful to Shanti Anand and Phoebe coming together as Mandela Mile and the Core Peace and Leadership Program to form the pilot project, Mandela Mile Leadership Program. And I am honored to being a pioneer participant of this pilot program. And now I hand over to my dearest friend, Bright Sambu, who will also share with us his project, as well as concluding the session. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Blessing, for that. So in essence, Zimbabwe is really dominated by about 67% of youthful population, and yet alone the youths are not fully represented in legislation or on boards of directorship. I have watched the Zimbabwean economy collapsing as I grow up, from being the breadbasket of Africa to a begging nation. A lot of social ills, economic anxiety, corruption, political frustration, human rights violation, and no respect for the rule of law is what this new dispensation is characterized of. Human dignity as a value that speaks to me from within has been jeopardized. The standard of living of young people has depreciated, coupled with high unemployment rates, vis-a-vis increase in mental illness. A lot of rural marginalized communities are food insecure and poverty-stricken, which has left majority of the children failing to attend school. My passion to see sustainable and resilient communities has made me to organize and register a youth-led organization called Youth for Sustainable Development Africa, which draws its pride from the seemingly growing youth population continentally and globally, implying potential for economic and social progress. Through Youth for Sustainable Africa, I look to implement the Sustainable Development Goals consultancy project driven by the youth, as I believe the youth should have the opportunity to contribute in shaping global action and molding the mindset change that is required to embrace the values of sustainability and inclusivity. The project not only thrives to guide small to medium enterprises and grassroots level community engagement on how they can align their strategies with SDGs or to measure and manage their contribution to SDGs, but in essence, it also focuses on the implementation of any of the sustainable development goals, and in this particular essence, the Agriculture Growth Project, which strives to see a world with zero hunger and reduced poverty. The project shall be implemented first in Kadoma Rural, with the possibility of scaling it up in the next coming 2 years. Ultimately, the overall objective of the project is to reduce hunger in the marginalized communities of Zimbabwe and end the cycle of poverty. People living in poverty and hunger are a sign of a weak and unsustainable system. I believe in the 3 pillars of sustainability as a powerful tool for defining the complete sustainability problem, and this consists of the economic, social, and environmental pillars. If any one pillar is weak, then the system as a whole is unstable. Conclusively, words cannot describe how impactful and interesting these past 3 months have been to us Mandela Milers. From leadership training sessions to production meetings to coaching appointments, this program has seen all 36 emerging leaders enrolled improve in various aspects of their personal and leadership lives. The leadership training session in particular provided participants opportunities of exchange with the renowned resource personnel on foundational subjects of leadership, including deep listening, active listening, fundraising, friend raising, self-discovery, speaking, as well as helping others to speak. The breakout rooms that accompanied these webinars afforded us timeless avenues to increase not only our tolerance of dissenting perspectives, but also our ability to freely and clearly communicate our ideas to one another. Overall, these sessions have enhanced our self-worth and encouraged us to always be willing to act on our ideas because, as Kofi Annan once said, we are never too young to lead and never too old to learn. Besides walking a Mandela Mile this year meant reflecting on our core values as individuals and advocating for them. Through this rather simple exercise, this leadership program has taught us to unearth our heartfelt passions and stand up for them rather than fall for everything. Although we are climaxing our Mandela Mile Leadership Program 2020 today, the next chapter of our journey as leaders is just opening. As graduates of this program, we shall go on to implement the various projects that we were guided to conceptualize and fine-tune in the course of the program. These projects border on areas such as peace building, youth empowerment, education, environmental conservation and climate change, mental health, women in sports, poverty alleviation, supporting disabled persons, to mention a few. Collectively, our resolve today is to start our projects, no matter how small, and introduce change in even the bleakest of circumstances. As a cohort, and the first cohort of Mandela Mile Leadership Program for that matter, we are convinced that leveraging our diverse backgrounds and nationalities would prove important for the success of our respective projects and would therefore offer support to one another towards the sustainability of our projects. We entreat our international audience, international organizations, multinationals, and all relevant stakeholders who are passionate about causes such as ours not to hesitate to lend a helping hand to our projects, especially because they are intended to help achieve the various sustainable development goals. The world's environmental and human security challenges are becoming more and more apparent in the 21st century. Indeed, they have been further worsened by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. In the view of this, more than ever, there must be a concerted effort towards alleviating all such bottlenecks crippling our planet and generation. This starts with us treating people everywhere with the dignity and respect they truly deserve and supporting one another, no matter their nationality or race, so as to attain dignified livelihoods and eradicate poverty, our common enemy. Efforts must also be made at individual, corporate, national, and international levels to discourage repression of minorities and we must ensure that vulnerabilities are not seen as an opportunity for exploitation, but empowerment. Climate change must point us to the need for adopting sustainable practice and safe ways of living. the time to act on adopting renewable energies, ensuring energy efficient practices, cutting down waste, commuting green, and all other healthy sustainability recommendations is now. Let us do everything within our power to safeguard our planet for generations today and tomorrow. To end, I wish to appreciate Shanti Anand and the entire Mandela Mile Leadership Program organizational team, as well as our buddies and coaches, for giving us the opportunity to make a change in our various communities and for giving us hope in this season of profound difficulties. Thank you ever so much, and congratulations to the very first cohort of Mandela Mile Leadership Program. Kudos on persisting and making it this far. Go further and help change the world. To our global audience, you may not be a Mandela Mile graduate today, but you can be in the future. Should you like to, look out for the Mandela Mile Leadership Program 2021 applications due to open soon. In the meantime, do not hesitate to inspire the change you can perceive in your community. Make that change happen today because you can. Overall, this has been the message from us as leaders, from the Mandela Mile pioneers. For the meantime, I will invite my colleague, Henry, to speak a bit on the Mandela Mile Leadership Program before handing over to Maria as she wraps up.
Bright, that was really moving a speech. Thank you for congratulating us. And then I may write on the back of that, and then just express my heartiest congratulations to all of us as well. Congratulations to you as well, Bright. We have come far as leaders. It's been 3 solid months, and it's fantastic to see this day, the International Mandela Day. And now we want to hand over to Maria Del Pilar from Colombia to present her project.
Hello, dear Henry, thank you so much. And hello, everyone here and everyone who is joining us from any country in the world. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. Today is a sunny day in Colombia. I am located in South America, and it's a beautiful day. I hope it is for you as well. Here in my country, we are like 48 million people. Most of us are in a good mood and happy all the time. You can only understand if you got to know Latin American people or if you came to Latin America, that I hope you will. I am from a little town in Colombia. Its name is Villa Maria. It's mostly rural area, but I live in the urban part. So now that you are located, I'm going to tell you about my story and what are the challenges in my community. To doing that, I'm going to introduce you. Alba is my friend. Alba is 28 years old, and she's a spectacular dancer in my city. She's one of the funniest person I have met in my entire life, and we danced together for 10 years. So 2 Christmas ago, we went out and we have some drinks and we have some fun. And at the end of the night, we say goodbye. It was the last time I saw her. She committed suicide 2 weeks later. And not only was her mother committed suicide 1 month later after Alba. In that moment, I started to notice that in my city, there is a pattern, and that a lot of my loved ones have tried to commit suicide before or have thoughts about it. And I couldn't believe this was happening in my city when most of us are young people. So most of the deaths are young people. That's why I create Life Academy, Academia de Vida in Spanish. Life Academy is a social business that is created to empower youth. Empower youth since they are in high school, from 12 years old to 18 years old. So we deliver practical tools for them to face life, to choose life rather to die. We go to high school, or we used to go before quarantine, and to deliver workshops on leadership, on knowledge, on resilience, on communication, those skills that make a life a little bit easier or a little bit funny for them. So after quarantine, we have to think in our solution, because we cannot just step back and forget about them, because especially in these moments is where mental health is our treasure. So we built a web platform where we deliver workshops to young people so they don't have to go out from home, and we are able to reach them if they speak Spanish, at least for now. Currently, we have 300 people involved, and we have done all of this during quarantine. But that is not the best part. The best part was where Mandela Mile came, because Mandela Mile has challenged me to the top. We create a movement here in the middle of the Mandela Mile program, because we all have projects. And we create Salvemos Vidas project. It is a project where we match a young person, a young volunteer with a young student from high school, and they became buddies, as we had as well in the Mandela Mile. That's where I took the idea. So they can rely on each one, and they can have someone to support them and to hear them. Sometimes you only need to hear your loved ones. That's all that it takes to save their lives. It's only that, or hug them, or just show them a little act of love. There is nothing else you need to do to maintain those people alive. And I'm telling you because I know that even when suicide in my city is the highest rate among Colombia, I know it's not only in my country, it's not only in my city that this is happening. I know that you maybe knew someone, or you know that in your community this is happening. So I encourage you to take action, to love them, to take care of them. We all can save lives together. I want to thank, because with this movement, we have now 100 volunteers joined. So this became a movement. Salvemos Vidas is bigger than I am, is bigger than my community is something that is going to stay on the time. And that's beautiful. And I want to thank Mandela Mile for encouraging me to do this. Thank you, Mandela Mile, for believing in the power of youth, because we are a force of change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maria. What a wonderful initiative you are tackling from Colombia, South America. Thank you so much for that. In the meantime, we shall open the discussion to say maybe Blessing sharing her perspective of the most memorable incident over the past 3 months. So maybe if we can talk about it in brief as we hand over the mic to Romano. Please share us your perspective and your memorable incident.
Okay. My most memorable incident during the Mandela Mile was with my coach. So we had to have a session with our coaches as participants, in which we were being taught on who you are inside before becoming the leader you want to do the change in your world. So during our quiet time, I actually shared with her a place I usually go and see some trees. So this one is, people call it a eucalyptus tree. Some people call it a gum tree. So each time I would go and look at that tree, I always felt that I had to open up about something, but I was just too afraid to talk about what it is. At the same time, I also enjoyed looking at the horses, because the horses for me, they represented them being majestic, being bold, and kind of stubborn. But with the tree, it's like the moment I had that session with my coach, I always told her that each time I'm looking at the tree during my quiet time, I always felt that I had to say something, I had to be honest about something within myself, but I just couldn't open up about it. So the more of the sessions I had with her, this is Coach Maxine. She just said, you know what, Blessing, you need to be honest about something. And then that's when I finally said, you know what, Blessing, you had this head injury when you were a very young person, and now as you're progressing, as you're getting older, you ended up facing certain challenges that ended up traumatizing you, and then you ended up having to go and seek help, and your dear brother had to come in and intervene. That I just said, you know what, Blessing, just admit it that you have an invisible disability. Just accept it. So in a way, it made me so, I felt so relieved and so happy to the extent that I ended up having to open up to everyone during one of our sessions. So for me, it's like when I look at that gum tree anymore, I no longer feel angry or like I'm avoiding to have a connection with it. But I'm so happy, and that's it exactly. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Blessing, for sharing your most memorable experience. And now over to you, Romano. Maybe share in a bit, maybe about 3 minutes, about your most memorable incident for the past 3 months.
Thank you very much, Bright. And I think there's going to be a lot to talk about, but because of probably not enough time, it may not be possible. But, for me, I've had this incident because one, I was privileged to be a participant buddy. So I was buddying one participant from Zimbabwe, and the other participant was from Denmark, and she's actually from Uganda, just our neighboring country here. So one thing was that that particular privilege for me was such an amazing, because I got an opportunity to connect with two amazing people doing amazing work, trying to bring transformation in their communities, but also getting an opportunity to listen to them, to hear what they saw from me as an individual. So for me, this is an experience that will forever live in my life. And, I have never seen that or encountered that anywhere else. And the natural connection that came, during this particular process was such an amazing, because I see that this was a relationship that we started, and we've taken it to a level whereby we cannot even cut it, despite the fact that the program is coming to an end today. We have opened new doors to connect, to continue building on this amazing relationship, and to support one another in our leadership journey, in our broadcast journey, and in so many aspects of our life as young leaders in different platforms. That is one. Two, was on a very special occasion. There was a session that was done by Geoff Thompson, if I remember very well, and he talked about areas of leadership, and also talking about how to design projects that are very clear, not being vague and realistic, but things that can actually connect very well with our communities, and that can actually bring realistic solutions to our people. So for me, that indeed touched me. And it was very inspiring, because there were some perceptions and some sort of things that I thought, more of like theoretical, that were not very, practical in terms of connecting with the needs of my community in Kenya, especially in the slum where I live, where there is a high level of poverty, high level of inequality, and so many things that people are going through. So after that particular session, I think I sort of got a clear roadmap on how to realign and redesign my project so that it can be able to connect with the real issues, the real needs that my community in the slum here is actually going through and suffering from, and like trying to engage them into the process to seek solutions together. That was indeed another amazing and inspiring session that I will forever live for me. Third was this coaching. The coaching was indeed wonderful, I'm telling you. So I had Gavin Anderson from the UK. and is more of like thrice my age. But I'm telling you, the natural connection that came, I felt like, wow, he was like somebody, like somebody within my age. We could actually connect so easily. He gave me an easy time. He could ask me all questions. He could invite me to ask him any kind of question I wanted to probably find out about my project, my personal life. And for me, these are experiences. Honestly, I have never experienced it before, and that's why I'm saying this particular platform was an amazing one, because there's so much to be learned about. There's so much to go with it. And I wish probably we could have more opportunities of this, because we will actually be able to see a world in a different place, not the same as what we are going through today. So these are some of the experiences that I will say personally have really changed the person that Romano is today. And of course, moving forward, I think Romano is going to be different. It's not going to be the same, no, in terms of his personal life, his project life, his broadcast life. It's going to be different. And these are the experiences I'm going to be indeed remembering from this particular platform. So thank you very much. Thank you to so many people who got involved into this particular thing and putting it together and to make it a success. I am indeed grateful for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Romano, for sharing about that wonderful experience you had. So maybe lastly, Mama, if you could bring about your experience, your most memorable experience in a nutshell.
While my whole journey was so amazing, and I literally learned a lot, not only just to how to make things easy for yourself, but also to know about the community, other communities, like what's happening in the other communities and how they are suffering and trying to make change. And my favorite session was when we got to know that we will gonna have like 360 survey. That was in also the self-esteem, and it was something which I think that I never got like this kind of experience, and it's actually very good, because you can't get the reviews about your colleagues. I got to know about like what my colleagues are thinking about me, how they feel, do they feel comfortable when I'm around them, do they feel like how I'm working and how they understand me. So it was really good to know their reviews, like what I would say this basically give me a proper character sketch of myself, through which I know these are the things on which I have to work and on which things are not. And having a session with the Joff, and it was so amazing. We learned about how we can re-engage, how we can re-empower to each other. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Imama, for sharing that. So overall, before I hand over to the presenter, Mandela Mile Leadership Program has really taught us the strength of a global team working together. And we really welcome any new skills and talents so as to make the world a better place. Thank you so much for joining us in.
Thank you so much to the Mandela Mile Leadership Programme 2020 Global Community. That was absolutely fantastic. So now we're going to go and have a look at some interaction that you guys have been sending us in via our social media. So here we have a Maylene Engelbrecht saying hello all the way from Johannesburg, South Africa. Hello to you too from London. And we have a Valentine saying, God bless women. They need to be appreciated. I can get behind that for sure. And lastly, we have El Andreas from Greece, who is currently walking a Mandela Mile as well. We're absolutely loving all of these interactions with us. Please keep them coming. And we'd love to hear more from you. Send us videos, send us photos. So we've got some more messages coming up now. more messages coming up now from our global communities all over the world. So before that, we have Dawina. We've got some more messages coming from around the world, and we have Dawina, the Mandela Mile leadership program, which brought together young leaders from 21 countries, has come to an end. She says that the result being new leaders with a purpose, vision, and resilience. To our teachers, coaches, buddies, and Shanti Anand, thank you. That's absolutely amazing, Dawina. This is absolutely fantastic, and this is what the Mandela Mile is all about. And amazingly, we have Ambassador Dr. Mohammed Shahid Amin Khan. He says, Mandela and Anand were great leaders with wisdom and determination for the people. We must accelerate our efforts for achieving the goals of hashtag SDG 2030. I hope I got that right. For a more prosperous world in light of their vision. Wow, I couldn't agree more. So now the next live walk that we have, we're going to introduce Professor Jeff Thompson, MBE, who has sent us an amazing video in, so we can't wait to see that.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we have Professor Jeff Thompson, MBE, 5-time World Karate Champion, youth activist and founder of the UN Youth Charter. Just like Nelson Mandela, Jeff Thompson passionately believes in the ability of sport to bring unity to communities. And now, let's go live to Jeff Thompson.
Thank you, Chi-Chi, and welcome everyone to the Youth Charter Sport for Peace session. It's a session because it's a succession of journeys, experiences, and above all, stories, because stories change lives. And it's my privilege and honor to have a number of South African voices that have contributed to the Youth Charter journey, past, present, and future. And I will introduce them to you in a moment. But by way of an African journey, an African proverb, in order to improve the future, you must first look to the past to inform the present. And as I reflect on a day that many of us are seeking on this Mandela Mile Walk for Kofi Day, on what we do with the challenges and opportunities that we face in the world, young people have to be part of that very discussion, debate, and above all, action. And as far back as 1993, where this journey began with the Youth Charter and the loss of a young life, Benji Stanley on the streets of Moss Side, Manchester, when they were bidding to bring the Olympics to Britain, I went back on those streets that I had come from. On March the 23rd, we launched that Youth Charter at Wembley in London. Within 2 months, I was in South Africa to contribute the Charter as part of the new vision for sport for South Africa. And it wasn't just about sport, it was the arts, it was the cultural activity, it was the vibrance and spirit that had seen a country use that sporting and artistic cultural heritage to overcome the stain of apartheid and to give hope and opportunity to the new South Africa. That saw an ongoing journey and experience that would lead into 1996, when the youth would be launched in Johannesburg on Youth Day, the day where the youth of South Africa in 1976 stood up to the third most powerful army in the world in order to resist the Bantu language and culture being taught in their schools. Winnie Mandela joined me along with Toko Sequali and others. In Petersburg, President Mandela joined South Africa's sportsmen and women. And that charter and that South African spirit led to, leading up to 2000, the UN Office for Sport for Development for Peace, which Kofi Annan would have inspired and established. That is the past that brings us over the last 20 years from 2000 to present for a global movement of sport for development. And the Youth Charter's mission aim, which is to engage young people through sport, culture, art, and latterly digital activity, to equip them with the resilience of mental, physical, and emotional aspiration, and then empower them with an aspiration of hope and opportunity in further higher education, employability, or entrepreneurship. That is the ecosystem that we advocate, campaign, and passionately promote. I have, as I said earlier, 4 South African voices, because today it is in recognition of South Africans' inspiration to the Sport for Development for Peace movement that I wish to have that journey expressed through these 4 remarkable individuals. And our first South African voice is somebody that I've come to know over the last number of years, but on the basis of Number Temba Tambo, High Commissioner to South Africa in London, but the daughter of one of South Africa's great ANC warriors, Oliver Tambo. Welcome, High Commissioner. Our second South Africa voice is someone who's lived, breathed, and realized the South Africa experience by way of the Youth Charter's journey. In Sipho Tshabalala, the chairman of Youth Charter South Africa and a South African business executive, his story will inspire you and give you hope that the art of the possible, when impossible, is indeed achievable. My third South African voice is known to many. Quinton Fortune played with Bafana Bafana in 1995, was part of the Sasol under-23 squad that came to Manchester. He's also gone on to play for Manchester United and is currently the assistant coach to the under-23 side. Welcome, Quinton. Our final and fourth voice is Alison Birchall, South African sports administrator, and has developed from the South African sport and recreation opportunities that have been realised in the Rainbow Nation, has gone on into international sport for development, and provides a very unique journey and contribution to the challenges and opportunities that we face. So there are four voices. I will attempt to moderate and hopefully have fun in our exchange of views and comments on challenges and opportunities that we face. So Your Excellency, your views on sport in the arts, the impact on the Rainbow Nation, or the impact it can have on the world.
Thank you very much, Jeff. It's wonderful to be able to celebrate former President Nelson Mandela's birthday amongst your guests, amongst your listeners from all around the world. I have a different take because I am a hopeless sports person, much as I may enjoy watching it. My take on all of this is to go back, as you did in your introduction, to 1976 and to speak of what then, amongst the youth of the world, and which captured the attention of the world, would have been our Black Lives Matter moment. And that was the 16th of June, 1976, when our young people in Soweto found a voice that said, no, we will not accept, we refuse to submit, we will stand and we will fight for our rights. Very, very similar to what is going on today. And I think that if you can compare the two, and you look at what South Africa has done and has managed to achieve, and what is going on now, this 2020, with the pandemic that we have, but with the same need, the same desire, the same sense of righteousness that people must have a voice and that youth must have a voice, that Black people must be heard and seen and not pushed to the side. In South Africa, we had so much anger, so much pain, so much hurt, so much to forgive, so much to deal with. It was a gargantuan task. And one of the ways in which we found to deal with it was through our constitutional court, through our constitution, our Bill of Rights, which speaks to all the things that the Youth Charter speaks to: freedom, compassion for each other, human dignity, peace, a global perspective that is inclusive rather than exclusive of one's differences, the unity of diversity. And in that, I would like to be able to make a contribution that speaks of art. My father was a composer. He loved singing. Well, South Africa is a country of choirs anyway. So everywhere you go, there's a choir jumping up somewhere. And also the physical expression of art, paintings, sculptures, poetry, writing. All these things are tools. They're weapons in the fight for freedom, for equality, for justice. And I really would like to be able to say to people watching that we need to start documenting our history. We need to start documenting our now moments. Like this is a now moment. 2020 will never be forgotten for what is happening on a global scale. Not the pandemic. Pandemics come and go. This is the resuscitation of an ongoing movement for equality and freedom, respect and dignity that I don't think this time will die down. I think this youth, this time, is a different time. And I think that this is now the beginning of something absolutely extraordinary. And so, as we did with our constitutional court, we turned it into an art gallery with a view that the law cannot stand alone. The law is a very human thing. The law interacts with all of us every single day. Every decision we take, some level, is rooting in law. And so we have to make that something beautiful, something sustainable, something that reaches out to us, something that encourages us to continue with what we have as South Africans, Ubuntu. And so I would appeal to everybody listening to don't do what our governments have tended to do in the past and push the arts to the side. The arts stand at the core of each and every one of us. You must come to South Africa. You must have a look at our constitutional court. You must have a look at the artistic trees that cover the inside. They're symbolic, of course, but they speak to the nature of South Africa, the way in which we meet, traditionally speaking, that we would stand together and we would talk in the open, in transparency. So that's my message for today. That's my Mandela message: transparency, dignity, equality, hope. And please, let's not forget the historical importance of recording what it is we're going through, because there are future generations who must be inspired by this generation.
So there we are, the perfect, as it were, starting block of this ongoing journey: dignity, equality, hope, opportunity, the arts. I always explain myself first and foremost as a martial artist. Before I discovered the sport, I was a martial artist in spoken, written, performed, and expressed form. And whenever I go to South Africa, my spirit is consistently lifted. And Quinton just shared an experience I hope he'll share with you as he contributes to this extraordinary exchange of the sporting and cultural and artistic power, spirit, and energy that I know Sipho Tshabalala has always, on many trips, would take me to a little corner of an unexpected township existence or experience. And Sipho, your journey has been a remarkable one. And I thought you might just share it with everybody watching, because it is, for me, a consistent reminder of the art of the possible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeff, thank you so much for the opportunity. You know, I always say God has a sense of humor. When I got dumped simply because I was coming from the streets, when I was written off and dumped to Youth Charter for Sports, that was a beginning of my life, beginning of the journey. That's when I started to know and understand that sports can transform, can change things. Jeff, I just want to remind you that you were the first organization in 2003 when South Africa announced that they want to bid for the World Cup 2010. Youth Charter for Sport was the very first organization to support the bid of South Africa. As you know, I joined the Youth Charter for Sports. And through Youth Charter, I have learned so many things: accountability, responsibility. As we speak, I am running a number of businesses that I own myself, where I'm a chairman, to an extent that one of my bosses in the soccer fraternity, who was the CEO of South African Football Association, served on the board where I was a chairperson. That showed, or it shows that how much I have learned through the journey with the Youth Charter for Sports. And I must say, before I elaborate more, I think it's very important for us to say on this day when Mandela should have turned 102, we should say to the old man, wherever he is, he created the Rainbow Nation. It is up to us now as global citizens to have a rainbow global citizenship. Let's go for that. Let's put our differences on the side. As global citizens, let's have a rainbow one now, where is inclusive of everyone. And it is a sad day for us here in South Africa today. As we celebrate this day, we are also mourning one of the icons in the name of Zinzi Mandela. She has done so much, and people don't want to recognize her contribution. She suffered so much. Can you imagine being taken at that age to a village or to a place where you don't know, where she was taken with her and her mother? May their souls rest in peace. And I can safely say, and this will be documented one day in the book, that South Africa won the World Cup bid for 2010. I played a major role. People don't know how much I contributed as a person. And it's through the teachings of the Youth Charter in terms of how do you behave, how do you do things, how accountable you can be. I contributed so much to an extent that people don't know, but one day it will be revealed on how much contribution I had for us to be successful in the bids for 2010. As I depart again, I just want to say, let us go for a rainbow global citizenship. Let's have an inclusive citizenship globally. Let's not work in silos. As the pandemic is busy attacking us, governments are doing their own things, different countries. Why can't we do things in unity globally and say, this is how we're going to attack this enemy? This is not an enemy of one country. It's a global enemy. Let's fight as a country. Let's not, I mean, as the whole world. Let's not say South Africa as a country, this is what we're going to do. That is why it's going to be very difficult for us to fight this enemy. This enemy can only be fought if we are together as one globally. All the countries have one rule and say, this is how we're fighting this enemy. Thank you.
Sipho has provided a very surprising energy, purpose, and intention in his experiences to date and what he lives with in Soweto. I know he does much for the youth in Soweto, in South Africa, in Southern Africa. And I know there's an iconic photo of you with Madiba and the World Cup trophy. I remember the story of you being the only one trusted to take that trophy to him. And I remembered on that day with John Lane and so many who made that journey what it could be, to know that Madiba lost his grandchild on the evening of the concert that heralded the opening of the FIFA World Cup. And he still came out on that evening, showed me that there was no room for complacency and no room for complaining. The legacy of the FIFA World Cup, the power of football as the global rainbow nation of nations, the FIFA governing body has more member countries than the UN. So it has always been, as the global game, where we look to try and achieve our most important social, economic, and environmental impact. Those are the three pillars of the 17 UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. I think that leads ideally to the next South African voice. Quinton Fortune will tell you his own incredible journey, but as I said, in 1995, the Sasol under-23 Olympic squad came to Moss Side and played a team of two rival gangs, the Moss Side Amateur Reserves. Their visit lifted the aspirations of those young men, and many of them, no, all of them are still alive today. And this was at a time where their life expectancy was seen to be no more than a day-to-day existence. So Quinton, I invite you as the third voice of your unique journey from streets to the stadiums of the world, and now as a coach.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Jeff. Just listening to Msembe and Sipho and yourself, I'm trying to keep my composure here because it feels so emotional, because since I left South Africa in 91, I've been walking around with a sense of, I think that was installed in me anyway since I was a kid. I've always had that feeling of gratitude. But more I grew up and started to understand the history about my country, it makes me even feel more, because I did an interview on Sky the other day and I said to them, where I grew up in the Cape Flats, it was either you play sport or there's the other side, which is gangs, drugs, and which thank God I was able to do sport. And we had no, how can I say, role models, or obviously my dad was there, my brothers, and great. But when we saw the figure of Mr. Mandela and that he was coming out of prison, that gave us hope. And I remember running away from school, and I explained this to the guys, that I remember running away from school. I didn't understand because I was too young. I had my brother's bags, and I was told to leave school early. And I just remember running from a school called Hazendal, running to Q-Town, and I saw the tanks coming. But I was a kid. I was just make sure I got the bags, the school bags, and go home. But years later, when I sit down and think about what's happening now, the students were fighting. It was uproar. They were fighting then. The fight was going on before 1976 about what happened to Hector Peterson. A year later, I was born in 1977. But the fighting was going on from the students. And the time when I was running back in home and carrying my brother's bags, the big tanks were coming, the tear gas. I just thought this was life. I didn't understand what was going on. But yes, when I sit down now and listen to you guys, it made me understand that there was a fight going on. And the figure that changed for me, the thing that changed for me is that I saw someone that I can relate that looks like me. So when Mr. Mandela came out, it almost like the impossible. And my grandmother used to say to me, God rest her soul, Leonora Adams. My daughter's called Nora now. And she used to say to me, no. Like she couldn't believe that Mr. Mandela would be president because we've been living in a society, we're living in a country that we never look how my grandmother thought. She would never thought that was possible. So when Mr. Mandela came out, that changed everything for me. That made me believe that everything is possible. Because when he came out, it's like, wow. It gives me strength. It gives me, on my journey, I can do everything. I'm proud to walk around with them South African and through sport, as I mentioned to you guys before we went on. If it wasn't for sport, I don't know what I've been doing. My mother changed me. This is how crazy I am about football. I went to school, Afrikaans school, in a place called Bokmakiri. All my brothers went there. And it's rugby was compulsory. Now, rugby is a great game. I'm not saying it wasn't. But I couldn't play rugby to save my life. So we played football every single day. Now, I don't know if that gave the principal an idea. Oh, man, these kids love football. So the first game of rugby I had to play, I got hurt and I came home. I said, Mom, I can't do this. Bless my mom. She removed me from that school only for football reasons. She took me from that school the next day and put me in the school just opposite the house, next to the Athlone Stadium in the Cape Flats. And I went there for football. And that's changed everything for me. Because I played football for the school, for my team on a Saturday, and it changed my life. I played for Western Province. I also got selected for the so-called the first multiracial team, where our coach was white, where the players were white, and it was like, this is how South Africa should have been in the first place. And they put us all together, kids is 14, 13 years old, and we went to play the national tournament in Johannesburg, and we won the tournament. And after that, I left for Europe, 91, and that's where everything changed for me. But it's just, the journey's been crazy, but what gives me the strength, of course, my parents, what installed in me, my grandmother, my mom and dad, the work ethic. But I spoke to the guys the other day on Sky, and I said to them, what gives me a strength is what I saw what Mr. Mandela did when he came out. The forgiveness, the wanting to, the forward thinking, the never giving up mentality, the attitude. And I carry that everywhere with me. I even think, and until today, I've never ever visited, and it's sad. And I make it my point next time I come home to go and visit Robben Island. And I don't know why that's been keeping me back, because I think it's probably too emotional. I visited many places. I went to Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast. I went to Senegal. I saw Gorée Island, of where the slaves were taken. But that's our place we need. And I think I've been keeping back, and I think I need to go and see that place to kind of see the impossible became possible. Because from there, our country was changed. And I don't know if you want me to carry on more with my journey. The journey's been crazy for me. I'm just a kid from Cape Town who had a crazy imagination, sitting on the football field, imagining what life was like. And I don't know where it comes from. It's a blessing from God, because I used to sit on the football field in Cape Flats and just wonder what life was like over here. My imagination took me away. And it happened. Someone came and said, do you want to go to England? After the tournament, we won the national tournament. I said, okay, but you have to get permission from my parents. Parents said, yeah, no problem, go. Wow. At 14. Leaving South Africa, leaving everything I know. Everything. You come to a country, there's no sun. I didn't even know that's possible. How can it be no sun? So my life has been extreme. But I just want to say, I am a product because of Mr. M's dad, Mr. Mandela, and many others who gave their life that I can sit here today. I know that I carry that every single day. I'm a product of Hector Peterson. That's my blessings, because people lay their lives down for the likes of me, that I can be able to do what I do today. Yesterday was one of our greatest legends in African football, Jomo's birthday. And I'm just trying to imagine the doors were open like it was open for us in the days of Jomo. What would Jomo become if he'd gone to play in Europe? It would have been unbelievable. So we are the fortunate generation. I'm here because of many other people that lay down their life, the prayers of my grandmother, the sacrifice of many other lives, that I can be able to do this journey. That I'm able to be at Manchester United because of many others before me. So it's important that I carry on being those are my role models. It's important I carry on what's left before me, because Pelé was my inspiration. I never knew that a person of color could achieve so much, win the World Cup at 17, because before I didn't see that. All I saw was gang fight. All I saw was you stay in your area. That's all you can become. But when the Mandela came out, it's like, this is what we can do. This is what we're capable of doing. We have intellectual people. Wow, I never knew this. We have people that invented things. Wow. It was kept away from us. And these are the things that our kids need to be exposed to. If I'm an example to any kid in South Africa, it's thanks to God's blessing, because kids must see, okay, Quentin comes from the Cape Flats, Benny comes from Shoes, God bless his soul, Lucas, they come from different backgrounds, but they did it. They did something. Our kids need to be reminded of that it's possible.
And Quentin, that very powerful life journey. If you recall Bafana Bafana, before they played England at Old Trafford in 1997, came to the streets of Moss Side. And that team, no international soccer side, had ever visited a gang tour. Clive Barker, who I will always be eternally grateful for, because the England team couldn't make it. Glenn Hoddle wanted to, but couldn't. But when Bafana turned up, boys who never went to school turned up at the Moss Side Leisure Centre and went back to school. Once you'd all played football, when you played five-a-side football with the Moss Side Leisure Centre, 48 hours before a major international. That's the power that you bring and you can inspire. And as you know, the All African Nations Cup, Bafana winning that. Time with Madiba always in the centre circle, before the match and after the match. The Rugby World Cup win, that image with Francois Pienaar went global. And they said if he could wear that jersey, and it was political genius, he literally captivated the world and allowed the country a chance to heal and breathe. And that's where sport in the arts, I believe, can give you a chance to breathe, build bridges of hope and opportunity. You mentioned Robben Island. I haven't been, so we're going to make a pact that we do that.
Oh, yes.
Because it was there that Madiba used his boxing prowess to have that daily regime of disciplined exercise. And I think the National Sports Council, for those who were at Robben Island, it was the National Sports Council in its formation that gave them the chance to plan and plot how they would overthrow the regime. And I think that's where the fourth voice in this fantastic journey of sport for development for peace in Alison Birchall comes into play, because she witnessed what the Department of Sport and Recreation were doing. I know then the National Sports Council, Mulileki George, Vuza Mbebe, so many, Hugo, Alison.
Yes, Jeff.
It's your turn.
Oh, cool. Excellency, Jeff, fellow South Africans, it's great to be with you. And obviously my journey is similar, but sometimes down a slightly different path. So I was at university in 1990, and I was privileged to be on the square outside the Cape Town City Hall when Parliament was opened and FW indicated that, and there was a big whisper beforehand saying, guess what, we hear that FW is going to unban certain organizations, and to his credit, he did. I was also there for Mandela's first appearance in public in the same place outside the Cape Town City Hall. And I remember getting to the square quite late and kind of elbowing my way to the front as far as I could. So I was standing there quietly minding my own business. And then some of the people standing next to me started shouting, "Hey, one settler, one bullet." I decided it wasn't quite such a strategic place to stand, so I moved somewhere else. But in 1991, I got involved in the non-racial sports movement under the National Sports Congress, or the National Olympic and Sports Congress as it was then. And that was after the ANC saw the value of sport. And the ANC obviously had used sport through people like Dennis Brutus and Sam Ramsamy in the old Sandrock days to ban international participation from South Africans. And the tenor changed in the early 90s, late 80s, so that the National Olympic and Sports Congress was established. And that was really to bring people together. And that was an important component as we moved through. So it was used to promote unity across the spectrum. And this is very much what the NSC was saying then, to develop people in sport at all levels. And in fact, that is leveling the playing field before we got into international competition. I have to say that sport is a key component of society. It cannot be separated from what is happening in society. And in 1992, you may remember that there was a Boipatong massacre, and there was a big debate at that particular point in time about whether South Africa should participate in the Barcelona Olympics. The ANC, under the leadership of Mandela, said yes. And I think that was probably an important strategic move going forward. 1995 Rugby World Cup, and I was in the Newlands Stadium for the opening ceremony, and I remember people hissing and booing when Louis Late came in, because just a few weeks earlier, the new national anthem had not been played. It was the old national anthem that was played, and the old apartheid flags were still flying in the stadium. But when Mandela came in, there were across the board. There were cheers for Mandela, and I think it was a tribute to his ability to bring people together. As it became history, the South African team won, and it seems it's a history that happens every 12 years, and we hope that continues. But the issue for me at that particular point in time was that just before the
just as Alison was getting into full flow, providing a wonderful timeline of the political strategic considerations of sport for development. She seems to have frozen, but that's the digital age in which we live. But I know that Alison's significant role in establishing the Department of Sport and Recreation, the National Sports Council. Are you with us, Alison? Reconnected, I hope? Continuing a narrative? No.
Did you miss me somewhere there?
Yeah, glad you're back.
Okay, good. Where did you get to? I think, okay, the Rugby World Cup. And beforehand, Mandela made a very strategic intervention in ensuring that the Springbok logo was on the jerseys of the South African team. And that was merely because the right wing was mobilizing at that particular point in time. And for those who've watched Invictus, it's kind of outlined, but obviously all movies are not absolutely 100% true. And hopefully sport and through his intervention using the Springbok was also a way of trying to provide that political stability as we were able to move forward. 1996, the launch of the Youth Charter for Sport in South Africa, and in partnership with the National Sports Council at that particular point in time, because the NSC saw the value of the YCS and its ability to contribute to sport for development and therefore to contribute to sports development. And I met Jeff probably in 1995, I think it was, and I saw the dots in terms of sport for development, but Jeff helped me to join them all together. And that was an important step forward. In the mid-1990s, and Quinton has mentioned some of this, I was talking to some colleagues in school sport, and they said primary school children are mimicking gangsters. Primary school children. In Manenberg, we organized a soccer tournament during the school holidays to try and keep the kids away from the gangs. There was a ridiculous situation in some instances that some of the gangs were sponsoring football teams. And, that just blows my mind. There was also a cricket program in the townships to make sure that the kids were educated, that they were fit, and that they were kept away from the gangs. I was involved in the Greater Cape Town Sports Commission, which tried to put facilities in the places where they were needed. South Africa has a lot of great facilities, but they're all in the wrong place because of the apartheid planning that happened at that particular point in time. 1997, I was asked to organize a trip from Northern Ireland kids to come to South Africa for 2 weeks. I think we had about 3 weeks to try and organize it. So it was like all hands on deck. And there were 20 young people who were placed with their counterparts in Cape Town schools, and they played sport with them. And for them, it was an eye-opening experience. And when we did the debrief, one of the comments was that I remember, I will go back and I will never complain about whether I have a volleyball or if I have a place to play sport. 1999, we did a return trip where we took 20 young South Africans to Belfast and to Dublin. And again, they were placed with their counterparts. And for them, it was an eye-opening experience. And the comment that sticks in my mind about that is that they did not understand that there could be white-on-white racism. So if you look at the two responses, one is more of a material response. It was a response in terms of the material conditions around sport. And the other one was a philosophical response. So today, 30 years after Mandela's release, we still have, unfortunately, a debate in South Africa about representation of athletes, and now thankfully of coaches, and I'm glad Quinton's ensconced in a good coaching job here, and in terms of administrators. The Black Lives Movement has reinvigorated that debate in a big way in South Africa, but we all need to take hands and act, and I'm going to emphasize that, act. Systematically to change discrimination in whatever form that it exists for once and for all. Because unless we do that, we're going to be depriving the next generations of their opportunities to be able to excel in whatever place, whatever form they wish to excel. So sport for development and peace for me is important for sport. Because if we get the grassroots right, if we get the participation right, then those who have the talent and want to go forward are able to do so that they can achieve their idea, their concept of sporting success. It's also about education. It's about rules. It's about discipline. It can be about literacy and numeracy if we are creative about it. It's about creating confidence, teamwork. And I think it's particularly important that when we start looking at values of fairness, merit, and best fit, respect, tolerance, what is right, what is wrong, and particularly in the context of unfortunately xenophobia occurring in South Africa, that we are able to try and counteract those issues through reasoned debate and discussion. It's about health, and particularly NCDs and obesity, because South Africa is not good in that particular area. But it's also about physical education. And Sipho was saying earlier on that that's not in the curriculum anymore. So it affects the ability of young people to develop hand-eye coordination, their musculoskeletal development, and other things. In some countries, sport for peace and development is also about refugee camps and trying to make them more hospitable, more human, more humane indeed. So in Kenya, when I was doing some work there, they had refugee camps because a lot of people were moving down from Sudan, and it helped to create something more like a level of happiness. But the movement is really about individual growth and providing the space for that. It's about social inclusion through gender, disability, so-called race, identity. But it's also about unity, and it's about putting sport at the service of society to try and bring people together in an inclusive, equal way. And it's something that we need to look at more systematically to make sure that we are able to change society for the better. And COVID has ripped away all pretenses that society is equal. And we need to use every single tool that exists to try and ensure that equality and that humane, that dignity that Her Excellency was talking about is extended to every single person in the world, because that is what we should be about. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks. So, the powerful expressed views, comments, and ideas. One thing that holds with me was the word act, to translating into action. how young people are now on the Black Lives Matter movement that will not stand for platitudes, promises, or pledges. They want to see sustainable, impactful action. I know time is both our friend and our enemy now on what's been a fascinating participation of experiences that we've all expressed. If I was to ask every single one of you the one word that would surmise where we've come from, where we are, and where we need to be, there might be a couple of words. What would it be? Nomatemba, Tambo. What would it be? A couple of words, poignant words, powerful.
Perseverance.
Perseverance. Thank you. Sipho.
Well, the statement that I want to make is, let's take from South Africa how united South Africa was during the World Cup. It didn't matter if you're black or white, but through the FIFA World Cup, which is sports, football, it united each and every South African. There was no color, there was no age, everybody was so tolerant. So all I'm saying, let's be tolerant to one another. Thanks.
Perseverance, let's be tolerant of each other. Quinton?
Hi, Con. Jeff, I remember the sentence from Mr. Mandela where he said, I did not come to you as a prophet, but I came to serve you, the people. So I think when I look at the world at the moment, those who are in leadership position need to kind of take those words to heart, because they came to serve. Once we have that mindset of when we in leadership position, it's not about us. It's about to serve the people. It's about looking out for others. It's about the humility Mr. Mandela showed. And as Mr. Tembe mentioned there, the perseverance of never giving up. This is just, we have to continue with this. We have to carry on. And that's all from my side.
To serve, to carry on, perseverance, and we're working together. Alison.
Yeah.
Jeff, I would probably add commitment. I mean, I was going to say act, but and perhaps become an activist again, so that you can activate other people. But commitment, because I think that what has come home to me through the BLM process is that silence is actually the enemy of truth and transparency, and that we need to commit each one of us to speak up and to speak out. And I think that hopefully will help us move forward. I mean, we had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which did something towards trying to heal the wounds of the nation, but it didn't quite succeed in 100% terms. So as we move forward, and I think for those of us who are the elder youth, taking into account Her Excellency's comment earlier on that we're all youth, but some of the elder youth, is that we need to give support to the younger youth to be able to have the space, the responsibility to be able to do that, because it is their future, not ours.
Indeed. The Mandela Mile leaders had a previous workshop where they talked about sustainable communities, youth-led projects, the needing to turn dreams into action and activism into reality. And I'm really minded on the journey that's been traveled over the last 27 years of a charter, that where we are now in the challenges we face, the inequalities, poverty leads to crime, crime leads to violence, violence leads to lost potential and damaged communities and damaged lives, where education is an emancipator. Late President Mandela talked about education as the most powerful weapon and tool in overcoming the injustices that race, prejudice, or economic power that is imposed as the racism of division and lack of hope. But as this Mandela Mile is marked, it's almost taking the action into something that's tangible, a plan, and Her Excellency will know of the South Africa Youth Charter report that will be launched, I'm hoping, either at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. But in that time, in response to Black Lives Matter, the Mandela Walk of review, reflection, and recommitment is to a call to action. 50 community campuses, the Ubuntu of humanity, an intergenerational approach where we are all young in spirit, 50,000 social coaches that are those who were always in those townships to inspire each and every one of us as leaders, and 5 million of those who would least have the opportunity to feast on it. Those young hearts and minds. I am one of them, Sipho is another, Quinton is another, but there were women, extraordinarily strong women, who provided. I remember the Future Champions tournament, if you remember, Quinton. A 70-year-old grandmother was a football coach, and she came up and pulled me after the Social Coach Leadership Program workshop, where for the first time we had got women to be part of the soccer coach. They resisted, and we just challenged them, gave it, and they brought such a rich, warm, common sense, emotionally intelligent, but resilient approach. So that resilience and commitment, and that working together, and that serving, because in Mandela, in his boxing, he said it wasn't the brutality, it was the science. It was knowing when to counter, when to attack, when to have a position on which you could hold. In Kofi Annan, all of sport, but an exceptional sprinter, but moving at speed needs to be measured in his sport. So the call to action is there. It will hopefully be the legacy. The Mandela Mile leaders will all be promoting and presenting projects. But as we conclude, I think for me and this whole experience, they say stories change lives, and the two concluding quotes, firstly from Kofi Annan, we must use the power of sport as an agent of social change. It has an almost unmatched role to play in promoting understanding, healing wounds, mobilizing support for social causes, and breaking down barriers. In Madiba, sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to youth in a language they understand. Sport can create hope where once there was only despair. It is more powerful than government in breaking down racial barriers. If that can be the cultural bridge that unifies us, as Sipho has called for, that allows us to serve as social coaches, as citizens, with commitment and resilience, then the final quote from Madiba in this session, Quinton talked about mixed emotions. So many lives lost. So many lives to save. Whether in a township, a favela, a disadvantaged community, a ghetto, a neighborhood, where we've all come from, holds us to account on what we do in the future. Vision without action is but a dream. Vision without action, or action without vision, is merely passing time. Vision with action can change the world. That is what I live by. That is what Mandela left us. That is why we walk on this day a mile for him and for the elders of Kofi Annan. And I would like to pay tribute to John Lewis, the civil rights campaigner who died at the age of 80. He was one of the 6 who took on the injustices of race in America and inspired the world also. So on a day where we stand upon the shoulders of our elders, the Tambos, the intergenerational legacies of each and every one of those warriors, let us play our part. I would like to sincerely thank Her Excellency, Nomathembi Tambo, Sipa Shabalala. Quinton, it's been a pleasure having you, and your story was powerful. And Alison Birchall for bringing that diverse, local but global reflection of South African voices that have become global voices through the Sport for Development for Peace movement. God bless you all, in spirit and in truth, and it will hopefully set free everybody to take a moment to reflect, review, and rededicate themselves to be the best that we can possibly be. I'm told that Chi-Chi is waiting in the wings to take the baton from our session to another walking partner of the many global communities that are walking either digitally or in their moment of individual or collective bubbles. So that concluding experience sees all of you and everyone who's joining in this momentous day the ability to enjoy much, remember everything, and take forward all that needs to be done in both challenge and opportunity. Thank you. God bless you, and may He keep you.
Thank you so much,
Chi-Chi.
Professor. Hello. Thank you so much, Professor Jeff Thompson, MBE of the UN Youth Charter, for that heartfelt contribution. We appreciate it so much. So now we're going to have a look at more of your interactions across our social media. So we have Anita Harland in Norway just finished the Mandela Mile with her family, which is absolutely incredible. The backdrop there looks amazing. So we are so grateful that you have decided to take part in that today. We want to see more. Keep them coming. So straight after this, we are going to go into a VT called Silenced Saints.
Sofremos 8 ataques. Você ficar vendo tudo, sabe, se destruir e você não poder fazer nada é absurdo. É algo assim que não tem como descrever o tanto que dói.
Quando nós incorporamos os nossos guias para trazer uma palavra amiga, o candomblé ele traz também na sua ritualística um jogo de búzios, isso tudo incomoda, porque nós somos tidas como religiões pagãs. Nós não nos enquadramos ao cristianismo.
Meus avós, eles tiveram contato com o candomblé, mas eles se converteram. E a minha mãe, ela também chegou a ter um certo contato, mas ela se converteu até mesmo em função que meus irmãos eram epiléticos, e a epilepsia também era tida como doença do demônio. E então ela buscou a igreja pentecostal para buscar essa cura. E essas igrejas, elas sempre pregaram que só Jesus Cristo é o Senhor e que tudo que é ligado à religião de matriz africana é do diabo. Então, tudo para mim, eu cresci escutando que Exu, Zé Pilintra, Maria Padilha, tudo era ligado ao diabo, ao demônio. E tudo era ruim. Então, eu passava em frente a alguma casa de santo, eu ficava já muito nervosa e eu sempre fugia muito disso. Eu lembro que quando eu era criança, minha mãe me deixava eu comer doce de São Cosme e Damião, especialmente dos terreiros. Só que o doce dos terreiros, os sacos, eram sacos mais fartos, com os melhores doces. Então o que eu fazia? Eu pegava escondido esses doces. E aí eu pegava o óleo de oração da minha mãe e eu ungia para tirar todo o espírito ruim que estava naqueles doces. E eu comia, mas com aquele sentimento de culpa todo, mas pedindo já perdão a Deus por estar cometendo aquele pecado. O diabo não faz parte do nosso panteão, tá?
ele é cristão, europeu, não tem nada a ver, é uma visão deles. Associar Exu, orixá, Leguá, Vodum, orixá, Inquice, com o diabo, não tem nada a ver. Nada a ver.
Exu, ele é o mensageiro dos orixás. Ele é o primeiro. É ele que é o comunicador, ele que traz a mensagem, ele que leva, ele é a comunicação.
Oferenda representa a troca de energia. Tudo que você dá, você recebe algo em troca. É troca de energia. Quando você oferta alguma coisa ao orixá, ao vodum, ao inquice, você recebe dele a energia que ele recebeu. Quando a gente oferece, por que a gente come também? A gente come também por isso. Porque é a maneira dele retornar para nós aquilo que nós estamos pedindo.
Mola, que é oferecer ao sagrado, molar é oferecer ao sagrado, né? E a partir daí, aquela carne, ela é compartilhada com toda o eterno, com toda a comunidade. Todos nós comemos, todos nós sentamos à mesa juntos. Então, se você for comparar, né, rapidamente, como uma pessoa que vai num aviário ou que vai no mercado e compra um bicho já abatido, leva para casa e faz o seu almoço e compartilha com a sua família, qual é a diferença?
A Umbanda não sacrifica animais, tá? O nosso culto, nós sempre damos com muitas ervas, né? E o candomblé sacrifica os animais, tendo em vista a forma como eles aprenderam a cultuar seus orixás, seus antepassados, né? E é uma forma muito bonita, porque nós trabalhamos ervas porque da natureza, né? Nós trabalhamos com os caboclos que trazem essa essência, os pretos velhos que também trouxeram para a gente, que são os escravos que já desencarnados, e os caboclos são os índios também desencarnados, que trouxeram para a gente muita forma de como trabalhar com ervas, né? E os candomblecistas, eles utilizam sacrifício, que seriam oferendas para passar a essência para os seus orixás. E aquela carne, ela é dividida no meio da sua comunidade.
Quando a gente coloca os nossos fios de ponta e os nossos doces na cabeça, é macumbeiro. A sociedade não sabe ainda ver essa diferença, quem é umbandista e quem é candomblessista. Eu acho que internamente, em relação aos ritos e os mitos e os orôs, né, a gente tem muitas diferenças, as histórias são completamente diferentes, mas a sociedade ainda nos vê como iguais.
De extremo acolhimento, como eu achei lindo o culto todo, que é um culto também.
Umbanda é uma religião tipicamente brasileira, fundada em 15 de novembro pelo Caboclo das Sete Encruzilhadas. E o candomblé, ele é uma religião afro-brasileira.
Na minha adolescência, eu me tornei uma menina mais rebelde e com todo o meu espírito gregário que eu tinha de conhecer, de desbravar, sabe? Eu fui me conectando a pessoas diferentes e eu tive um problema pessoal e eu fui amparada pela mãe de uma amiga minha. E essa mãe de uma amiga minha é mãe de santo, ela é mãe de santo. E ela me amparou com muito afeto, com muita ternura, com muito amor. E eu fiquei me questionando, porque eu sentia culpa de estar sendo amparada por aquela mulher, e eu ficava me questionando, mas como pode ela, uma mulher que é de um terreiro de macumba, porque para mim tudo era macumba, como pode essa macumbeira, ela ser um ser tão de luz, ser uma pessoa tão bacana? E aí eu ficava naquele conflito interno e no sentimento de culpa de estar me aproximando e nutrindo um afeto por ela.
Sempre houve essa perseguição. Você primeiro tinha uma perseguição que era da Igreja Católica, na colônia e no Império. Depois você vai ter, na República, a perseguição do Estado. É a única prática espiritual conhecida no Brasil que é proibida em lei, no Império, tanto no Império como na República. Tem até hoje no Museu da Polícia objetos, né, desse período, e nos últimos 30 anos neopentecostais. Mudou a mão.
Eu acho que vem piorando muito, porque a disseminação do ódio por parte de algumas denominações religiosas, ela está sendo muito nociva. E ela está vindo com uma força muito grande. Ela está vindo de uma maneira assim, muito diretiva para nós. 97, 98, mais ou menos, ele estava já construído, todo construído. Mas eu só fui inaugurar em 2001. Uns 10 anos depois que aconteceu, começaram os ataques. Aí foi, primeira vez foi um incêndio lá dentro. Aí depois incendiaram aqui fora. Aí depois que fizeram, tacaram pedra, enfim, um monte de coisa. Aí deram um monte de tiro aqui para dentro. E ainda tem marca ali, dá para ver ainda. Foram 9 buracos de tiro no portão do barracão. Depois disso, a mesma coisa, tacaram pedra. Depois veio o último, há 5 anos mais ou menos, foi o último incêndio, graças a Deus, que continue a ser o último.
Acho que não é que aumentou, não, está mais visível hoje. Primeiro que você não tem uma coleta confiável. Eu tenho trabalhado com dados, não tenho uma coleta confiável. Uma delas são confiáveis. Porque se você levar em conta que muitos dos casos não chegam no Disque 100, que é uma das coletas nacionais, se você levar, se for usar como fonte a polícia, muitos casos não são registrados na polícia, né? Então você observa que mesmo nesses casos que chegam, é uma amostragem significativa. Mais de 1.000, mais de 600 por ano, não é uma coisa pequena. Bastasse um caso.
Recebemos a doação de uma igreja evangélica de 12 mil e um pouquinho para a reconstrução do barracão. Sabe, isso foi um marco. Por quê? Porque odiar é muito fácil. É muito fácil odiar. É muito fácil você dizer também, ah, coitados, poxa, não deviam fazer isso. Mas você não vai lá estender a mão para nada. Você não vai lá para perguntar como eles vieram aqui, um grupo, 3 vezes já, ajudaram a limpar quintal, carregaram peso, puxaram o ancinho, sabe? Todos evangélicos.
Me compreendi mulher negra quando eu passei a compreender o meu lugar de fala e ouvir o sopro da minha ancestralidade e conversar e compreender sobre toda essa ancestralidade, foi que eu passei a compreender melhor sobre o que significa o candomblé e a umbanda, e ali, para mim, o mundo se abriu, porque era como eu estivesse sendo abraçada por todos os meus ancestrais, era como se eu estivesse compreendendo uma série de conhecimentos que para mim eram até então empíricos. E aí eu pensei assim, nossa, é por isso então essa minha conexão à natureza. É por isso que eu entendo as ervas. Isso não é bruxaria, isso não é macumba. Então daí que vem esse remeleixo no meu quadril, é daí que vem esses tambores que aquecem e pulsam a minha alma. Até hoje eu sou evangélica, mas eu comungo, eu congrego, eu nutro afeto, eu nutro amor pelo candomblé e pela umbanda, porque são religiões que falam a minha alma.
É muito difícil sobreviver sendo do candomblé, é muito difícil. Eu costumo dizer que nós somos filhos da resistência e netos da ancestralidade, porque é resistência o tempo todo.
Fora assim, eu não vou temer lá no centro da cidade, eu não vou temer em lugar nenhum. Não vou temer. Vai atirar, vai tacar pedra, vai tacar fogo. A gente vai lá devagarinho, faz tudo de novo. Isso aqui é a minha fé, é aquilo que foi determinado para a minha vida. Então, o que me motiva é isso, fé.
Se vocês me permitirem, eu vou cantar o hino da Umbanda para que todos possam um dia lembrar. Refletiu a luz divina com todo o seu esplendor, vem do reino de Oxalá, onde há paz e amor, luz que refletiu na terra, luz que refletiu no mar, luz que veio de Aruanda para tudo iluminar. Umbanda é paz e amor, um mundo cheio de luz, é a força que nos dá vida e a grandeza nos conduz. Avante, filhos de fé, como a nossa lei não há, levamos ao mundo inteiro a bandeira de Oxalá. Levamos ao mundo inteiro a bandeira de Oxalá.
Coming up next, we have YPN 10, The Voice of Soweto. The Youth Production Network was inspired by Nelson Mandela and the 2010 South African World Cup. Whilst every stadium in the country was preparing for the World Cup, at the last minute, the building time allowance was cut in half and the team needed significant support and extra help. 40 young production leaders from Soweto Township stepped in and supported the production, providing technical help, photography, and also film. In short, the concert would not have been able to go ahead without them. 2020 marks the 10-year anniversary of YPN, and we are joined by YPN crew chief Jamal Maxey and one of the original World Cup kickoff crew, Wiseman.
Hello, everyone. Thank
Hi,
you.
Jamal. Are you there?
I am there. Thank you, Chichi, for your introduction. I'm enjoying following proceedings today. Thank you very much.
We're so happy to have you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Jamal.
Hello, everyone.
This is Wiseman, and I'm calling from Berlin, Germany. I am a trained youth worker. I came to Berlin to teach in education. I've since got very involved in innovation within EdTech, and I now organize startup and investor pitch nights, supporting especially young people and young entrepreneurs to develop their ideas in the world of education, to have an impact and increase educational quality. I am joined by Wiseman, from South Africa. He's a filmmaker, and he was part of the World Cup kickoff concert that Chichi just mentioned. He was part of the Youth Production Network crew at that event, and so we're really pleased to have him here, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. I got involved in the Youth Production Network through Glastonbury, through Rachel, and Youth Production Network's fantastic, connecting and supporting young people globally, have a passion for live events. So we're looking forward to hearing about your passion, Wiseman, and firstly, let us know what you're doing now, and tell us a little bit about what got you involved in the kickoff concert for the 2010 World Cup.
My name is Wiseman. I'm from South Africa, and well, the first question about how I got involved in the YPN and kickoff concert, it was purely by coincidence. As an aspiring filmmaker, I met a guy called David Westhead, who later introduced me to Rachel. And we were given an opportunity to make this film about this world-renowned photographer, John Cole, who had come to South Africa as a project to, initially, he wanted to recreate a picture that he had taken in 1998 at the Wembley Stadium at the Free Mandela concert. So with that, he sort of created another project wherein he would come to this NGO, this non-governmental organization called Umuzi Photo Club, which taught kids from disadvantaged communities photography. So actually the project was really about John Cole coming in and teaching these guys how to take great pictures and make money out of those pictures. So at Westy, said, look, guys, it's an opportunity to film this whole thing. And that's what happened. So one thing led to the other, because the project was directly linked to the World Cup. We became part of YPN, the technical crew there. And because also the film involved filming the guys setting up and everything. So that's how I got to be involved in the World Cup kickoff concert. Yes.
Thanks. Okay, that makes sense. And we were hearing from Chichi that there was as many as 40 young people that signed up to help get things ready. Roll up their sleeves, come together as a team. Maybe dive into an environment that maybe they weren't used to, setting up a big full-scale professional event. So can you tell me a little bit about the team, the YPN crew, and the different type of... Looks like we're just losing Wiseman for a second, so I'll just return to that question when he comes back. So I'm going to just let you know that he's also an award-winning filmmaker, and we'll hear a little bit more shortly about what came about from that documentary film.
Sorry about that. I have quite a hectic, this working from home is not really easy.
Yeah, we understand.
In fact, for a lot of us, it was such a mind-blowing experience. As I said, coming from Soweto, it's not every day that you are part of this huge, prestigious event like the World Cup kickoff. I mean, it only happens once in a lifetime. So I know that a lot of us were ecstatic, were excited. Speaking from experience, I know that for me, everything was just huge. Everything looked big. I had never worked on an event that big before. The crew was big. The stage was big. The event was big. So it really doesn't get better than that. And it was so much exciting. I know that everyone that I worked with on that event, every time we meet, we all agree that that was one of our best events ever.
I bet. So the people in the team that you were covering, you were obviously filming things that were happening, I imagine, all the time. Is that correct? Yeah? Filming the whole
Yes,
setup.
actually,
yeah?
actually, yes. The whole film was about as much as it was about John Cole and these young people, but the subtext was the build up to the World Cup, because that is what we were covering. And so that's what also made the whole event exciting, because then it meant that we met all these great people, people that we wouldn't have met ordinarily. I remember having met Rachel for the first time, and they were telling us that these guys are from the UK to set up the stage and everything. And I was thinking, this must be the world's greatest event to even get a crew from that part of the world to come and work here. So yeah, it was very exciting.
It was really South Africa putting on a great show, for sure. You're also mentioning it's a great event, and it's an event that you talk about with other members of the team, that in solidarity and just the nostalgia of it. Who are maybe like some big names, or your favorite celebrity or sportsman or whoever it might be that you met during that experience?
I think for me, at the time, I'm a sports person. Even now, I'm a freelancer for our national broadcast. I'm a sports producer there. So, having in the same room with Sepp Blatter, who was the president of FIFA at the time, it's pity I couldn't ask for a picture. And selfies were not very popular at the time. I probably would have taken a selfie or two. But also, the being around Shakira, all these big names, artists from all over the world, the Black Eyed Peas, Shakira. It was just exciting, and you get overwhelmed. Sometimes you forget that you are there to work. You become a groupie. You want to ask for an autograph.
I could maybe empathize with that from the experience of working on both the main stage and the second biggest stage at Glastonbury. It's the same. You get a bit starstruck. It feels a bit surreal, doesn't it? It feels a bit surreal to be like in the close proximity to such big stars. Especially Shakira, she just gets me shaking my hips, even if I'm trying to stand behind the camera and trying to keep it still. So what were the I know you strike me as a very modest and accomplished young man, and I want to hear about what came about from the documentary film that you produced on John Cole and that build up.
Oh wow, that the film was just the cherry on top. Just working on that event. It didn't matter whether we were not paid to work there. It didn't matter whether we would just go in and be flies on the wall. It was the film itself was a cherry on top, because it went on to win an award in the BFI's We the People Film Festival. So it won an audience award there. And actually, it really captured the moment. It captured the excitement. It captured, how how eye-opening the whole event was for us as young South Africans. And it also was able. I'm certain there isn't a film about the World Cup that captured it like we did. Though it was not about the World Cup.
For sure. For the viewers, can you just remind us definitely it's Wembley to Soweto, isn't that the name of the documentary?
Yes, the title is Wembley to Soweto, yes.
Wonderful. And so you also mentioned the And we still got Wiseman on audio. So visual is just temporarily. He's temporarily paused it. So what? Oh, he's back. So it's okay. So I'm curious. So you had like a group of young people that were aspiring photographers.
I'm sorry, I'm really having
okay.
a bit of an unmanageable situation here. I'm actually babysitting, and my 7-year-old is actually keeping my young one in the bedroom, and now it's chaotic. Just give me a minute.
No, you please take a moment. You take a moment. Okay. In the meantime, I'll just give a bit more information about YPN. So I got involved in YPN a few years ago, and it was an opportunity to go to Glastonbury and be part of a Youth Production Network crew team. Firstly, it was in the first year of me being involved, it was working in a part-time catering role, catering and for the artists that were performing on the main stage, and also all the technical crew that were supporting and set up and were running the main stage and the second stage. I became aware of not just the catering sub crew, but also the fact that with YPN, they're interested in upskilling young people in various areas of live event production. The different opportunities at the time were lighting, sound, and also video. And video has been a long-run interest of mine. It's good to talk with Bison more about that. And I got involved in the video sub-team the following year. So Bison's back with us. And
sorry about that.
No worries. I was interested, especially because you mentioned that your focus was on also following those youth mentees that John Cole was supporting, and and I know that we talked earlier. I hear that you've got a long-running passion when it comes to youth mentoring. I think it's a fantastic thing. Can you tell us a little bit more about not just the mentors that you've had that have supported you, but also your commitment to mentoring young people?
In fact, my where I come from, it is a no-brainer to be a mentor, particularly if you have some kind of a skill that you can share, or rather help empower other people. So, because of also having been mentored myself, it became second nature that when I somehow get an opportunity, I also try and bring other young people on board. I had an opportunity also to have great mentors. At some point, I had an opportunity to be mentored by Davis Guggenheim, the producer for The Inconvenient Truth, and a whole lot of other films. So for me, the fact that I had those opportunities, I make it a point that if I do get a gig or a film that I'm working on, for instance, right now I'm doing a film about one of our greatest writers in South Africa. His name was Ken Temba. His work was never published when he was living because of the apartheid era he was living in. So a couple of authors and writers compiled his work and put it together. So it's quite an interesting story. So I'm doing a film about him. And I make sure that every time I go out on a shoot, I bring along 2-3 young people, some who might already be in the field of filmmaking, or even some who are not even there, just to teach them craft. Some of them, they'll come in just as runners, as assistants, and they're quite a huge number of success stories as well, where some of them are working for big corporations and they've made it big just from getting this more opportunities. So for me, I really, it's something that I do as second nature. I just cannot work on any project without bringing in a young person just to learn something from that project.
Because there's a real benefit from experiential learning. It goes, the support goes way beyond what you can learn in the classroom or in essays and exams. Yeah, it's fantastic that you do that. And there's also a risk that comes with that, you know, having trust in a young person and knowing that you're having to put time into, you know, and making sure that they can comprehend and follow instructions and they are eager, and it's that motivation and that openness, and I'm sure you choose them well. So you mentioned that some of them go on to work for other corporations. Do you mean like events producers, events companies, and how are they faring now? How are they doing, these companies during the Corona era? How are things going for them?
Because as much as I'm doing events, but I'm more on the audiovisual side of things. So most of the guys that I mentor would be guys, vision mixers, camera people, and some just go straight to work for TV, television broadcasters. But yes, we have a few who are in eventing, but they mostly specialize in the audiovisual side.
And a lot of the mentoring, I think we talked before, you work through other NGOs, or one main one, don't you, called Sky, is that right?
Yes. In fact, Sky is one big organization that I work with, and it's because I'm not just friends with the founder, but I'm very passionate. The place itself, that community in Kliptown, it's very, very it's a poverty-stricken community. So anything that one can assist with, even taking two young people on a shoot, making sure that all they get is food, something to eat for the day, is something very big. So I've become somewhat very close to Sky, and I use them a lot. I do a lot of projects with them. In fact, we are also putting together a documentary about Sky as an organization.
Oh, wow.
So I'm intending to use the youth from there to be the ones that tell the story, as opposed to me bringing my expertise. So I want them to be a big part of the storytelling and the technical part of that story.
Brilliant. And that's the Sky stands for, just for the viewers, it stands for the Soweto Cape Town Youth.
No, it's actually Soweto Kliptown Youth.
Okay.
Soweto Kliptown Youth, yes.
Cape Town, apologies.
Yeah. So Sky is in a township called Kliptown, which is in Soweto.
Kliptown, apologies. I kept hearing Cape Town before. I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
sorry about that.
And you did touch upon some of the challenges that are faced in that community. How have some of those challenges been exacerbated with the current Corona situation?
Things are bad, devastating to say the least. The coronavirus has brought with it a lot of I don't know how to put this, but it's not just social, already in a community that has got its own social ills. If now and then there's the sudden appearance of a pandemic like Corona, where people already don't have jobs. So the few people that have got something to do, who rely mostly, I can tell you a big number of Soweto youth rely on eventing, on events to make money. And when they become innovative, they put together ideas and that will make sure that the communities at least have got something to do, some form of escapism. So in Kliptown, already that's a poor community. Now there's COVID. And there's just this overwhelming sense of helplessness from these young people who don't even know what's next. No one is saying anything about maybe next year or so. But even if you can say maybe next year things will be better, there are people who are falling. People are dying all over the place. And I must say this: I just buried my father last week. My dad succumbed to COVID. And just a second.
Really, the gravity of situation.
So I just lost my dad. He succumbed to COVID on the 4th of July. And in my neighborhood, in my parents' house, there's about 5 elderly people that passed on in within the 2 weeks. My father was the second one that passed on, and 2 days after, there's a lady that passed on. In fact, 2 ladies that passed on in 2 consecutive days. Just yesterday, I learned of another gentleman who was very close to my dad, who passed on. So this is not only happening where I'm from; it is happening all over Soweto, and there's just, it's sad, and also what's making this thing even worse, that these people, most of them have got chronic diseases. They're diabetic, they've got hypertension. So now you don't only have lack money to buy your bread. You now have issues of people dying around you. I don't know what amount of help. I mean, what amount of resilience you will need to survive that.
Wiseman, I'm terribly sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
I mean, are you seeing? I mean, how are you? Are you seeing the community coming together in ways and your family coming together in ways during this time that hasn't happened before, and people stepping up, and it's just.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and look, I'm from a very strong family background, and my father was a very what can I say? He was a leader in the community church. He was and also, when he passed on, we felt as sad as we were, but there was a sense of pride that came with him having. And funny, a few weeks ago, he was talking with my mother, and he quoted a scripture from the Bible about him having run his race, having kept his faith, having fought his fight. And it was like he knew that it is. So all of those things, they just brought closure. We were said, the one person that I'm really had for is my mother, who lost a best friend. But we are coping, and yeah, it's the new normal with COVID.
It's really sad to hear, and I'm glad that you're able as a family to honor the legacy of your father and as a leader, and I'm sure you're carrying that torch on after him with the mentoring and other things you do, and I thank you for your time, especially during a very difficult time for you, Wiseman, and I send your my commiserations to you and your family, and it's great getting to meet you today and talking with you, and all the best. I hope things look a bit brighter soon, and new leaders emerge, and and we can keep honoring these leaders, fathers and others. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, bye. Cheers.
Hand back to Chi now from the studio.
Thank you so much to YPN, Jamal, Maxi, and also Wiseman. Thank you, Wiseman, for opening up and sharing with us. That's really appreciated. So now we're going to go into an inspiration break. But following up, we have the Women Walk Together Global Walk.
Okay, so now let's focus on generating love and energy of unconditional love and self-love in the body, which is so important today with everyone reacting and getting caught up in chaos and all of this stuff that you see, this divisive behavior that's happening in society. The most important thing for us to do is to stay in love. So how do we stay in love? Well, we recognize that one, love is at the core of our beings and love is all around us. And all we need to do is bring our attention and our awareness upon it. So what I want you to do is just shake out your body. And I want you to take a deep inhalation and exhale. And you're going to repeat these words. I want you to download unconditional love and self-love in your body now at 1,000. I want you to download unconditional love and self-love in your body right now at 2,000. And breathe in between. I want you to download unconditional love and self-love into your body at 3,000. Inhale and exhale in between. I want you to download into your body at 4,000 unconditional love and self-love. You're going to do that till you get up to 20,000. And I want you to breathe in between each thing you say. You want to say the words exactly as I said them. I want you to download into your body unconditional love and self-love at 4,000. Breathe in between and then go to 5,000. Breathe in between and go to 6,000. You will then draw in unconditional love and self-love into your body. And the most important thing is to know that the more unconditional love and self-love that you are bringing in through your awareness into your body, you are literally creating yourself to become a love ambassador. And we need more of those on earth now than ever. Love you.
Hello everybody, it's Mandy Sangira here from the UK. I am somebody who stands for the rights of every human being, regardless of their race, their ethnicity, their gender, their age. For me, it's around tackling inequalities around the world. Somebody who's leading on SG5, which is promoting gender equality, it's really important that we leave no one behind. I have been very lucky that I have managed to smash the glass ceiling and it has become a floor for the next generation. I want my legacy to be that everyone is given a seat and they are able to walk in my footsteps. However, I know that actually so many young people are not being given an opportunity, and especially women of colour. Black women, Asian women, Latinos, and so many other women are left behind. In America, a black woman is paid 30 cents less in the dollar to the man. How can she educate her children? How can she put food and keep a roof over her head during this pandemic? If we don't address these real differences, these real inequalities, then we're not going to get a change. There are such discriminations that happen. There are biases that people have unconsciously and they don't recognize them sometimes. But actually, now is the time to act. It's now the time to step up and walk forward and take your tribe with you. For me, it's around mentoring. If you are a woman in a position of power and privilege and you are able to help others, then you need to do that. We cannot just sit on the fence and think that Black Lives Matter doesn't apply to us, because it does. Because like I've been calling out my own community, the South Asian community, we have to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Afro-Caribbean community in the UK. Because actually, if you stood in front of a racist, they would not discriminate. They would discriminate against us regardless whether we were Black, Asian, Chinese, whatever. You're still a minority to that person. So we have to unite, we have to come stronger. As we walk together on the 18th, I want you to think about pulling out a seat and giving somebody a seat next to you in the boardroom. I have met such talented, amazing women of colour who are so talented and they have so much ambition, so much drive. You know, I just love it. However, when I go to boardrooms, when I go to the UN or go to other places, I never see many women around the table that look like me or of Afro-Caribbean descent or Latinos, and it really saddens me. Somebody who goes to the UN on a regular basis, the first statue that you see when you enter the building is of Nelson Mandela, and it just fills my heart with hope. And I had the pleasure of meeting Kofi Annan a couple of times, and he's a great man who believed in empowering the next generation. He really believed in making sure that we leave no one behind. We have seen President Obama stand up for gender equality. He wanted women to be paid equal. We are still having the same conversations. We are still talking about social justice. We're still talking about inequalities. We're talking about gender equality. We're talking about wanting just to have the same basic rights. I hope that you're going to join me and look at tackling this, because actually it's now time to make a change by empowering the next generation of change makers and giving them a seat. In the next few weeks, I'm going to be doing a summit with 16 young campaigners from across Africa, from 14 countries. They are leading this conference because actually they want to talk and tell the world around them how COVID has affected them, how it's affected women, the girl child. There are so many issues that are affecting women at this moment in time: gender-based violence, inequalities. Women are the face of COVID. They are the caregivers, they are becoming the teachers, they are our frontline staff, whether they're nurses or care workers. And actually, we have not looked after these women. We have failed them, and we have sat here and turned a blind eye. Living in the UK, it actually has saddened me to see how COVID has brought all the inequalities to the surface. That actually, me being a woman of colour, there's a greater chance of me dying from COVID. That is shocking. It is sad, and we need to call people out. We need to start empowering our young people and make sure that they represent us in every single industry and every single sector of society. We have to look at creating real apprenticeships and real opportunities, because not education is for everyone, but actually we need to be looking at tapping into young people, because otherwise, if we don't, then nothing changes. We will have the same issues in 20 years down the line again. We are now, the world is in a very strange place. For the first time, the whole world has come together. The world has come together to fight an invisible enemy. Now, we need to look at promoting equality. We need to look at what can companies do. It's not just about lip service and it's like, oh great, we've got a woman in the board and we tick the box. It's more than that. We need to be looking at women with disabilities, we need to look at women with ethnicities, we need to start tackling all those intersectionalities that are stopping us and affecting us on a daily basis. It's not easy, but I know that we can all do this together, and if we take one step at a time, we will get this justice, because actually, like never before have I ever seen such movement and the world coming together. I think enough's enough. We have a responsibility to support each other. And instead of trying to be cutthroat to everyone else and thinking, well, actually, I don't want to give her a seat, we need to become the change that we want to see in the world. I want to just wish everyone all the best on the 18th, whether you're going to do a walk, whether you're going to be playing football, whether you're going to be playing music or singing, dancing or skipping, whatever you're going to do, please just keep moving forward. And also make sure that you're taking somebody up behind you and leave no one behind. It is so important that we actually never forget the legacy of Nelson Mandela and Kofi Annan and pay homage to the people that have gone before us, because actually they really are the most inspirational men that have walked this earth. And they were men of colour. We need the next Kofi Annan to be coming through the ranks. We want prime ministers and we want governments to reflect the community that we have. So if, the only way we can make a change is from within the system. And I just want to wish you all the best next week, everybody, and stay safe. And I'm going to give you a high five for gender equality, because SG5 is about promoting gender equality. So I hope you're all going to join me and do a high five. So thank you, stay safe, and thank you again.
Welcome back. So we are now lining up for our Women Walk Together Global Walk. But first, here's a short VT to tell the story.
Being a young black woman in South Africa means a lot positively and a lot negatively. Being exposed to opportunities that will groom you in life. You are exposed to, being heard as a woman, as a young woman. You have the opportunity to be known for who you are. You have the opportunity to be yourself. But at the same time, you're also faced with situations where your life is standing on a thin line, because it also means being at risk of falling into the hands of anyone that might exploit you. My name is Amkelani. I'm from Soweto in Kliptown, and I work at the Sky Center, Learning Center, and I help kids with their schoolwork. I'm also a student doing my studies in education. As soon as I'm done, I can go into the education sector formally. I've got a group of girls that I usually sit with, and then we talk about the challenges that they are facing and how to tackle them. My role is to teach them that To be a girl child does not mean to be someone's tool. You are not a fountain of pleasures for young men and older men. You are not a river where someone has got to go and drink so that in return you are not worth the school shoes that they give to you. You are not worth that dress that they buy simply because your mom can't afford. You are not worth the 50 rand that they give you for you to buy food at home. I usually tell them that they shouldn't allow themselves to be made by their circumstances. Yes, it is hard for now, but endure the pain, knowing that in future you'll be able to look at yourself in the mirror and smile and so on. I went through that. 80% of people would be prostitute, but I chose not to be one. Or I was, but then again I found hope. The Freedom Charter itself plays a big role. But the problem with us is we are not the ones who are living the Freedom Charter. The laws are there, they have been made, that everybody's got the right to education, everybody shall be equal before the law, there shall be food and all of that, basic needs for everybody. But there are aspects that I feel that the Freedom Charter is not covering, which are the most important in human beings. Where are there no laws to create peace for human beings, people know that when I go to a health facility, like you said, that I've got the right to good health. Yes, you have the right to good health, but when you go there, you only receive medical attention. But there is no way that you would receive professional emotional help. You only find it at certain places. The Freedom Charter actually is there, but we are not living the Freedom Charter. We are afraid to live the Freedom Charter. We feel like it is not for us, especially if you come from a community as small as Kliptown. When you go to read the Freedom Charter, you think that I've got the right to what? Education. My rights shouldn't be violated, but daily you see people's rights being violated, and we are the ones who allow that because we are so ignorant of the Freedom Charter.
Pledge my love to Africa.
At the Global Citizen, I observed something, that event wasn't just one more event. The purpose of the event, which was to honor Nelson Mandela's legacy, went out as a loud voice calling out for nations to come together. There were people from Africa, there were people from outside Africa. It was like a magnet that had brought everyone together. But then there was this moment that really struck me the most when I started thinking about if Nelson Mandela was still alive and seeing all this that is happening then, it is because of him that people from all over the globe had come together just to celebrate for one night, no matter how far they've traveled from, no matter the expenses, of the traveling that they had to do in order for them to be there. How would he feel? Then I started creating his image on stage while some were performing, some were speaking, and I just imagined in my mind that Nelson Mandela is here with us. We all know that we said long live Tata, you live forever. But at the same time, I on my own put him on the stage to witness the deeds of his name. In order for him to know that his name has gone out as an aroma that brings everyone together. Like that perfume when you sprinkle it once and then it goes all out and everybody enjoys the aroma. That's what his name has done. And seeing that, everybody was willing to be with everybody, the battle of the skin color had been fought and won. My message to the world, especially to the women, is woman, without you, there is no world. You birth humans, you bring life. Know yourself, know your value. You are like a 200 rand note. If I take it and I squeeze it in my hand and I throw it on the floor, if somebody picks it up, they go to buy with it in the shop, it still works because it does not lose value. So no matter what life does to you, no matter how many times you get broken, no matter how times you feel small, no matter how many times you are discriminated, everything that you're going through, just know that robbers don't break into empty houses. They break into houses where they know they'll find something valuable. So is life as well. So are people who are putting you through hardships. They are doing that because they want to be you, but they can't be you. So they are finding a way to break you. You need to stand your ground. You need to know yourself. The moment you know your value, the moment you know where you come from, the moment you know that a woman never loses her value, then you've got it. Life will never break you. Nobody will ever put you down, because when you know the power and purpose of a woman on earth, then you've got the whole reasons to walk half close to the sky. We as women all over the world, we need to unite. We need to come together and build our societies. We need to come together and bring who we are. Every woman has got their own special personality. Let us bring the inner beauty outside. Let us shine with the inner beauty. Let us give the love that we have outside. The love that comes from a woman, be it a mother, a sister, or whatever, is not replaceable. Once you lose those people, even if you can have another woman, but that love can't be replaced. Let us be women who build young women to become who we wanted to be, but we couldn't be for some reason. Let us be women who stand up for other women. Let us be women who don't fault other women. Let all the women come together, take this journey together, Instead of blaming me, blame someone for me. If you know that I've been vulnerable, it was beyond me. Instead of shouting at me, shout for me. Let us unite and have one voice. Let all the women of the world speak one voice. Let us walk one journey. It is time for women to walk together.
Women Walk Together was inspired and launched on the 18th of July 2018 from Johannesburg in celebration of the 100-year anniversary of Nelson Mandela. Women Walk Together is the first global showcase for women's leadership. 5 events pioneered by 5 different female teams in 5 countries, all streamed live. Now, let's go to the live panel and walk leader, Amo Koza.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Amo. Can you see me?
Hi, Chichi. I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Oh, okay. So at least you can hear me, so that's good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, and how's yourself?
I'm doing great. It's fantastic to be here today. So would you like to introduce us to what you'll be doing today and also your walk group?
Sure. So today, as we are celebrating Nelson Mandela's 102nd birthday, we are looking back at Women Walk Together's work in the Mandela Mile. So my name is Amo from Soweto in South Africa. And where I come from is just a very big township, actually, in South Africa, but it's so ancient. It's backdated. There's not much going on. In the 21st century, 2020, you still find a township without water for the people, without sanitation. Without electricity, without a school, a library, or anything. So my journey with Women Walk Together began at the NPO I was working at. That worked together with Women Walk Together to empower young women. That was in 2018. So when Rachel came and introduced Women Walk Together, we actually took an opportunity. It was a lot of us, and that's where everything started. So today we are continuing with the Mandela Mile that we have started 2 years ago.
That's amazing. And as a credit to you, we know that you're still going ahead with this walk, even though you guys have been facing major power shortages there. So we just want to commend you for doing that. That's incredible.
Thank you very much. It's been such a journey.
And now, sorry, Amy, go ahead.
Okay, so today I'm watching live on Facebook are some of the friends who have always been in support of Women Work Together. We've got Alfred in Soweto, but he's in isolation. We also have Shoni, who is part of Women Work Together, and a few to mention. So they're all live on Facebook and watching, but even though some of them have signal issues due to the power cuts throughout a lot of Soweto townships, but actually they've been trying.
Wow, that's incredible. That's amazing. I mean, thank you for sharing with us so far, Amu. I am going to leave our audience in your trusted hands. So now handing over to you.
All right.
It started.
Can I go ahead? Hello?
Yeah, I think you can.
Okay, so today we are looking at the life of a hero all over the world who inspired people everywhere. So Women Work Together is one of the organizations that were inspired by Nelson Mandela's work and Nelson Mandela's strength, Nelson Mandela's perseverance and patience. And Women Work Together looks at empowering women in their different journeys of life. And in South Africa, actually, I'm one of the people who can say that Women Work Together has walked a mile with me, in the footsteps of Nelson Mandela. And I've also walked Nelson Mandela's footsteps, a mile with Women Work Together. So as we saw the short film that was made last year, I'll speak about it a little bit. That was inspired by the work that I was doing at the NPO that I worked for, where I moved to Women Work Together. For me, it's a Mandela Mile walk, because that work was part of reaching out to people who were in the same challenges that I was in, who had the same problems that I had. But out of the circumstances, I volunteered my life to go out there and reach out to, a lot of people. And Women Work Together came in and inspired my work. So I'm not sure if any one of you has any questions for me.
Not really. I think it's fine. We can move the next panels.
I think maybe we should introduce ourselves now. What do you think, Amu?
Yes, please do introduce yourselves. My signal was a bit weak, but now it's back on.
Do you want to start, Susie?
Yes, please. Yes. Oh, do I want to start? Yes, I'll start.
Now is it on right now, and we're going live right now in terms of the program is concerned?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So my name is Susie Carlino. I'm here in the UK. I've been working in the events industry for many years. 1992, I got involved with dressing and theming parties. I managed to get some work with a lighting company as their drapes girl. And
this was a great start for me because I was able to learn about lighting effects and using the fabrics and textures to create these beautiful environments. So it was a really good learning curve in the beginning to come up through this way, as I'd always been an arty type, as it were, and wanted to make beautiful work. And I also wanted to craft. So this really suited me as I was building and creating sets, even though just temporary. It was, in some ways, that's really good because you can really evolve your work constantly. It's always changing. And I think that really just suited me. So where I am moving on kind of through the years, I've dressed a lot of nightclubs and events and weddings, do a lot of product launches, corporate dining, both here in UK and abroad. And today, where I am today is I'm now offering training workshops in drapes, specializing in walls and all aspects of it with different types of fabrics, designs, fixtures, fittings. And then I offer a workshop on ceiling dressing, so looking at how you can drape a ceiling and what different styles you can use depending on the venue. I'm doing a workshop on wedding decor, and throw in a little bit of health and safety as well, as it's such a huge part to play. And I'm in the middle of doing a book on production, because all them jobs that I did so you could just get good photos, I've now got all these photos that I want to put into a book to inspire people to come into this industry and see what can be done, just with a little bit of fortitude. It's been a great industry to be in because it's so huge. There's so many aspects to it, and it's kind of an industry that people fall into as well. So it's quite fun. That's kind of me very briefly. So I'll pass on maybe to one of my colleagues so they can introduce themselves as well. Santana.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Santana Davis from J. Davis Pro Sound and Lighting, Bangalore, India. Primarily, we are a rental company of sound, lights, video, and trussing. We are a 38-year-old company started by my father, and I'm continuing his business right now and taking it to the next level. So I welcome all the other panelists who are here. Nice to see you all. And I'm really honored and proud for having this opportunity to represent my country, India, on this wonderful platform and initiative, #Women Walk Together, the global event production showcase for women. It's such a privilege to be working under the guidance of two most greatest ambassadors for mankind, Sir Nelson Mandela and Sir Kofi Annan. So Nelson Mandela, a strong-willed man who would have ever thought or imagined that this aged, gray-haired man jailed for 27 years would one day walk free and unite the country of South Africa. And Kofi Annan, definitely a leader, being the 7th Secretary General of United Nations, founder and chairman of Kofi Annan Foundation, a Nobel Prize winner for peace, a man who was a constant advocate for human rights. So now it is in our hands of how we lead these missions and bring and make a difference to bring the gender equality in our society. So having said and given a small introduction of myself, I am actually working, in terms of Women Walk Together on a different scale from India, and a lot of Indian supporters who are definitely with us in terms of supporting this Women Walk Together. I never thought a casual conversation over a cup of coffee with Rachel in India about 2 years ago would lead to such a giant initiative and taken us to this level. So with careful planning, I'm sure we have a lot of exciting things lined up for future, for the growth of women in the technical field. I would also like to put across my thoughts and feelings in the later stage, where what I would really want to do for Women Walk Together and how we can take this to the next level. So with this, this is my short introduction, and I would, as we move on, we'll discuss more about what we could do for Women Walk Together.
Okay. Sorry, just a little bit. Thank you, Fabiana. You're such an inspiration, especially for someone coming from India. You know, nobody ever thought that there could be such people who do great works, actually. In India, because most of the history of India that I have known has always been about the villages, you know, and all of that. But when I heard that Women Walk Together has launched in India, that was an inspiration for me to say that since I have said that where I come from, it's not such an advanced place. I actually linked it to India. And so when Women Walk Together launched into India, I felt even more motivated to do the work that I have been doing. Thank you very much for being such an inspiration.
Thank you. And it was one of the most successful events we could ever pull off with all the support of people down here, right from all the event companies to all my industry colleagues. And we did quite a massive event in India. That was really good.
Oh, that's actually, it's actually soul reviving, you know, and it's something very beautiful. I can not say it. Thank you very much, Fabiana.
Thank you.
Okay. We can move to someone else. Introduction.
Yeah, I think it's me now. Well, I'm Fabiana Lian. I've been working always in music field. I started as a singer, and then one day I was invited to my first concert to do band interpreter, and then I moved from there to be tour manager, and I've been tour managing for like 25 years for international acts in Brazil and in South America. When I started, it was very usual that I was the only girl on a tour with 25 or 30 men. I think many of you ladies here have been in a such situation. And I could see many women getting in, and we started to support each other most of the times when there wasn't some kind of competition. That used to be something, but in the 90s, it used to happen a lot. And then I for like last 10 years, I've been lecturing, speaking, and teaching courses for show business in show business area. And I've been teaching about production, about technical. I bring over many speakers from all over the world. And it's been a challenge because, I mean, people that grew in production, they probably, most of them, is more likely that they learn it by doing. But then with all this development on entertainment, I think we have like a method, we have a system, and that's what I'm trying to show and to spread to you people. And in 2014, I founded On Stage Lab, which is my school, and we've been doing this since then. And I have a lot of women. I mean, many of my classes, I have like 70% of women, but not all of them get hired for stage management. for instance. So this is I think that's the last barrier in my view, and this is something I personally take as something I want to change. And I joined Women Walk Together in 2018. We did some live events. Santana was there. There were people from Soweto. Were you there, Amo? I don't remember that. Yeah. And it was so great to be part of it as a symbol of equality. And even if we've been walking a lot so far, I think women are in a different position, at least in some part of the society. But I think we still have a lot to change and a lot to mindset to change mainly. Thank you.
Okay, and sorry to interrupt before we move on. With that having been said, I'll tell you about my first experience at the Michael Theatre in South Africa in 2018. You know, when we went in actually and saw everything that we were supposed to be doing, I looked at Rachel and I looked at the other girls who were with us, and I asked myself, are we really going to be doing this? Because I still had in my mind that it was a men's world, you know. So, but once I got the experience and the excitement of it and the energy, then I realized that there's nothing called a men's world. If a man can do it, a woman can also do it. And it's thrilling, you know, it's thrilling. It was thrilling. And it's yet to be thrilling to other girls who are still going to get the opportunity to be exposed to the industry. Because honestly, my experience, I felt a bit critic to myself that how do you think you're going to do this? The equipment is heavy, the work demands strength, you know, it's for long hours. And at the end of the day, I came down and said, no, there are women who've been in this, and like Rachel told us that sometimes she was being bullied and despised because she was a woman in the industry. But that's where I took my inspiration from. Not only me, but there is Flonnie as well. She's part of Men Up Together, and she's so passionate about this industry. So looking at us, I can say that for us, it was a new industry that was introduced. Honestly speaking, that was for the first time in my life I saw something like that. That was for the first time in my life I knew that there was this kind of an industry where, you know, things happen like this. We've always watched shows and all of that, but we didn't know where everything was coming from. So that's from... In fact, when you say you still have a lot to change for so many women out there who are in the industry, it's very inspiring and motivating, because now I'm beginning to feel that we all have a part to play, because so many girls don't even know about it. And even guys who know about it don't really open up to girls about it, because they feel like they're going to need help when they're at work because everything is heavy and all of that. But actually, it's about the love for doing what we do. Thank you so much.
Cool.
We can move on.
Okay. So are we going to discuss the challenges of the women face in production actually? So Susie, you want to start with the challenges? What does the challenges you face for women in production?
For me, this is a tricky one, because I never thought of it as a challenge, whether you're male or female. I just see that it's just a challenge. You know, there's so many elements to it. Challenges in production. I mean, I just know that with challenge in production, it's just kind of the formula of time, budget, location, clients' expectations, and you know, meeting all the criteria, really. I just think that you just really get to know what your craft is and what it is you bring to the table, and there's a trust that you build with your clients and to deliver, and as long as you deliver, they'll always come back, because they need to have somebody that's got their back, that's able to, do what they say and deliver what they have said they're going to deliver. And so the key is just to be professional in what you do, and honesty, really, because I think when you're producing an event, there's a huge amount of things that can go wrong. So you're constantly changing and evolving to make that event work, no matter what's thrown at you. I mean, we once showed up to dress an outdoor stage, and to find out they built it in the wrong position, and it had to be dismantled and moved a meter over. So you're instantly set back 4 hours, and you've really got to jump. So I think, that's what I've experienced anyway. I think it's been pretty good, really, as far as challenges go.
So I'm sure that challenges varies from region to region, culture to culture. There's a difference where probably the challenges what India faces could be different from what you face in UK or probably in Brazil or any other country. So from Indian perspective, it's always been a male-dominated world, whereas event production is always a male-dominated world, and never thought women could enter in this kind of event production field. But as you know, we don't find much women working in the event management, though we find not in event production, but we find women working in event management, but not in the production part of event management, which is the technical aspect of an event. But having said that, if you look at urban India, where it is moving at a rapid pace, and we find more women in different walks of life, what it used to be before, but what you see now, the urban India is growing. The women are really being seen in every aspects of industry. Probably why we don't find women production or women in the production industry is because lack of awareness of this industry. So that's the main point why we don't see much of women in the event production. But that is one of the challenges what we would like to work on. And then also parents, may not feel that this is the right, kind of a job or something which women could enter. That could be because of erratic time schedules of our industry. We don't have any kind of a fixed time schedule where we work on. And the time management becomes very difficult for a woman. And she has to balance between work life and the family life and also children. So when moving further, how women balances becomes a challenge in the event industry. And obviously women's safety also comes into picture, where traveling alone in the travel late at nights also is one of the challenges what we see. And probably also women may not find that much of time if she has to balance the family in terms of learning new technology upcoming, like how men can do. But I'm not saying that it applies to all the countries, but what I feel that in certain countries it's difficult because she has to work and balance. Because when India is just coming out of the conservative way of being what women could do. But now, as I said, the things are changing. We could find a lot of women right from different walks of life. It's just that we need to create awareness of women working in this industry of event production. I have seen a couple of women entrants in this field, but who have taken up, event production as their career, and they're really doing well. And we are always having an eye on them and giving them opportunities to work with us or with the other event companies or the big events which happens in India. And I'm really quite kicked about it in terms of bringing them in the forefront and showcasing them that women can do these kind of events and with all these challenges. And it's just that we need to guide them as such. This is my take on the challenges for women in event production in India.
Great. Amu, what about you? What are the challenges you see there?
Okay, so with us, being in Africa, and knowing well that in some areas of Africa and South Africa, I must confess, there are provinces where women's lives are already planned out, that when you are born a female, your duty is to go to school, and also learn the domestic works, the domestic chores in the house, such as cooking, cleaning. And when you do find a job, it should be a job that enables you to have time to come back home and do the cooking and do the cleaning and wash everyone's clothes and do the ironing, everything that's got to do with housework. And when you begin to work in an industry like the live production, and when your time is limited, you work at night, you work like so many hours, and it looks like you're such an irresponsible, and now you are becoming a man. So when that happens, it gives a lot of criticism, especially when some males get to know the kind of work they should do in the industry that you're involved with. Now they start to see you as a competition. They start to see you as someone who wants to man up, a woman who wants to man up. They begin to see you as a proud woman. I mean, you're not even fit to be called a woman because you are taking into a world that nobody expected you to be, because it's not all the time when you have time to give birth to a child and raise a child and be controlled by someone telling you, do this, do that. You don't have the full hours that you need to have, as a woman for the housework. And when you get someone to work for you, then it comes out now that, she's actually lazy. But in all of these, I have realized that, we just need to change our mindset. Because with us, the only criticism is about you trying to be a man and you being looked at society, with the eyes of she thinks she's someone or she thinks she's better than everyone. So those are the challenges that in South Africa we face. Like I said, there are places where women's lives are already drawn, that when you are born a female at this age, you should already be done with schooling, you should already be. In Africa, most of the time, it's about you growing up so that you can be taken by a certain man, and raise a family. That's how most of the villages are. But with us in the urban area, it's about you being expected to take on them, the light duties, being a teacher, a social worker, a nurse, and all of that. So even with my own experience, when I first encountered Women Not Together, and I also get additional training through Women Not Together at one of the companies that Women Not Together worked with. With my mom, it also came as, look, you are doing this kind of work, you are working with heavy stuff, and you know that it's not good for you as a girl. You might end up not being able to have children. You might not end up having time to live your own life, So really, it actually makes us to be stereotyped in a way, to say that women are supposed to take on this kind of work and not this kind of work. And of course, also with health and safety, it also comes in such as you are not strong enough to do this, you are not fit enough to do this because you are female, so those are the issues that we are looked with. And also the complaint that the men and women who work in this industry are not paid the same. I've never seen that, actually. And I'm not ready to see it if it exists, because I believe that if a man can do a work and I do it, we get paid equally. So someone also told me, someone who's been in the industry as a freelancer for so many years, that that women get paid less here. And I said, no, what I know is that if you are a freelancer and I'm freelance, we're gonna get paid the same, you see. So this in our country, we are more, it's like decisions are more gender-based, and society expects something common from all girls. So when you go out as a female and do something that nobody expects, you are in for it.
Fantastic. I want to make a parallel here that became actually a symbol of all this about women in production. One day I was having a coffee with a friend. She's a pilot, an airplane pilot, and she used to be a stewardess. And then one day she flew with a woman in charge, like the commander of the plane. And then she asked herself, wow, is that even possible? Can I do that? And then she is where she is. I mean, we live in a society where women still ask themselves, can I do that? And I think this is the key for us to start to transform something. And that's why I think, Brazil, as Santana said, it varies region by region. And of course, I'm from São Paulo, like a big city where the issues will be different in the inner part of Brazil. I'm sorry, the dogs must be like crazy from my neighbor here. And but there are some worse issues in many places. But one common one that I could take as part of my fight here is that last boys club, which is the technical part. Even if there are some women, like even Susie here, she works for a lighting company, and you hire a lot of girls, we still don't have many women you see in international tours. You don't see women in charge as production managers, as the chief of lighting or sound. There are some, of course, and some good ones, but it's still the minority there. So if I say that a good challenge is equality in opportunities and on being chosen for this or that job, I think we still have that myth that women are not strong enough to pull a cable or to do this or that, or to carry a case or things like that. And I think we still need to prove and prove and prove that we're able to do that.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
I can't hear Fabia.
My audio is off. What are for you guys, what are the inspirations of women in production? Can you start, Susie?
Yeah.
Okay. Inspiration of women in production.
Hello, can you please repeat the question again?
She was asking me what are the inspirations in production. A bit stuck with that one. I just find that, I think from what you were saying, it is in this industry, it's really challenging just to get new people into it. And, that's a huge challenge, male or female, because, or like you say, like somebody said, that you've got women who do event management, but not event production. And that is true. But I think here in the UK, there's courses now that you can do event management, but there's nothing on production. You can go and do lighting or sound or video. But when it just comes to the design production, it's a bit lost. So I'd like to see that be established more as a thing that can be taught. And I think that in that case, then it make it more, how can you say? I think it's just for us to promote it more so that people can see that this is a great opportunity to be creative, to work hard and to, create something really special. And just for that, it makes it really special. It makes it so different from any other job, where you could be doing the same thing every day. I mean, with this industry, you spend a couple of days in the office and then you're out on site, and it could be anywhere. And just the camaraderie of just getting involved on an event is great. It's really exciting. And so if we can promote that to inspire more people to come into this industry, we need lots of young people in this doing it, really. I feel for this country anyway. So, if we can concentrate this time to inspire people, male and female, to come on board, that would be really cool.
So, for me, actually, I would like to say a popular quote from Melinda Gates, who says, women speaking up for themselves or for those around them is the strongest force we have to change the world. So the women can inspire women. So women set an example for other women who could, get into these kind of tough professions, and they can still prove that they can be the best. So, for example, how a woman could inspire another woman is like setting an examples by themselves. Like I would say, like in India, there are women like a woman by name Kiran Bedi, who became the first woman to join the Indian police service, and she also acclaimed to achieve the best as a appointed police advisor for the Secretary General of UN in 2003. So, she is such an inspiration for other women that during the riots, she was the only woman standing in the middle of the road and with a stick around to hit the men. So these kind of inspirations, and like you have Mary Kom as another woman from India, who's one of the boxing champion, who's come from a very small village. You won't even recognize that it's in the very remote place of India. And she is still the world champion in boxing. Like women like these. You talk about another lady called Seema Rao. She's the first woman commando trainer in India. And you have another a lady called Irom Shanu Sharmila. And she's called the Iron Lady of India. She fought for civil rights and political activist. She went on a hunger strike for 16 years, protesting against Armed Forces Special Powers Act ordained by the Indian government. So what happens is in India, the Bollywood, I am sure you know Bollywood, which is a big film industry in India. And now they take this women's inspirations and they make a very good biopic, which is really changing the way women look at taking up these professions, which makes a big difference. So what I would like to say is that women by themselves has to inspire another women to come into these, so they can make them believe that they can do this. And I think these are the women who are setting inspirations for others. And I'm sure with bringing awareness about event industry through Women Walk Together, we should be able to set examples by publicizing these kind of women on social media, that this is the field, and obviously people or the parents will look upon that, oh, what is this field all about? We never heard about this field. I think my daughter can fit into that. And this is the kind of inspirational moves we'll start building. I think this is what I would look as an inspiration for women for event industry.
Okay.
Like to have a word?
It's me. Okay. So yes, it's Amu here. First, I would like to say now I can see all of you. I don't know how it happened, but everyone just started appearing on my screen. Hey. I'm so happy. Yeah, now I can see all of you. My God. And now I can even hear everyone well. So inspiration for women in the industry and inspiring more upcoming women. I think it's time that we young women start looking up to women who have been part of a lot of struggles in life. Like in South Africa, we've got a lot of women, for example, such as Miriam Makeba. She was a musician and also she was a freedom fighter. We've got ex-wife, to the late Nelson Mandela. She's also late, Winnie Mandela. We have a woman called Abigail Kubeka. She was also part of the struggle. We've got Mrs. Sisulu, who was part of the struggle as well. And, we need to draw inspiration from such women in saying that if they did it, we can also do it. I mean, the political issues back in the day, it was more men involved because they were believed to be able to stand up and fight. But when I look at Umamu Winnie Mandela, it was the woman who was able to confront policemen on an injustice that she saw. She was a woman who was able to stand up against law officers and actually point a finger at their forehead and say, but this is wrong. So also we need to have the same attitude, and we also need to learn to pass the same attitude to young girls, to say that, we can fight this war because it's actually a war, to know that women are being sidelined, especially in Africa, out of this industry. So we need to be able to fight by all means to draw women into the industry, to draw women into the battle, so that's why we can be able to execute the skills that we have. A lot of women are creative. A lot of women, they've got beautiful ideas, but they're so limited to many things, to many circumstances, because there's no one to inspire them. So also movements like Women Work Together, it's a movement that has gone out actually to reach out to so many women out there, to say that, guys, here is a certain industry, and Women Work Together has been doing this for so long. If Women Work Together has done it for over 20 years, why can't I come in and do it as well? Why can't I be, inspired by Women Work Together, every woman in there, and take part of it and do what exactly they are doing? So also it is important to let the girls who are still in school to know that, guys, the career exhibitions that you have, they are not telling you everything. Here's an industry that you could love, apart from having career exhibitions in school telling you to be a nurse, a doctor, a midwife, a teacher, a lawyer, a social worker. But we women in the production industry need to reach out to girls in schools and have our own career exhibitions in schools, and be able to let the young girls out there know and show them all the beautiful work that has been done so far, to say that, guys, here is something that you would like to venture into. So there are opportunities, but they just need someone to reach out there, and it is our duty to do so, and take advantage of so many movements out there. There are so many companies who are offering learnerships, and they're not even looking at the person's gender. So those are the things that we need to do for the young girls out there, so that tomorrow we can have women actually as being equal with men. All that we need to do is to be able to master, the courage in ourselves. Especially, I would like to speak about African girls, because we are so stereotyped about life. There's a stigma that is pushing us to make decisions, to say that, but, this is not for women, this is not for us. But at the end of the day, we need to be able to let them know that that's a mentality that was used back in the day. But today we have, the opportunities to come in and do the things that our mothers couldn't do, our grandmothers couldn't do, the people back in our time who couldn't do, it is the opportunity for us to do all these things. So that is the inspiration that we have, and expose these young girls out there to the work that is going on.
Fantastic. And well, this actually takes me to our last question. What will be the future for women? As we all saw in all those answers from inspiration, women still need to inspire each other. We still need models because we don't have that many or as many as we wanted to have or we needed to. So the future, I say, is that we won't need any more heroes in our industry. I won't need that model of women. I think we could be just regular, like all women can be everywhere and doing all kind of jobs in the industry and just being part of it in equality, like I can do whatever I want to do, and I'll be, no matter if I'm Black, if I am a girl, if I'm 20 or if I'm 55, I want to be part of the same industry in equality. I think this is my ideal world of future. And I think one more thing that we might be learning now in this pandemic time is that it's getting clear for everybody how interdependent we are. Like if someone does something bad in the industry, it will reflect on you, even if it's nothing to do with your job, your little box specifically. And as we are seeing people dying because one thing you do here and there, I think this will probably be part of the future. We will understand that our actions will reflect in everywhere, and I hope this is something loud in our industry.
So for me, vision for women in the future is, first and foremost, we need to create and bring about awareness of this industry to the world, so that people know that there's an industry like this exists and women can work in such an industry and still they can make a career in this industry. That's the awareness first we need to bring. And I think I will be looking forward to work towards that vision. And my thoughts are like, to take this vision, how do we create this vision? How do we gonna broadcast it across? So take it to the universities of this vision of women walk together, who have event courses and even management colleges, technical institutions, where we can talk about special packages for women at a good price. When women comes on board, we can, through Women Walk Together, I thought I could, work together and get some special discounts and packages for them to join such a thing, to encourage them to take this initiative and, join this field. We have now started an association called ESA, which is an Event Equipment and Services Association. We never had an association before, so our rental industry is not even recognized as such. We know we have good rental companies in India. There are big rental companies in India, but we never had got together to create an association for our own self to represent us to the government or to whatever as a national body. Now that has come into the picture, and we have the entire Indian Association who are, it's a big thing in India. So through that association, I would also promote women where, that's the vision, to encourage their own families, people who are already in this business, to encourage their own children, to come into this field where they have women children and women child. They'll think that it's not the field for them. No, but I would like to set an example with my own two daughters. She's already finished her college, and she's going to get into this kind of field, and she's going to be doing technical courses and business management to run this business, probably take over from me as soon as possible. So this is what I would also set an example as a vision to take Women Walk Together. And probably we're going to have a massive discussion with the national body, like even national body, where a lot of activities are happening in India, where I would like to approach these associations and make a part of Women Walk Together as one of their main initiatives in whatever activities or programs they would conduct in the future. So I think this is another step forward as such, as a vision. And coming to my own company, which is J. Davis Pro Sound and Lighting, which I'm already working of promoting women. So on most of the big shows and concerts we do, we send out, kind of creatives across India saying that we are doing this event. Any women would like to come in as an intern and would like to work on this events are most welcome. So like that, we have invited so many women who would come and work on the shows. For examples, we did Bryan Adams. We did a lot of big concerts, music festivals, where we created a kind of creative and sent it across through social media. And women across India will see that social media and they come, oh, I want to be a part of it. I want to come and learn something out of this. So this is what I'm also trying to create through the company. And personally, J. Davis Pro Sound Lighting also organizes technical workshops, trainings, and things like that. So I personally give out a very good discounts for women who could come and join these courses and learn and get educated for themselves. I just recently did a lighting course. Unfortunately, it didn't happen because of the COVID, and we had to cancel it twice. I'm sure if Richard Cadena from US, he was supposed to come to India and take this seminar, but we could not do it. So probably when things get all right, he's going to come back and we're going to take this forward again. And also, we would like to take this.
We're running out of time, I think.
Okay. So also, we would like to take up this mission to promote on social media platforms as such. So this is what I'm looking at a vision for Women Walking.
Thank you so much, guys. This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No problem. So I'd like to take this opportunity to say a huge thanks to all of the global Women Walk Together communities for joining us and sharing their inspiration. It's been absolutely amazing. A special thanks to Amo Koza as well, who joined us despite facing major challenges in Soweto Township. That's absolutely incredible, and what this is all about. And now we would like to take a moment to honour women who have dedicated their lives to changing the world. At this point, we will call on the world to take a moment of tribute to honour the cherished daughter of Nelson Mandela, Zinzi Mandela, who unfortunately passed away this week. We have a very, very special tribute from a dear friend of the family, Anant Singh.
My mother tried getting us into schools in Soweto, and the black principals then were very scared of police harassment. They were afraid to take us because one or two had already experienced, harassment from the security police for having us there. Then we had to use, we changed our surnames, and my mother took us to, a colored school in town. And there as well, the security police caught up with us and, had us kicked out of their school. And this went on and on in about 6 or 7 schools here in South Africa, in town, where we were just chucked out, we wouldn't even spend a month, we'd be kicked out, until such time that some friends of my mother's heard about our plight, and then they offered to have us educated in Swaziland.
Knowing Mama's strength and charisma and her determination, tremendous respect that I have for her strength as a woman, that she was able to be a single parent and she was able to put a smile on her face, always hold her head up high. We never saw her fall apart.
My father says, I cannot and will not give any undertaking at a time when I and you, the people, are not free. Your freedom and mine cannot be separated. I will return. Amanda!
A letter that he wrote to me that I obviously didn't get, where he was analyzing my poetry and so on. It was very touching, it was quite emotional. It is like some kind of personal comfort that at least the world recognizes the sacrifices that he's made, that he wasn't able to father us for many years, that when he was incarcerated, he suffered many losses whilst in prison, personal losses, but he still came out to be a man of peace and reconciliation. I'm glad that that is being documented and shared and that people continue to celebrate his life. I think it's very important for us to try to help implement his vision for South Africa, for South African children, for the youth in general, for the world, for everybody to realize. Now I think that the saying is it's in your hands. That's what the legacy institutions are saying. That's what he has said, I'm handing over. I think it's so important, for us just to, let go, let him be. I would do it all again. I can't imagine, that's all I've known. Everything else is just a fantasy. And what I've learned from this is to define myself not according to what I've suffered, the anguish and so on, but according to how I've survived that. And I think it's an important lesson, especially as in my capacity as a mother, as a grandmother. It's very important for me to be able to demonstrate that type of resilience and ability to see to have a more holistic approach to life for the sake of my children, especially during difficult times.
Wow, thank you so much for this special VT. Our love and prayers and support go out to the Mandela family at this time. And now we have a community inspiration VT from Juan in Panama from Climate Resilient.
"56 years, 1 month, and 29 days ago, Nelson Mandela declared from the defendant's dock at the Palace of Justice during the Renovia trial that he was prepared to die for the ideal of a democratic, egalitarian, and just society. Today around the world, the aforementioned pillars of a democratic society are increasingly at risk. The COVID-19 pandemic has made even more evident the deadly inefficiencies of government and the human toll of corruption, ultimately resulting in the division between populations and communities boiling over across the world. The climate crisis is not an exception. On the contrary, Mother Earth has reached a breaking point, and the climate crisis puts at risk our very own human existence. Chronic capitalism has bought democracy and set in motion a climate genocide at the expense of the poorest and for the benefit of the richest. Western democratic leaders remain complicit in inequality and injustice, trading human lives and their well-being for the potential of economic gains. At times, it feels like not paying attention will fix everything and make the problems just go away. But this is a luxury that we cannot afford. As Madiba and Kofi knew too well, we must be absolutely certain about the price that we are willing to pay for the causes that we are willing to fight. Kofi Annan believed that every journey starts with a single step, and that by working together, the world could learn how to work together to overcome the challenges that we face. Today, I call on you to take that first step by answering one question. What are you prepared to die for? I was born in El Pájaro Herrera, small rural village in the hottest and driest region of Panama. During my childhood, power outages were frequent, potable water was limited, and latrines were the norm. Prolonged dry seasons damaged our crops, dried out water streams, and threatened our very livelihoods. I didn't know what climate change meant as a child, but I grew up facing its increasing negative impacts. The one thing I knew for sure was that the system failed us, and we were left on our own. Unfortunately, in 2020, not much has changed. To this date, the majority of political and business leaders only focus on their personal wealth and intentionally distract the people with empty words and promises that in reality represent death sentences for small islands and for my neighbors. A new governance and economic model is the only way out if our objective is to survive. And we need each and every one of you to help us reshape it. President Obama once said, "We are the first generation to feel the effects of climate change, and the last generation who can do something about it." But in order to do something about it, we must understand that the climate crisis is not an environmental crisis. The climate crisis is a humanitarian crisis. Let me be clear. The climate crisis is a humanitarian crisis. It will negatively impact every aspect of human life, and it will touch every corner of the planet. No one will escape from it. Ambitious climate action is not feel-good environmental campaigns. Ambitious climate action is a direct challenge to the backbone of an economic model based on the exploitation of fossil fuels, based on the exploitation of human life, and based on the utter destruction of nature. Ambitious climate action calls to dismantle capitalism and replace it with a new model anchored on sustainability, not personal gains at the expense of everybody else's well-being. This is my truth, and this is the cause that I'm willing to die for. Ambitious climate action is a call to reconnect with our roots. It's a call to reconnect with nature, to reconnect with our very own humanity, and to protect the most valuable asset we have, our planet, our only home. 56 years, 1 month, and 29 days have passed since Nelson Mandela stood proudly and defended his vision against an oppressive regime whose only objective was to crush Madiba's vision. Madiba did not give up. Neither can we. Why? Because we're at war. We're at war against the same private and political interests that promise to cut emissions 30 years ago, but instead they doubled them, worsening the crisis and launching a global disinformation campaign to distract us. If you ever feel doubtful and lose strength, just remember that we are on the right side of history, just like Madiba and Kofi were. We are not wrong. We are the ones that we have been waiting for. And the best thing that you can do to help is to talk about the crisis, to talk about the root causes of the crisis, and to talk about it with everybody that you know. Despite the darkness of our current times, I remain very optimistic. A network of global leaders is rising, and their voices are being heard. And now, to share an example of true leadership, honoring and acknowledging the children of Palau in the Pacific Islands, right here is their inspirational message that was sent to the Mandela Mile for coffee on how they have changed their own world. I'd like to conclude by asking you once again to ponder upon this question. What are you willing to die for? Put your heart and soul in reaching an answer, and once you have it, paddle your ideas in order to reshape your own community, just like the children of Palau did. Lastly, I would like to thank the Mandela Mile organizers for providing me with this amazing platform. And I want to thank the global youth leaders engaging with us today for serving as a constant source of inspiration for all of us. Please don't stop. Please be safe. And please stay home. Thank you very much.
One day, a giant came to visit our home. He stomped on our reefs, gobbled up our precious animals, took fruit from our gardens, even stuffed his pockets with turtle shells. We found out that he didn't mean to hurt us. He just didn't know his own strength. "Why won't you play with me?" he said. "We're happy to have you," we said. "Please understand, if you keep trampling, chasing, and snatching everything you love about our home and everything we love about it will be gone, never to return." The giant went off and had a good think about this. And he finally said, "What can I do, children, to help you keep Palau beautiful?" From that moment, the children became friends with him. We took his hand and taught him how to take care of our island paradise. Touching, feeding, chasing, or taking away our wild animals is bad for our island, we told him. And you can't step on the coral. It's fragile, and if you break it, it takes years to grow again. Soon the giant was living in harmony with our land, ocean, and people. And he promised to us, the children, to be kind and gentle and think of our future. From that time, every footstep he made washed gently away with the tides.
Now, if you're heading to the Pacific island of Palau, you'll be signing up to a new pledge.
Human impact on Earth's environment is one of the biggest challenges facing the world today. The small island nation of Palau was feeling these impacts acutely. Tourists were damaging reefs, littering oceans and poaching protected species, their careless behaviour magnified by large numbers. But how could a small local population with limited resources police the high volume of visitors? What if we made the tourists police themselves? Introducing the Palau Pledge, a first-of-its-kind immigration policy for good. All visitors now need to sign an environmental pledge to gain admittance into Palau. Stamped into the passport of international arrivals, the pledge is a formal promise to Palau's children.
Children of Palau,
I take this pledge
to preserve and protect your beautiful and unique island home.
To implement this policy, government, the tourist industry and citizens were brought together. A new visa entry stamp was designed and issued in multiple languages, and immigration processes were changed.
The joy that comes with the pledge is the recognition that, hey, I can make a difference.
But we didn't stop at the passport stamp. We redesigned the tourism experience via a website, an in-flight film, a passport insert, local education, business accreditation, signage, penalties, and collateral. Launched at the UN, the Palau Pledge has been praised by international leaders and groups. Influencers helped inspire people to take the pledge online in solidarity with Palau.
Are you already seeing tourists behaving differently?
The awareness level is very high.
The reaction on social media has been widespread.
The Palau Pledge has raised global awareness of the responsibility this generation has to the next. But its biggest impact is local, in Palau.
I hope my children can see the beautiful place as I see today.
A huge thank you to Juan and the children of Palau for your important work that is changing the world. And now for our next walk, Culture, Identity, Freedom, led by cultural pioneer Marianne Loom Martin.
My name is Marianne Loom Martin. I'm from Paris, of Senegalese and West Indian origin, and I live in Morocco. Culture knows no boundaries. When Shanti Anand asked me to walk this Mandela Mile for coffee, I heard so many people knocking at the door of my memory. There was Maya Angelou, smiling with Toni Morrison, and there was Rosa Parks remaining seated, and Wangari Maathai planting a tree. And my heart was full, and my mind was at peace. And as I was asked to walk for culture, two words came to mind: identity and freedom. Identity, knowing who we are; freedom, the right to express this. That is why today I work for culture, identity, and freedom. As Nelson Mandela became a hero of modern times, from within the four walls of his jail cell, a fellow countrywoman of his was using her music as a beacon of hope, her songs emerging as emblems for liberation. Her iconic rendition of Malaika, originally written in Kiswahili, is a symbol for music's ability to transcend borders. The lyrics go, "I love you, my angel, and I would marry you if it was not for my lack of fortune." I interpret these words as meaning, "I love you, freedom, and I would marry you if it was not for my lack of good fortune." This quest for liberty represents the age-old plight of our people. On April 26, 1994, Nelson Mandela went to the polling station to vote for the first time in his life. Among those present for this groundbreaking moment was an African-American human rights lawyer named Gay McDougall. I am beyond grateful to have Gay grace us with her memory of that historic day.
Mariam, I am very proud of you that you have chosen to walk in honor of Mandela's birthday. You probably don't know this, but on the day that Nelson Mandela cast his vote for the first time in his life, I was standing beside him. I remember it was a triumphant moment for him and the South African people. But also, as you can imagine, it was an incredible moment for me. I was the only member of South Africa's Independent Electoral Commission on site at that polling place. So I had the honor of welcoming him to the polling place. The polling station was set up in a one-room schoolhouse on the outskirts of Durban. I walked with him, next to him, as he moved around the room from table to table. He greeted each of the polling officers one by one. They seemed to be transfixed by his presence. But he listened intently to each of them as they gave him instructions for how to mark his ballot and then to deposit it into the ballot box. When he finished, and we were about to walk out of the schoolhouse, he noticed a woman hiding behind the door as if she was not supposed to be there, not supposed to be in the room at all. But clearly she just had to sneak in to catch a glimpse of this historic moment. She seemed to be an elderly person. You know, it's hard to guess the age of people who've had such hard lives. She had very dark skin that looked weathered and wrinkled. Her clothes gave the impression that she was poor but proud, and her hair was tied up in a kerchief. She leaned on a tall stick for balance. Mandela went over and he took her hand in his and greeted her in what I assumed was a language they shared, but of course I did not understand. But this moment spoke volumes about Mandela's spirit of generosity. As he shared this moment with a woman he'd never met, a shared pride in what they had accomplished and what they had suffered. The door then opened, and we all walked out into what I remember as brilliant sunshine flooding onto the schoolhouse porch. On the lawn in front of us were hundreds of reporters from around the world, and the sound of the camera shutters was unbelievably loud. But after a quick photo op of Mandela voting, he moved to the microphones that had been set up on the lawn in front of the schoolhouse to speak about what that day meant for South Africa and for South Africans. But as he began to talk about that, I got lost in my own thoughts about what the day meant for me, how I had wound up there at that place and in that moment. I, like Mandela, was born and grew up in a society of strict racial segregation. For me, it was Atlanta, Georgia, during the period of Jim Crow segregation. We both became lawyers to help our people become liberated from that. Of course, I didn't wind up being a world-renowned liberation fighter, but I would say that I'm still trying. So, Marianne, I hope that your walk goes well and that you enjoy your day.
You just heard Anjali Dennis. She's a 13-year-old Parisian girl of mixed Franco-Congolese heritage. In the midst of confinement's harsh reality, she brought a daily moment of peace and joy to her neighbors by serenading them from her balcony at sunset. During the McCarthy era, there was a fearless TV presenter called Edward Murrow. He embodied the defense of freedom of speech. It was a very dark time of American history. Attempts to control and censor culture were constant. In 2005, George Clooney released Good Night and Good Luck, a film on Murrow. It remains one of the films I like the best of all times. Content and fabulous music. It has the most gorgeous soundtrack with the extraordinary voice of Diane Reeves. I'm so thrilled that she's walking with us today.
Hi, my name is Diane Reeves, and I'm speaking to you from Denver, Colorado, USA. I stand for a world where equality is not just an ideal, but a way of life. So I'm walking a Mandela Mile for Kofi this 18th of July with Marianne Loom Martin for culture, identity, and freedom.
From Panama to Singapore, from the Himalayas to Haiti, from all over Europe, the United States, and Africa, friends started sending messages to support my walk in remembrance of Mandela and Kofi, and to celebrate culture. In Panama, there is a museum which mission is to remember what is owed to the Black West Indians. I am honored that the president of the West Indian Museum Society is walking with us. Here are Melva Lowe de Godin.
My name is Melva Lowe de Godin. I'm speaking to you from the Republic of Panama. I'm standing for a world where there is equality of opportunity for all human beings, regardless of race. And I'm walking a Mandela Mile for Kofi this 18th of July with Marianne Loom Martin for culture, identity, and freedom.
From the Himalayas, my friend, the brilliant explorer and environmentalist Mandip Singh Soin is sending us a universal message.
Hi, I'm Mandip Singh Soin from India, and I'm an environmentalist and an explorer, and have always believed in the 3rd century BC saying Vasudev Kutumbakam, which essentially means the entire planet is my home and everybody in it is my family, and I've always believed for an equal world. This 18th of July, I would be walking the Mandela Mile for Kofi with our friend Marianne Loom Martin for culture, identity, and freedom.
Currently representing Ukraine in their court case against Russia, in a fascinating trial centered on cultural heritage, my friend Gertjan Vandenberg, based in Amsterdam, is one of the world's most famous lawyers in the field of art. We are fortunate to have him walk with us today.
Hello, my name is Gertjan Vandenberg, speaking to you from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. I'm standing for a world of great awakening, full of empathy and solidarity. I'm standing for a cultural tsunami that will sweep through media, the academic world, houses of worship, Hollywood schools, the criminal justice system, and corporate boardrooms. I'm standing for a world that is big enough to own up to our historical mistakes on a path towards the joys of inclusivity and diversity. And I'm walking a Mandela Mile for coffee this 18th of July with Marianne Loumartin for culture, identity, and freedom.
On my way to my baby, feeling blue in my boot, and my brand new Mercedes gonna. Oh yeah, I'm gonna. On my way to my baby, still some lady, trophy hubby, yeah, now he's feeling nominated, frustrated, sipping lemonade, oh yeah. On my way to my baby, on my way to my baby, on my way, 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 on my way to my baby, to my baby.
Culture is treasured by people old and young. 3 fabulous 11 years old from Paris, Amsterdam, and Dakar are joining us on our walk today.
My name is Victor Elliott, speaking to you from Paris. I'm standing for a world where racism will no longer exist. I'm walking a Mandela Mile for coffee this 18th of July with Marianne Loumartin for culture, identity, and freedom.
My name is Mila, speaking to you from Amsterdam. I stand for a world where there is peace and honesty, and I am walking a Mandela Mile for coffee this 18th of July with Marianne Loumartin for culture, identity, and freedom.
Hello, I'm speaking to you from Dhaka. My name is Iris Mandela. Yes, I'm so happy to be telling you that my parents gave me as a second name, Mandela, and I'm working a Mandela Mile for coffee this 18th of July with Marianne Loumartin for culture, identity, and freedom. I'm standing for a world where good schools are for all.
I would like to say that our musical culture started before jazz and blues. In 1745, in Guadeloupe, Joseph de Bologne, later called the Knight of Saint-Georges, was born of an enslaved mother and a wealthy French aristocrat. None of these very sad stories of rape, but a true long love story. The father took his son and mistress to Paris, where Joseph had the same perfect education as any young French aristocrat. He excelled in fencing and in music. Brilliant violinist and composer, he became the conductor of the most prestigious French orchestras, and his compositions were what we would call today a hit. When Mozart came to play in Paris, the seats were half empty. Of course, as Saint-Georges was playing the same day and his theater was packed. Very often, the front row was for the Queen Marie-Antoinette and her entourage. He was directing 60 musicians, and the Queen wanted him to head the orchestra of the Royal Opera. But racist ideology meant that some Parisian singers said that they would not sing under the authority of a black man. He went on with his brilliant career and extraordinary life. He's known, for those who know him, as a Black Mozart. As I'm speaking about the role of black people in classical music, let us hear our Franco-Congolese 13-year-old Parisian sing from the opera of Charles Gounod, Romeo and Juliet. Je veux vivre, meaning I want to live. On a less joyful note than the aristocratic and free life of the Knight of Saint-Georges, there is another musical prodigy who deserves so much more recognition than he ever got. Blind Tom, the first African American to play at the White House before the abolition of slavery. The first black music star. He had a lucrative career, but he never got to reap the benefits. In his book entitled Song of the Shank, Jeffrey Allen recounts a story of Thomas Wiggins. Popular in the 19th century, he has been completely erased from history. He was born blind in 1849 in Georgia. Mr. Wiggins sold Tom and his siblings to General Bassoon, whose wife was a piano teacher. The story goes that one day the blind toddler crawled to the piano and played everything that he had just learned by ear. He performed at the White House when he was 10. He played all across Europe and the US, becoming the most popular pianist in the country during the 19th century. What is extraordinary is that his concerts were so successful and were making so much money. Sadly, he was even forced to play to raise money for the Confederate cause. I would strongly suggest reading The Song of the Shank by Jeffrey Allen to learn more about the fascinating life of Blind Tom. Popular knowledge has limited the origin of our diaspora's musical culture to jazz and blues, but it is not true. There is so much more to it than that. So now, from Africa to North, Central, and South America, and most of Europe, our diaspora has branched out everywhere. The founder of Trace and True Africa walks with us from New York.
My name is Claude Grunitzky, speaking to you from New York City. I am standing for a world where safety can be pursued through mutual persuasion rather than through the rule of force. Well, because conflict tends to scale up, I want to do my bit through my media ventures to educate people about ways to de-escalate in times of conflict. And I am walking a Mandela Mile for Kofi this 18th of July with Marianne Lou Martin for Culture, Identity, and Freedom.
As the powerful poem of Nkiru Azika starts, I am Nigerian. 1 in 5 Africans, 1 in 8 Black people anywhere in the world. No wonder that with such a big population, we have 3 Nigerians with us. All living and breathing culture, all writing superbly well. Enuma Okoro, Abubakar Adam Ibrahim, and Ayodeji Rotinwa are walking with us today. Here we listen to Enuma.
Hi, my name is Enuma, and I'm speaking to you from New York City. I am a Nigerian woman, and I stand for a world where all women can live and work in both public and private spaces in safety, where our minds are safe, our bodies are safe, and our spirits are safe. I stand for a world that not only cares for and protects women, but recognizes and celebrates us for all that we bring to the world. I am proud to walk this Mandela Mile for Kofi Annan on July 18th, and I walk with Marianne Lou Martin for culture, identity, and freedom.
When traveling, the first thing I love to do is to go to bookstores. So let me give you a tip. There is an unmissable place in Paris called Librairie Galignani. It opened in 1801. The fairy tale behind this magic is called Danielle Sillien Sabatier. She stands for a world where the only identity will be culture and she walks with us today. I wish I had hours to tell you about the extraordinary lives of all the people joining us today to walk for culture. In the late 50s, Johnny Romero had a bar in Greenwich Village, the only one with a racially mixed clientele. His bar inspired the play No Place for Somebody, which won the Pulitzer Prize for Drama. Charles Gordon, the author and Romero's bartender, was the first African-American playwright to receive a Pulitzer, and No Place to Be Somebody was the first off-Broadway play to receive the award. This was in 1970. Set on the backdrop of racial tensions, the play is about a black bartender trying to outsmart a white mobster syndicate. In real life, Johnny was defying the mafia, and after having been shot, moved to Paris, where he opened another bar. It is in Paris that he and James Baldwin became very close friends. Johnny had a daughter with his companion, a French painter, and James Baldwin, the family friend, is very much part of the childhood of little Candida Romero. She's an artist today, whose installations integrate Baldwin's literature. She stands for a world supporting women artists of color, and she is also walking with us today. The impact that the African diaspora has on the culture of the world is unquestionable. But the conversation needed tragic events to be on the table. Michelle Sahin, an American of Ghanaian descent, and Melissa DePino, a Caucasian American, have created From Privilege to Progress, the brightest initiative to desegregate the conversation on race. Michelle stands for a world post-racial, and Melissa for a world where everyone stands up against racial injustice. Social desegregation is the only way forward at an individual level.
I said, if only it were not already too late. I said, surely, if only it were not already too late.
Jo Elizabeth Butler, a director at the UN, will talk about the Secretary General Kofi Annan, for whom we are walking today.
Hello, Marianne. This is Jo Elizabeth Butler, and I'm so happy to be here celebrating the life and the legacy of the late Secretary General Kofi Annan. I spent more than 30 years working in various positions at the United Nations. Most of my career corresponded with Kofi Annan's tenure at the United Nations, and I got to witness firsthand his rise from working in Geneva for the UN High Commissioner for Refugees to New York working as Assistant Secretary General for Human Resources Management, then Planning, Budget and Finance, then Peacekeeping, and finally SG of the United Nations. Some of his early career was spent at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa in Ethiopia. He had a special affinity for Ethiopian culture. As my husband was Ethiopian and I lived there in the early 2000s, we both had that in common. Whenever I was working at a UN conference and he was the chair, I would always wear an Ethiopian hand-woven national dress, and he never failed to notice that it was Ethiopian and to compliment it. My best friend, Lami Sise, was his trusted advisor for 2 decades, and I had the privilege to follow the Secretary General and to work under him. Whenever he could, he would always find the time for me to pop into his office with Lamin and to wish him well. I was working in Ethiopia when I heard that the Secretary General and the UN had won the Nobel Peace Prize. I organized the celebration of that win with the staff union of the UN in Ethiopia. Secretary General Kofi Annan was a man of quiet dignity, incredible intellect, yet humility. He had a sense of humor. He was caring. He was disciplined. He was committed. His vision for a better, kinder world, where poverty is a thing of the past, is always with us. It inspires many of us to continue this vision and to strive to make the world a better place.
I would like to thank all of the friends who are walking with us today as we are living the most difficult times ever across the globe. I would like to say the words that a friend of my late mother had sent me when I wrote to her that we were starting a salon to celebrate the creativity of our diaspora. Here are the words of Maryse Condé, finalist for the Man Booker Prize in 2015, who won the Alternative Nobel Prize of Literature in 2018. Only art and culture can keep death in check. In this day and age, this essential truth seems to be forgotten. In the world we live in, anxieties and fears have grown darker. More and more, people fear people because of the color of their skin, their religion, or the language they speak. They have forgotten that difference gives the universe its flavor. What would it be like if we were all born of the same womb, a bland broth repugnant to all taste? However, despite this corridor of darkness, we must keep hope, we must keep faith. One day, our sister in common, the sun, will reappear. It will shine its light and spread its heat on all those who have continued to exercise their creativity, those who have put their minds to work, and all around the world. Yes, tomorrow the world will be beautiful, the earth will be round, just as its creators had dreamed. And here is the joyful voice of Ariane Simone from Atlanta.
Hello, my name is Ariane Simone. I am speaking to you from Atlanta, Georgia. I am standing for a world where equality is present for everybody on all levels, especially economic equality and racial equity. But guess what? I am talking to you today because I am walking a Mandela Mile for Kofi this 18th of July with Marianne Loom Martin for Culture, Identity, and Freedom. Join me, walk your Mandela Mile too.
I would like to thank you all. So, let's dance together.
Peeps don't know if they be demons or thieves. Try to get lost in the street. If I don't dance, I won't sleep at night. When the wrong tends to feel right and the darkness gets so bright, it's a blinding light. Kicking it with peeps don't know if they be demons or thieves. Try to get lost in the street. If I don't dance, I won't sleep at night. When the wrong tends to feel right and the darkness gets so bright, it's a blinding light. Kicking it with peeps don't know if they be demons or thieves. Try to get lost in the street. If I don't dance, I won't sleep at night. When the wrong tends to feel right and the darkness gets so bright, it's a blinding light. Kicking it with peeps don't know if they be demons or thieves. Try to get lost in the street. If I don't dance, I won't sleep at night. When the wrong tends to feel right and the darkness gets so bright, it's a blinding light. Kicking it with peeps don't know if they be demons or thieves. Try to get lost in the street. If I don't dance, I won't sleep at night. When the wrong tends to feel right and the darkness gets so bright, it's a blinding light. Kicking it with peeps don't know.
Thank you so much to Marianne Loom-Smith for her powerful message and powerful community on culture, identity and freedom. And now we're going to go to a short VT from our partners at Planet Smart City.
You know what's the worst thing in the world? Taking in negative energy from things that you see and things that you hear. We take it in all the time when we watch television and movies that have a lot of drama and pain and death and suffering and, let's face it, violence. And when we see violence, it starts to affect our system. Not only that, it creates inflammation in our system. So there's a wonderful technique in clearing that information. So the first thing you need to do to get rid of that inflammation in your body is to tap the back of your head with an open hand right at the back of your head. And you'll know where it's at because it's right in the center of your skull. So you're gonna take a deep inhalation and you're gonna make very strong taps and you're gonna breathe. You want to make sure it's a strong tap and it's not a smack, so you want to make sure your hand is very firm. You might feel a little disorientated, but that's okay. Your brain and your neurological system is restructuring itself as you're doing it. The next tap you want to do is right here at your temples for your prefrontal lobe, so that you're accessing that energy and releasing any stress in your hippocampus gland. It's important for you to clear these energies in your neurological system so that your body and your brain is not holding signals and frequencies that are negative, that attract negative things in your life because of the stimuli that you're taking in from the world. So let's begin that as the second part by tapping in the temples. Same thing with the breath. You want to do that at least 20 times. When you're done, take your hand above your heart. Make sure it's elevated to your heart and take a deep inhalation with the sound breath of you will feel centered and focused. And not only that, but your synapses and your neurological system will feel healthy and balanced and flowing with the right electricity so that you are stable and aware and able to not be disturbed by those negative, violent frequencies.
Hi, my name is Daniele Russorillo. I am the Deputy CEO of the Planet Smart City Group. Planet Smart City is a company that was established in 2015 by our visionary global CEO, Giovanni Savio, and his former associate, Susanna Marchionni. She is now our CEO of Planet in Brazil. After a life of real estate operations in Europe, they decided to raise the bar and engage in an incredible adventure to give more dignity to people who need affordable housing solution worldwide. We are basically in this moment operating in India, in South America, but we have also projects in Europe and very soon in North America. The approach is global, and we want to create innovative places. How? Including social innovation and digital transformation to our real estate projects. When I speak about large residential projects, I speak about projects that can get up to 3,000 housing units and more. In all our projects, we always build, actually as a first building we build, an innovation hub. The Innovation Hub for Planning Smart City is the heart of our project in terms of social innovation and shared spaces for our inhabitants. We have a very, very keen interest in creating better places for people. Our business model is very people-centric, and today I am delighted to tell you that we partnered with Mandela Mile. The organization is beautiful, and we really believe in the values it conveys, like freedom and peace. The idea of our partnership with Mandela Mile, that I really hope is a long-term partnership, this is just the first step, is because we want to inspire, and we found a great partner for that, the new generation of community leaders of the future. In every single development that we have incredible community managers that are basically the leaders of our community. All my colleagues do an amazing job to connect with the people of our community. They are side by side every single day with them. They collect their needs, they inspire positive change in the community, organizing events and promoting the organization of events bottom up from the people. This is a very, very specific and peculiar characteristic of Planet Smart City. We want to create places that matter. The last things, but not less important, is that we give our community managers a strong digital platform to get in contact with the people of our communities. The Planet app is an amazing tool that every single person in our community, our clients, receive for free, and with the Planet app they can do amazing things like booking common places, get engaged with what's going on in the community, organizing events with the neighbors. All these features enable the community managers, the community leaders of our projects to create amazing experience for our inhabitants.
Rise up. Lead. Inspire. Mandela Mile.
Welcome to the Mandela Mile Global Community Platform. This week we are joined by Neha Srivastava, Community Manager for Planet Smart Cities in India. Planet Smart Cities create communities that are smart, sustainable and socially inclusive, and have joined Mandela Mile as a pioneering industry partner supporting leadership across the world. So we welcome you to the studio this week, Neha, and we start our interview by reflecting on one of the most famous quotes from Kofi Annan, which goes as follows: "To live is to choose, and to choose well, you must know who you are, what you stand for, where you're going, and why you want to get there." And so we really welcome you, Neha, this week, and we would really welcome your reflections on that.
Hi, Rachel. Thank you for inviting me to this. So I am Neha. I associate myself with happiness. And I like to believe that wherever I go, the actions can be as small as, as just giving away a pack of biscuits to somebody. I just associate myself with that action of bringing happiness to somebody in whatever ways I can. It could be a very, very simple action as well. And that is what I stand for. I stand for happiness. I am a true volunteer. I have volunteered for a very long time with different organizations. And there are a couple of projects which I'm very proud of, which kind of associate my belief in happiness with those two projects. One of them is called Culinary Trips for Community, which is a very simple project, and it is about spreading happiness in life of our domestic helps, our support staff. We train these support staff, these home cooks, into different cuisines so that they can upskill themselves. And that's kind of creating a little bit of more happiness for them in their life, in their community, and in their families, most importantly. The second thing which I do want to kind of mention here is because, that's what, again, I like to believe that I stand for, is something called Seva Sandwich. So Seva Sandwich is a concept which was designed by my previous organization. I volunteer. And it means Seva is a Hindi word for service, and sandwich we all know. And it's a very simple project where all we do is make one sandwich and go and give it to anybody who needs it. And there are plenty of people in India who probably have never tasted a fresh sandwich. So the entire concept, the entire context of Neha as somebody who spreads happiness in the world around her, in her surrounding. So that's what I stand for.
We wonder what right now is going on for you and your communities and the Planet Smart communities, in general, and also specifically right now in this unprecedented moment.
Yeah. So these are tough times. We are hit by COVID-19 pandemic. We started the lockdown with just 200 cases, and right now we are more than 300,000. And what's going on is a lot of chaos, a lot of heaviness, a lot of, a loss of security, or a loss of freedom that we just enjoy every day, but we never kind of understood the true meaning of it. So what's going on right now is really the tough, challenging times. And what's required by the community was free, clear, uninterrupted listening to what they want, what they need. And we have been creating solutions which will give them a little bit more joy by still being at home, by doing simple things like, creating a kitchen garden for themselves, home composting, doing good for others. Like, there are a lot of migrant community, and we are organizing a food basket campaign for these migrant communities, which will give a lot of, power of gratitude to the community, because they are also extremely conscious about social distancing right now. So keeping in consideration everything which is happening around us, we are doing a lot of things, and we want to do more things. And we are just waiting for the times to come where we'll be free to do more and, create more innovation and just be there out doing good stuff.
Well, that's wonderful. And what great support you must be, at these times for these communities, to be a listening ear and, to be trying to support in every way you can, for sure. And of course, there are real challenges at the moment, but I would love to know, what is your vision, for Planet Smart City in India, in general, again, and also what's your vision moving forward and your dreams for the future for Planet Smart City India?
So, Rachel, we are quite new in India. We are creating a foothold for ourselves in India by really understanding what the community wants. And among many things, what's really coming out is that, days are really long, but happiness is rare. And what we really want to achieve is a very happy, safe, and an open community. And that's just not my vision. I think that's a shared vision of community and us. And that's what we want to drive towards. We want to drive towards a community where there's vibrancy, there is trust, there is happiness, there is connectedness. You don't have to think twice before you pick up the phone to speak with somebody. You don't have to really, again, think twice to go and ring someone's bell. And that's what we want to, that's the vision for us, for our community in India.
So thank you so much for that, Neha. And we wonder, how are you going a Mandela Mile this year? And how can we connect with you and the Planet Smart Cities on Mandela Day?
So we're going a Mandela Mile by creating happy, safe, communicative, and open spaces by doing several innovative practices. And you could join us on global live stream at Mandela Mile on Mandela Day.
Thank you so much for your time today, Neha. It's been a pleasure to speak with you and to find out the incredible community and caring community work that all of you are doing across the Smart City Pune community. And we look forward to speaking to your colleagues from Brazil and Italy in the coming weeks and joining you on Mandela Day.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks for the opportunity.
Rise up. Lead. Inspire. Mandela Mile.
Welcome back, everybody. We are absolutely loving reading all your messages that are coming in across our socials, coming in on Facebook, on Instagram. We are absolutely loving it. And so I've got a few here that I just wanted to highlight because they're absolutely incredible. We have Anita Soin, who says herself and Mandeep Soin are walking the Mandela Mile all the way from India in the Himalayas. That is incredible. We have Imama Qureshi, who's walking from Pakistan and sending love to us all, sending love right back to you. We have Bright Zambu. If you remember, he was on our live stream earlier. He is saying he's walking virtually all the way from Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for joining us earlier. We have also Romano, who was on our panel earlier, along with Bright, who says he's tuned in from Nairobi, Kenya in East Africa. Hello, everybody. We are loving connecting with you and spending time with you on this stream. We have Ada James, who's watching and following us live and direct from West Africa, Nigeria. That's also my country, so special shout out to you. And he says, happy celebration, more to witness in good health. Long live Mandela Mile. I can definitely get behind that. And the last one we have is from Nobila Charmaine. I hope I've said that right. And she says, thank you, young leaders, for going the mile, for making game changers to be the new norm of everyday life. This is the start of something great. How incredible is this? Please keep the messages coming. Please keep all the interactions coming. We want to see you, we want to hear from you, and we want to connect with you. That's what today is all about. So, following on from our tribute to Zinzi Mandela, we are going to be joined by the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. Over to you.
Mr. Mandela, can you please tell us what inspired you to found the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund?
Some time before I became president, I came out of a Cape Town hotel after 12 midnight. on a very cold winter night, and a group of children of about 10 to 12 came running to me, and they asked, "Why do you love us?" And I say, "How do you know I love you?" They say, "When you got money from overseas, you divided it amongst us. That was the Nobel Peace Prize." I then said to them that no, everybody loves you, including your parents. The only difference is that I got money without working for it, and therefore I could share it with you. But what worried me was the statement which they did not articulate. What they were saying was that we enjoy no parental love and security. We have no future. We will never enjoy life as other children because we are the outcasts of society. That worried me. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept on rolling over and over again because I could see the anxious faces of these children. I then decided to start a fund by contributing 150,000 rand per year for 5 years in order to start this fund. And of course, business inside and outside the country responded very well, together with some ambassadors and high commissioners. So we have now raised more than 120 million rand and distributed no less than 30 million to various charity organizations dealing with children. But that is the origin of the Children's Fund.
How do you see the Children's Fund in the future? Do you see it continuing past your lifetime?
Men and women come and go, but an organization continues. That will be the position with the Children's Fund. I set it up not to function whilst I live. It's an organization which is going to be there as long as there are good men and women, because the task of ensuring that our children have got facilities and that they can prepare themselves to have the most important weapon to serve our country, both internally and abroad, is something that is everlasting. And therefore, the Children's Fund will last far beyond any particular individual who is associated with it now.
We are joined by the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, Ms. Goni Gugushe, who has a passion for African development and youth empowerment. And we begin at the beginning with the quote from Kofi Annan, as we do with all of our interviews, which goes as follows: "To live is to choose, but to choose well, you must know who you are, what you stand for, where you're going, and why you want to get there." And so we warmly welcome you here today, Goni, and we look forward to your reflections on that.
Thank you very much, Rachel. You know, this statement really does resonate with me because it is true that life is about choices. But as people, we do have to be mindful of the choices that we make. And in my case, I think this should be rooted in the essence of who you are, the values that you have, the things that define and craft your identity. So values like respect, love for one another, empathy for other people. We have to make sure that the choices that we make are not self-centered, but rather are serving of others around us and ensuring that everything that we do is for the greater good.
That's wonderful, Connie. And, you know, we wonder, based on what's going on right now, what is going on for you in your community at the moment, and especially in this unprecedented situation?
This time really has been a time that I think has caught us unprepared the world over. You know, in South Africa, we have not been this worst hit by a health pandemic since the beginning of the HIV/AIDS outbreak in the early 2000s. But what makes this pandemic even worse is that we've had to go into a lockdown, and the lockdown has really highlighted some of the issues that we have within our society that we need to resolve without any further delays. These relate to the levels of inequality that our society has, which really makes it difficult for different people to become resilient in those cases. We've seen the more vulnerable members of our society really battling with food security. We've seen, you know, those people that depend on whether it is getting feeding from certain centers. Because the centers were closed, they were no longer able to access that. And the children in particular have been hardest hit. The children who are of school-going age, because of the differences in the society that we have, children from the more vulnerable communities have really lost a lot of schooling days and have not been able to switch onto virtual platforms just because the infrastructure is not available for them. So, you know, this is something that is challenging us as a society to say, how do we make sure that we maintain levels of access to education, access to resources that is similar for everyone. Another thing that has been concerning for us as the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, which is really concerned about the well-being of children, is the impact that a lockdown has had in getting children to be locked up in environments where they are really not safe. We have seen an escalation in abuse of children and women, and the lockdown has then made those children even more vulnerable. And so we really need to, as a society, be more in tune and be more listening to what children have to say when they tell us about their fears, when they tell us about their concerns. With the opening up of the economy that has started happening, children have been sent back to schools, but schools have really not been prepared appropriately. Some of the schools don't have the appropriate sanitation, they don't have the appropriate resources to make sure that we protect the children against infection and so on. But it seems that the voice of the child has not been elevated appropriately and has not been taken into consideration appropriately. So all of these things are things that really concern us. And this pandemic and this time has really just shown them up.
For sure. And I think your words reflect, you know, the feelings of many communities all over the world, Connie, right now, and the struggles that many children are having everywhere as they've had to suffer through isolation, not just the health benefits, as you say, but all sorts of domestic, very, very challenging situations there. And, you know, with the challenges as they are at the moment, what really is your vision for the future? You know, what dreams do you have for the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund and for children around the world?
So the vision of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund actually has cannot be much more appropriate. And this is a vision that was set by Madiba himself. The Children's Fund was set up really as a vehicle to change the way that society treats its children. And I think this time is a time that is challenging us to say, how do we make sure that we are setting up the children who are really the future of this world. How are we setting them up in a way that will make sure that we are building future leaders that will lead us to greater and greater heights? So, the things that we have been looking at is, one, how do we enable our society to become much more resilient? How do we try and help people to be much more self-sustaining, such that they are not dependent on some of the support structures that have been put in place, but are more able to do things themselves? So some of the programs that we run, for example, that concern helping people with sustainable livelihoods, these are the ways that people would have been able to withstand this kind of a lockdown, because the more we are able to help people fend for themselves and are able to generate their own incomes, we free them for the future. How do we help children, really think about what kind of leaders they want to be? How do we help our children become thinkers that will come up with innovative solutions? Where there are problems, they will come up with solutions and come up with those solutions within themselves. How do we make children have this can-do spirit that will really see us well into the future? So some of the things that really we are hoping to, as we move forward, try and entrench is help children raise their voices and get them to understand and know that they are important citizens of any country, and any changes that they want to see, they can certainly do them within themselves.
From 2014, and I'm currently a student at the Northwest University. What an amazing day. I feel so proud to be a child of South Africa today.
I'm really excited to be taking part in the Nelson Mandela Youth Summit. To stand here in the footsteps of Tata Nelson Mandela is amazing.
In this Tata centenary year, his inspiration surrounds us here. In this parliament, Tata Nelson Mandela battled for the rights of us children, telling us the future is now in our hands.
I take my position very seriously. This constitution is the supreme law of the Republic, as you all know. To be chosen to be the speaker of the Nelson Mandela Youth Summit here in Cape Town is a huge honor. In this parliament, Nelson Mandela battled for freedom of expression, for the right for all of us to speak freely. And here he fought for the right to human dignity and freedom for all, not just adults, but children too.
I'm very delighted on behalf of the presiding officers of Parliament to welcome you here. We feel particularly privileged that you found time and opportunity to join us down south in the tip of the African continent.
These are all the children who will sooner rather than later be sitting in this parliament.
I'm going to take this opportunity that's been given to me and I'm going to use it to my best ability, even though it means that there's certain things that I have to sacrifice.
Today is great. This is really one of the most precious moments I have ever had in my 24 years sitting in Parliament.
comes to today's struggles, it's in your hands. I did not say that. It was Tata Nelson Mandela who said it. It's now in your hands, our hands.
Intentions going forward is to build a bigger voice, a stronger voice of children in a social movement driven and led by children themselves.
A child first, a child always.
Nelson Mandela has a dream that here in Johannesburg there should be a hospital dedicated to the needs of Southern Africa's children because
only 3 children's hospitals serve this continent with its population of 741 million. This is not enough. Children of Southern Africa, too, have a right to be cared for and to receive the best medical treatment available when they are ill, and to receive treatment that compares with the best in the world. The Children's Hospital will be a credible demonstration of the commitment of African leaders to place the rights of children at the forefront. Nothing less would be enough.
Inside every child is a world of potential. Their hopes, their dreams, their ambitions will form the basis of our future. But before they can fulfill their potential, it's our responsibility to make sure that they have a future. For every 1,000 children born in South Africa this year, 47 will lose their lives while still infants. 59 of them will have died before their 5th birthday. Research shows a backlog of 300 children awaiting surgery at just one Johannesburg hospital alone. South Africa needs a dedicated specialist hospital. Southern Africa needs this hospital.
Out of the experience of an extraordinary human disaster must be born a society of which all humanity will be proud.
This impossible, beautiful dream that is now becoming a reality, thanks to an inspired global leader and a dedicated father of all nations, who devoted his life to making the world a better place for all of us and our children, and whose spirit is with us today. In 1995, the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund was established to realize South Africa's then president's vision to change the way society treats its children and youth. To further this mandate, Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital Trust was established in 2009. The Trust and all those involved have made a massive commitment to bringing Nelson Mandela's dream to life with the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital. After many years of planning and preparation and 2 years of construction, work at the hospital has been completed. The foundations have been laid and the final stone has been placed. Today marks the end of one journey and the beginning of another. This specialist tertiary medical institution will soon be home to centers of excellence in hematology, oncology, pulmonology, cardiology, craniofacial treatments, renal treatments, nephrology, neurosciences, and general pediatric surgery. And not a single child who is in need of treatment here and who is appropriately referred will be turned away because they are unable to pay. Now begins the journey to fill the halls of this great building with the most talented and caring medical practitioners we can find, to bring color and light and softness and warmth to every corner of every room, to encourage a place where learning, understanding, knowledge, and compassion walk side by side, and to make this house of healing a home for all children. To every single organization, individual, and child who has been involved in making this dream a reality, we say to you today the most sincere thank you for everything you have done and for everything that can now be done because of you. Now, our work can begin in earnest. Lives will be changed. Southern Africa will be transformed. And Madiba can look down on his legacy with pride.
We must reinforce humanity's belief in the human soul and act together for a glorious life for all.
Mandela didn't even say this is my legacy. Mandela just towards the end of his life was concerned about the healthcare of children.
When things move out of a planning stage, move out of paper into real life, and real life means real bodies, real doctors, real nurses, and children that are now being serviced, then you feel like a huge vision has come to fruition.
The recognition of children, because one of the things I like to think about it this way, is almost like when you have your own glasses and someone gives you a pair of glasses, and the pair of glasses that we have are the pair of glasses that allows you to see a 5-year-old, really see them, not see a patient, see a 5-year-old. So when they walk into this place, recognize them, recognize their needs, recognize how they are helped, also recognize that they're human beings and that they might be sick. It's fixable.
Somebody like Mbonge Mukabela and their team have done an absolutely phenomenal job in the last 12 years to get us to this stage.
It's great because when you came in here, everybody is friendly, everybody is going out of the way to make it easy as possible, not for the parents, but for the children.
Welcome to our annual Nelson Mandela Children's Fund Children's Celebration. It is all about you today.
I am very glad that I'm here to be celebrating Nelson Mandela's 101st birthday. Happy birthday, Mandela!
I think today is a very important day that children also get an opportunity to celebrate the day of the legend.
Happy birthday! A child first, a child always.
I wanna give the world all the truth in me, cause God, he put me here to leave a legacy. To leave a legacy. I wanna give the world all the truth in me, cause God, he put legacy. I wanna give the world all the truth in me, 'cause God, He put me here to leave a legacy, to leave a legacy. I wanna give the world all the truth in me, 'cause God, He put me here to leave a legacy, to leave a legacy.
You know, today we are reminded that Mr. Mandela always said we must pause and celebrate our children. Enjoy them, give them the space to be children, and today is about that. So in transmitting and transferring his values, we pause and we just have one big party. We know there are many problems, but today we're pausing to say we love you guys.
Child first, child always.
To me, it's not only about his birthday, but it's continuing with his legacy. As the mandate of Nelson Mandela Children's Fund says, that we see a Mandela in each and every generation.
Good morning, and how are you? He fought for our freedom and he also fought for children's rights.
Nelson Mandela was a very special person in our country and very beautiful. That's why I think this day is special and must be celebrated.
I wanna give the world all the truth in me, 'cause God, He put me here to leave a legacy, to leave a legacy. I wanna give the world all the truth in me, 'cause God, He put me here to leave a legacy, to leave a legacy.
A child first and a child always.
All the truth in me, 'cause God, He put me here to leave a legacy, to leave a legacy. I wanna give the world all the truth in me, 'cause God, He put me here to leave a legacy, to leave a legacy.
Thank you so much to the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund and the incredible work that they do. Thank you for continuing to support children all over the world. It means so, so much to us. So you've been keeping your messages coming into our socials thick and fast, and now we have one from the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, and it reads, "This Mandela Day, we show our support to the Mandela Mile in hopes that we will all step up and celebrate as we venture towards a freer, fairer and more peaceful society that changes the way it treats its children and our youth." That is such a poignant message for today, especially with everything that's going on around the world, and how much we are trying to support our youth because they are our future. The next one is coming in from the Czech Republic, from Mark M, who says he just got back from his Mandela Day 2020 mile walk/run, changing it up a bit, I like it. So many souvenirs from my time in South Africa and in Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire. Thanks, Nadalette, you motivated me to get out and run. Peace and love be with all. Thank you so much for that, Mark. You have motivated me to run because I have not been doing that during lockdown. But the next message reads, from Jamie Dewberry in Maine in the USA. She says we stand for justice, peace, equality on International Mandela Day and every day. And I think that every day is the key part. This day symbolizes so much of what Nelson Mandela stood for, but it's important that we keep the work going every single day. And I think we have one more. So the last one we have is from Adebayo Ismail Olomalakan. I think I got it in the end. So he says, to talk of Mandela and Kofi is to talk of respected men who sacrificed their lives for humanity, men who made sure they fought for freedom till their last breath. We might never see their types again. As such, we should continue to live their legacies, and if we follow their paths, our world shall be better soon. Rest on to these two great heroes. What a beautiful, beautiful message. Thank you so much, Adebayo. And thank you to the thousands of you that are watching. Please keep these messages coming. We are reading all of them. You're keeping our energies up here in the studio and all around the world. Thank you so much. So here's a little bit more inspiration just for you.
Now, fellow rude boys, stand fast and let us unite and deal with 100 or 1,000 years.
Just a temporary lapse in judgment.
Welcome back to the studio. We're here having a look at some more of the amazing messages you've been sending. So we have a Pelican Pasaporte out in Colombia. First of all, the landscape looks incredible. Thank you so much for joining us and walking this Mandela Mile with us. I wish I could be somewhere more tropical right now, but that's not the point. This looks incredible. And the next one that we have is from Eric Brunner in Italy. Another amazing, beautiful blue sky landscape, looks fantastic. And he says, another year celebrating the world's greatest humanitarian, hashtag Mandela Mile, hashtag fork of Instagram. Very interesting. I'll have to look up what that means. But that was another fantastic image. He looks like he's with the whole family there. And that's what it's about. Get people involved, get your friends, get your family involved, and walk the Mandela Mile together. And now we have some meditation from Shaman Durek.
Okay, let's increase your awareness and raise your biosynthesis in your body. So your biosynthesis means that your body is picking up on energies every time you go out the door, whom you're talking to, and what you're experiencing. And a lot of times people don't realize that their synthesis is not as strong because we're bombarded by all this technology and TV and news and all the things that we see happening in the world today. So increasing your awareness and accelerating your biosynthesis is so important when you want to be a focused and aware human being. So first thing you want to do is place your hands in front of you. And you want to repeat these exact words. I want you to accelerate energy in your hands now. Now you want to say that full sentence. So I'm going to say it to you again. I want you to accelerate energy in your hands now. And when you feel it, you say, thank you, I felt that. Increase the energy. And you're going to continue doing that. And the next step I want you to do is, as you're feeling the energy in your hands, you're going to say, I feel the sensation in my hands increase. You're going to do that 3 times. I feel the sensation in my hands increase. And again, I feel the sensations in my hands increase. And now you're going to say, I want you to relax my body now. And when you feel that deep relaxation, you're going to say it again, letting your hands down. I want you to relax my body into my feet now. And just notice how you feel. And then you're going to say again, I want you to relax my body deeper than my feet now. This is a great grounding technique to bringing the awareness of energy into the earth beyond your feet. This allows you to feel secure and strong and powerful. It is so important where we are in our world today with all the social political issues and climates and all the things that are happening with us on a social level and a political level and just an internal and external level. And that is why it's so important to expand your awareness and to make sure that your synthesis is strong. So that way you're getting the impulses and the messages to increase your intuition and lead you out of harm's way. Having an aware body and an aware mind allows your body to be at its optimum performance. And that is truly peak performance.
And we are building up to our walk with Shaman Durek and Princess Martha of Norway. But in the meantime, here's some more meditation for you.
All right, now we are going to release energies so that we can balance our endocrine system and release tension in our scapula. Now, it's really important in today that we begin to recognize that we're taking on a lot of burdens from a lot of people in conversations at cafes or things that we're doing throughout our life. And we don't realize that we're storing all of that in the center of our back and up in our shoulder blades. So one of the exercises is about really getting that energy to move so that your body can get stronger, releasing that tension in your subscapularis and your upper latissimus dorsi and up in your trapezius and deltoids, while increasing your endocrine system to be functional and optional at the highest level. Now, a functional optional endocrine system means that your endocrine system is able to choose the energies and the frequencies that it needs to be able to keep your system strong. Talking about hormonal balance and balancing your body on all levels, from your thyroid to your lymphatic system to you name it. And having that is very important. The last step that we are going to do is going to be about you just simply going with your shoulders and shaking your shoulders up. And you're just going to do that for 10 counts. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Notice when I did that, my hands are made to a fist and you're punching downwards. Again, notice the sensation. You're going to do that for 10 counts with your hands punching down. Let's do it again. 10, 9, 8. Lift those shoulders. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold that punch all the way down. Strengthen your arms. Feel your feet on the ground. Strengthen your arms and your fists and stand there. And now you're going to repeat these words while holding your fists, standing up, feeling strong in your body. I love how powerful you are. I love what a genius you are. And I love how grounded you are. Then release your hands, shake out your body, and smile at all the accomplishments you've ever made. Today, we take on so much pressure. And knowing this exercise is going to help you release that pressure so that your mind can be focused and clear. And when your mind is focused and clear and your body feels good and you're not carrying the burden and the weight on your back and all the world's problems, you are going to live your best life.
And here in the series made specially for us, here's one more video of meditation just before Shaman Durek's walk.
You know what's the worst thing in the world? Taking in negative energy from things that you see and things that you hear. We take it in all the time when we watch television and movies that have a lot of drama and pain and death and suffering. And let's face it, violence. And when we see violence, it starts to affect our system. Not only that, it creates inflammation in our system. So there's a wonderful technique in clearing that inflammation. So the first thing you need to do to get rid of that inflammation in your body is to tap the back of your head with an open hand right at the back of your head. And you'll know where it's at because it's right in the center of your skull. So you're gonna take a deep inhalation and you're gonna make very strong taps and you're gonna breathe. You want to make sure it's a strong tap and it's not a smack, so you want to make sure your hand is very firm. You might feel a little disorientated, but that's okay. Your brain and your neurological system is restructuring itself as you're doing it. The next tap you want to do is right here at your temples for your prefrontal lobe, so that you're accessing that energy and releasing any stress in your hippocampus gland. It's important for you to clear these energies in your neurological system so that your body and your brain is not holding signals and frequencies that are negative, that attract negative things in your life because of the stimuli that you're taking in from the world. So let's begin that as the second part by tapping in the temples. Same thing with the breath. You want to do that at least 20 times. When you're done, take your hand above your heart. Make sure it's elevated to your heart and take a deep inhalation with the sound breath of you will feel centered and focused. And not only that, but your synapses and your neurological system will feel healthy and balanced and flowing with the right electricity so that you are stable and aware and able to not be disturbed by those negative, violent frequencies.
Thank you so much to Shaman Durek for those wonderful meditation videos that have been played all across our live stream over the last 24 hours. We've even been doing some meditation in the studio as well. And thank you so much for helping keep us relaxed and keep us chilled during this time of global change, because we all know that we need peace of mind. And now, for the time you've all been waiting for, we are going to the powerful walk on freedom with Shaman Durek and Princess Martha Louise of Norway. I am so excited for this one.
When I walk for Mandela Mile, I don't walk as myself. I pray and think how amazing this world can be when we as people begin to think for others, realizing that we have the ability to lift other souls. And all we have to do is walk with our hearts open and our minds set on a vision for change. When I think about the possibilities that life has to offer for all of us, I get excited, like a child that's free and waiting for others to join me in this walk, in this truth, in this freedom. I know there's a ways to go. And when I think about that, I know what I have to do for everyone and for myself. I know that every step I take in this walk is every wall and barrier I take down within myself. Every place where I hide in the shadows, afraid to bring it to the light. I know that this day is here for me to truly liberate myself and let myself be free. I've seen a lot of things on my path, a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, but I've never given up my vision for a greater world, for all of us to walk hand in hand, heart to heart, with our eyes focused and clear, that we will one day take the vision of Mandela and Kofi Annan and all those who came before us, the walk that they made is not just the marathon of the soul, it is the marathon of the heart. I walk for freedom, and I walk for peace. I walk so that you remember who you are. I walk in knowing that change is possible. And I walk in knowing that our children will one day be free. I know it's possible. And it's only gonna take you and every person to walk and to be clear that nothing can stop us in where we're going. So walk with me. Dream a dream of a greater tomorrow. A dream where we, as people on earth, live in possibility. Live in knowing that we can share our resources and we can acknowledge each other's cultures without fear, and that we can accept people for who they are, and we can allow them to have space to express themselves in the way that brings joy to their heart. There's a lot for us to walk into, but let us walk with strength and let us walk with power. And most importantly, let us walk with the wisdom of our elders and of all those indigenous people who have walked the earth before us. Let us walk for every person to remember that nature and all of us must be free. And we have that ability. I know in my heart and in my heart of hearts that we will overcome all adversities and that we will see a planet free from all suffering. And it may not be in my lifetime. I do know it will be in our children's lifetime. And that keeps me walking. Walk with me. Love you.
This was amazing. Darling, this was just wonderful. I'm so happy to be here and to be part of this Mandela Mile and to be here with you talking about freedom and those wonderful, wonderful words. You made me cry, and we're going to have this talk now on freedom. And you know what you said while you were walking about coming back to being a child. And I think that's exactly what we need to do. We need to come back to this curious mind that's just open to experiences and to be here on earth with curiosity and exploration and fun. And, you know, like, I think that we all need to walk through life with that childlikeness, where our minds are open to everything from a perspective of love and without fear. Because I find that love is something that is in our core from the start, and fear is actually towards others something we learn on the way. And so when we are fear-based, we have already learned something different than what we came here on earth to do, which is to love each other. And that was just such an amazing opening to talk about freedom. Oh, thank you so much for that. It really inspired me to walk in life and really understand that everything that happens to me and every stone that I manage to turn in me is for everybody. And when we start seeing that perspective, that what we do with ourselves and within ourselves actually opens up for other people too, is such an amazing Amazing knowledge to carry with us on our journeys in life, and really look at ourselves with that love so that we can go within our shadows and really turn all those stones and look at all the nitty-gritty parts of us that we don't admire and don't like and really don't want to be there, and then we can turn them, and it's actually helping everybody to do the same, because what we do is something that changes things for other people too, plus that we see each other and the world in a new perspective. So thank you so much, my love, Shaman Durek, for that amazing introduction to our talk to freedom.
I'm still emotional about the whole thing, I'm just thankful for you being such a powerful woman in my life. You make me a better man. But I'm really, when I think about when I was walking, I was thinking about Nelson Mandela and what he saw when he saw the apartheid, and what he felt inside of his stomach, what he felt inside of his heart. Why are we doing this to each other? Why are we, God's children, doing this to each other? And the pain and the sadness and the disappointment, and also the fire that you have to be able to stand strong enough to open your mouth and speak about injustice, to speak about that this is not okay. And I think that the freedom that I look at within my own life is, what am I willing to surrender? What am I willing to give up for the people? And when I think about what Nelson Mandela was thinking about, is that he didn't think about just himself. And I think that's the first key to freedom, is that when we get out of thinking just about ourselves and we think about each other, we think about the people, and what will we be willing to give? What will we be willing to surrender? If it's time or energy, what is that? And what he was willing to give to make a statement that it doesn't matter what you do to my body. It doesn't matter what you do to me. You can put me in a prison. You can put me in any of these situations. My vision will never change. And for him to come out of the prison and still hold the same vision of love for all people, not just one people, for all people, no matter how much pain, how many beatings he went through and how much he went through, this is how I want to live my life. And this is an example to me of true freedom, is the ability to surrender this life for the people and for love. And so whatever I have to give to be that person, I'm grateful for Mandela and I'm grateful for Kofi Annan to stand and speak and share and illuminate the minds of people to see possibility of true freedom.
Yeah, and I'm also so taken aback. I was in Robben Island in 2017, where Nelson Mandela was imprisoned, and I saw his cell, and I saw how it was, and the person who had been there while he was there actually was talking about what it was like. And when they slept in the beginning, they were in this huge room together with lots of people lying so close together that they had to lie on the right side. All of them had to lie on the right side. And then at a certain point during the night, they had to turn to the left side so that everybody turned. That's how close together they were in this room. And then being in this cell after when he got the cell. I mean, during this COVID-19, we have all felt this confinement, on our systems of being in our homes. We're free. We're not in confinement. But to be, for him, Nelson Mandela, in Robben Island, in the prison cell for 27 years, and still have come out with this love and compassion, that he was not angry and disillusioned, or what that just shows what kind of character this person had. And his legacy is still with us, being there, you know, for the people. I mean, we have the whole Mandela Mile is for him and Kofi Annan, you know, and their legacy and how these people have impacted all our lives and still do, because the racial issue is still happening in the world, as we've seen, and is all over the world. I remember when I was in South Africa in, I think it was 2004, I was doing a retreat in the mountains, and we came through this village where there were thousands and thousands of houses. And I asked the person who was with me, and I asked, how many people live in this town? And she said 134. And I was like, excuse me? There are thousands of houses there. Oh, here they only count the white people. You know, and that to me was such a shock for my system, because I mean, I met Nelson Mandela in 1999 when he got his Nobel Peace Prize in Norway, and this amazing person, you know, changed everything. I thought everything was sorted, everything was fine. You know, that's how naive I was. And I come to South Africa and they're still just counting white people in 2004. And then, you know, having the amazing opportunity of experiencing this part of humankind and how we are towards each other by being with you, Durek, and seeing how racism actually works, which I haven't experienced in that way before, has really opened my eyes to how immensely important Mandela was and still is with his anti-apartheid movement, and how we still need to root out all these different views of racism, and how in all of us, like, I mean, all of us have to look how, like, for me being white, I'm a white privileged, you know, like, I think it's comfortable, you know, I thought it's comfortable. I haven't really thought about that part of it before. And this whole Black Lives Matter movement has really made me realize, and also being your girlfriend has really made me realize, you know, that I'm part of this. I have to look at all the different things within me and start turning all these stones. And because it's a subconscious way of living that we're not aware of. And I think because it's subconscious, we don't know, we're not aware, and we need to bring this part into our awareness, because we are part of the problem. And we need to look at every part of us that looks down at other people, who finds it okay to have white privilege. It's comfortable, you know, what are my privileges? And also, you know, for me, it's been really eye-opening as well, that I have to like step up and I have to like speak up about it, and I have to do something about this. And I hope everybody starts thinking that way, so that we can actually change this, because it's not just the racism that's like, you know, that everybody can see is racism. That, you know, somebody says, I hate you because of the color of your skin, but it's also the racism that we don't talk about, that's covered within us white people, or us with lighter skin, I would rather say, that have been brought up in a society. Nobody's spoken about it or talked about it, but it's these kind of rules that are intact that we just follow, and we're just part of. And it's the way we look at other people or look down at other people without saying anything, but it's the way we look, and it's the way we talk, and it's the way we joke. And oh God, you can't be, you know, you have to be able to take that. I mean, it's not meant in a bad way, you know, and we talk down about other people with other skin colors than our own, and in front of them or behind their backs. And all of this, even from the tiniest details to the most obvious killings that are happening, you know, is racism. And we have to look at each and every aspect of this within ourselves, without being defensive and without judging ourselves, or, you know, this is something that we're grown up with, and we can't help it until we see it, but start seeing it. Start acknowledging that this is actually, that you're a part of it. And for me, Nelson Mandela has been such an eye-opener in that. Also in forgiving and being, showing us that there is a different path than going to violence, but that we can go to forgiveness, that we can see each other as equal and actually forgive. And that's so powerful for me to have that way already plotted out, or this road plotted out for us, this path that is just so inspiring.
First of all, I just want to acknowledge that I'm really honored by your words, because for you, where you come from, and the upbringing that you had, you were born into this way. You did not know. And being with me, one of the things that I love the most about seeing liberation in you, to liberate yourself, when you were able to see this is real, this is actually happening. I don't have to ever tell, our conversations with each other for growth, for ourselves and for humanity, is always from the place of the heart and holding space for each other. And I know that's possible for the world as well. I think that we understand that freedom, for me, is liberating your mind. It's ability that when I was called the N-word all my childhood and always made fun of and always, experiencing some form of racism or some form of dislike or distrust just because of the color of my skin, I learned to build a spiritual resilience. I learned to understand that my spiritual immunity is the most important thing for me to be able to serve great for the people, to help them see their own power. I think freedom is not just the ability to just be free, because you can go on a trip somewhere, or you can travel somewhere, or you can buy these things. This is what the system wants you to believe, that's freedom. So they give you this freedom, saying, okay, you can make all of this money, you can buy these things, you can be loved by people because you have fancy cars, big houses, you can live this life, but still we enslave your mind. We still put you through institutions that don't really discover who you are. We still push women away from society, and elderly women away from society, and make them feel unwanted and unloved, so they cannot share their wisdom with you. We still continue to suffocate cultures and separate and divide and then pit you against each other, so that the calamity of chaos is so strong that you cannot see the light of point of view of the vision that needs to be held for you all to come together and to be able to create a world where there is an understanding of equality, but not the equality of the fact that you can go sit in the same restaurant together, but the spiritual equality, the ability for you to be able to thrive and live without threat or fear of being hurt or being attacked for being a child of God. You see, and so I feel that, the price that is willing to pay for this level of freedom, that we see people fight wars, people stand up for freedom in the way that they feel to get the freedom that they need. But true freedom is in the mind. It is in the ability to not be affected by the words, the slurs, the labels, and the things that are said to you to take you down from the throne that God has laid for you to sit on, the place where you wear your crown as a child of God. I think that there is this great oppression in spirit that human beings have to recognize. We have to open our eyes beyond judgment, because judgment is what the system wants you to do, so that you stay blind, because blind people don't know where they're being led. And so what I appreciate about you is your willingness, because it takes willingness, it takes humbleness, it takes humility. As someone like you, who's a princess of Norway, with growing up in that type of family with those types of privileges, for you to actually sink in to your true heart space, for one, for us to find each other, for two, for you to see where this discord is happening. What I would like to see in humanity is for us to constantly accomplish these ideas of humbleness and humility in ways that better ourselves, in ways that allow us to be better, not just for ourselves, but to be better in the way we talk and communicate, that our words are held with power and empowerment for everyone we speak to. So that when we see something, instead of saying the waters are dirty and the world is falling apart, the waters are healing and the world is coming together. Because you see, if we take Nelson Mandela, we take Kofi Annan, we take Dr. Martin Luther King, we talk about dream. In the idea of a dream is the ability to keep a space in your mind for possibility, right? And so I think true freedom is the ability to keep that space sacred. Like the way that you took humility and humbleness as the woman of who you are. You have lived such a life so far, and yet you were still willing to say, you know what? This is not okay. You see, the younger generation, I want to see the younger generation come out of the idea of helplessness and come into the idea of being able to recognize that you are never helpless as long as you have your mind and spirit. Because in that state, you can create anything. But what limits you and what holds you back is yourself. Your inability to experience humility, to experience humbleness. Humility is not there to make fun of you or to mock you or to make you feel indifferent. Humility is the ability to understand evolution and to grow beyond that which you know. All knowledge is from storytelling and information. Now what we must do for true freedom is to make sure that that information is worth being here in this place. This is the place of true liberation. The body?
Or here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember I met this woman who was a human rights activist from China. And she'd been imprisoned in China for a few years. And she came here to Norway as a refugee. And she said, like, and I was like, what was it like being imprisoned in China? Oh my goodness, that must have been terrible. And she said, I found freedom. And I was like, what? Excuse me? You found freedom in a prison in China? Are you kidding me? And she said, every day I had to brush the floor with this brush. And there were thousands and thousands of tiles that I had to brush every single day. And I did it as a meditation for freedom. And freedom doesn't come from a confinement and a restriction in the physical. She said, freedom comes in your mind or heart. And that to me was also so mind-blowing. This is like 20 years ago. And it was so mind-blowing to me that that could exist. And it's exactly what you're saying. And I think that, society has all these unsaid rules and unsaid things that we're supposed to, being in a pecking order of this and that, and you're supposed to do this and not that. And, and I think, and we all have those kind of rules to follow, although they are unsaid. They're not, some are, being violent and all these things, but also between friends, you have to dress in a certain way to be accepted, or you have to be a certain way to be accepted, or have the right car, or do the right thing, or be good in school, or be bad in school, or be good in sports to be in your group, or whatever it is that your group has decided that is okay and not. And as a society, we do that too. And it's all these unsaid rules, like who actually decides what that is, and who decides that we are allowed to talk bad about or judge people who are not following these rules that are limiting our souls for the expression that we are supposed to have in this world, and who are limiting our powers of expression for freedom of who we are, because isn't that why we're here? I mean, isn't that really what we're doing here? Isn't that the expression of the soul through our body? And the body gives us the ability to express ourselves as souls in this lifetime. And so why do we have all these regulations cutting off our souls and moving into our heads, and that intuition is bad, and being connected to our heart and nature, all these things are bad, and following your heart is bad, and going outside the box is bad because it makes other people afraid because they're following the rules, the unsaid rules. And I think a lot of, you know, as a princess and being in the public eye a lot, I have challenged most of those rules because I thought that we shouldn't have, those rules are not the rules that make us free. They're not the rules that make us prosper and blossom as souls and make us thrive through our passions and power. They limit us. They keep us in check. They hold us down. They want us to be in a pecking order so that some people say, no, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. I mean, I get that every single week here in Norway. Everything I do is wrong. I'm chosen you as my boyfriend, who I love more than anything in the world. And you are, apart from my kids, and you're wrong. You know, you're everything wrong. You're spiritual. You're a darker skinned person. You live a free life. That's seriously not okay. You know, and all these things and all these rules, who have really decided that they are the ones that we're supposed to follow? Why can't we accept each other as we are? And again, going back to this, also this judgment of color of the skin, like seriously, to me it's so crazy. I mean, if you go far enough back in your genes, everybody comes from Africa. So our roots of humanity as a whole is from Africa, if you go far enough back. So we all have darker skin in our veins. And basically, lighter skinned people are just paled black people, you know, or bleached black people. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's, so to me, this whole thing is just, we are one human race. And we need differences, and we need, you know, like when you plant a forest, you can't plant a forest of only one type of tree, because that will make a forest very weak for attacks from insects and stuff. But you have to build a forest with many diverse trees, very many different types of trees for it to be a strong wood. And it's the same with humans. We have so much to learn from each other, from different cultures, from different religions, from different views of life that everybody has, because we have different experiences. And let's just start opening up to all of that instead of meeting each other from a fear-based place. And the fear is, again, learned. It's a learned fear that we have, because in the beginning we're all love. We meet everybody with love, but then we learn that fear is important because it keeps us safe, and that we can't be in this loving state because the world is dangerous. But we need to unlearn that fear. We need to start looking at each other from the potential that we're carrying in each and every one of us. You know, so that you see that potential in others and can see past whatever exterior you have, and so that you can see into the other person and learn something. You know, I have met people from all cultures and all walks of life through my life, and it's so interesting every time I meet a new person to really go in and see what makes that person tick. Where is their passion? What is it that makes them do what they do in their life? What drives them? And when we start going into that depth, we actually start seeing that we're not as different as we think.
I'm sorry, I'm captivated by your amazingness. Wow. You know, it was this really interesting moment in my life where I heard God speak to me. And I asked God, where are you? And God said, I'm inside of you. And I said, where inside? He said, the little boy inside of you. That is my disguise. And so I said, so you're my soul. You're the little boy inside of me. And God said, yes, I am. And by you loving me, you have a relationship with me, and you understand the greatest devotion you can have is to love everything I created. I said, well, where else are you? God said, I am in that tree that's across the street watching you. And I'm in that flower. And I'm in the wind that just brushed your face. And I'm in the person that you just walked by the street. Did you say hello to me? Did you acknowledge me? You see, and I realized that God, the soul of me is in the soul of you, and in the soul of the tree and the flowers and the wind and the soil and everything. And so I always realized when I was growing up and people would talk about sinning against God by these earthly ways that you would sin against God as depending upon what human beings believe is a sin against God. And what I realized is that those things are the sin against rules and institutions, and that they want you to not sin against so they can keep you corralled and keep you in a space of following what they want you to believe, and using hell and using damnation as a way to inflict fear, as a way to get you to do good. That's not God. That is not the way that God would ever to motivate you. And I realized that at a very young age. And what I found was that the greatest sin that we could ever commit against God is against love, is against everything that is created, that is God. And I realized that when I am praying, when I am in prayer, when I'm fasting, when I'm praying, I'm not just praying for myself, because that is not a prayer. But a true prayer is to pray into the soul of every living thing, to see that love is always there. It never abandons you. It never leaves you. You know, there's times where I felt alone and I knew I wasn't alone. Even the other day, I was in my room and I said, I feel so alone because I can't see my girlfriend, and we are in this COVID and everything that's happening. And this voice said to me, you're never alone. We're always with you. And my ancestors were there, and all of everyone was there. And I realized in that moment that we have been manipulated by a system that wants us to believe that love is not with us unless we do something, buy something, achieve something, and show something. And then the love that we get from others for those accolades should be a suffice enough nurturing, a suffice enough acknowledgement for us to continue to give up our power for this nutrients. When we are the reservoir, we are the resource of this nutrients. We have the capacity for love that is so grand and so profound in the nature of who we are, because we are children of God, and the tree and everything around us is emanating love. And the system wants to keep you distracted, make you believe that love is outside of you and not within you. And that is why we suffer on the planet. We suffer because of malfunction in thinking. We don't think and know that God in spirit is here all the time. The love is always here. I can feel it right now, moving through my body, coursing through my veins right now, because I put my mind upon it, because I'm aware of it. And I think that freedom is the ability to recognize that that love is always there, and it's sustainable, and it's maintainable, and it's eternal. This body can burn in a fire. This body can leave this earth. This body is temporal. This biological spacesuit is just the vehicle in which my love travels in. But my love is eternal. And so when I think of Nelson Mandela, and I think he must have had that thought of knowing you can't do anything to me because I am eternal. Because the love that I have will live on, because it's the same love that lives in that tree, in that flower, in that wind that blows across your face that you don't recognize because you're too busy running around doing everything you can to get the love from the outside, to get likes and appreciations on your social media accounts and to get people to like you and to be famous. The new love is the fame. Famous, but no one really loves you because they don't really know you. You know, and so when I look at how the system manipulates the bars of prisons of the mind to keep us confined in this space of a vacuous need, this place of it's not enough, I'm not enough unless I get this or this so I can have more love. But the love is already there. And that love that is there is suffice enough to give you what you need to be everything that God dreamed you to be. And that is why you exist.
Yes. That was wonderful. Thank you for sharing all of that. Oh, yes, it's so true. And freedom that we have today, you know, we were just talking to Sidra, who's in this Mandela Mile leadership practice that they have. And she is in Syria, she lives in Syria. And just to think about people who are living through wars and who can't walk outside without knowing that they could be killed, and who are living in fear, physical fear every single day, but still find a space. Like she was talking about how she has this youth group that they try to make change, or they're making change and they're gathering and they're doing small steps. But small steps, you know, is suddenly huge steps. Because it's like we need to start somewhere. We need to, when one person starts something, just look at Greta Thunberg with her Friday for climate change, you know. And she was one person, a 16-year-old who went out from school on Fridays and got her board out with Fridays for climate change, you know. And she just stood there by herself. It was a small step. It was a small step. Anybody can do that step. Anybody. But then people started joining. And now that small step is a huge step with millions of people having Fridays for climate change. You know, so I think we mustn't underestimate the small steps, because we see them as small steps. But if they have come in as an insight from spirit, and they move you to do that small step from a creative intuition part of you, then suddenly that small step is a huge step. And you never know what that small step is to become huge. And so I think never to underestimate a small step. And that also, coming back to Nelson Mandela, is that everything he did, also from prison and anti-apartheid, you know, people were already moving for him in the free world outside of the prison, and things were happening while he was still there. And so that when he came out, the movement was already there, and he moved into and also against all odds became the first Black president of South Africa, you know. And these amazing parts where you actually become a titan like him, who's really made a huge mark in the world, also starts with the small things. And I think that's also so important to acknowledge and think about, that each and every one of us can do something. And even if it's small for you, it might be huge for somebody else. Even just smiling at somebody who hasn't had a smile for ages is a huge thing for that other person. Or just touching their head or saying something nice to them. You know, that can be a huge thing for that other person. But for you, it's not. And so we mustn't underestimate these nudges that we get to do things for others that come through us from our soul, our spirit, our intuition, or our heart. And we need to move on them and be there. And I also want to acknowledge Kofi Annan, because I was lucky enough to meet him too when he got the Nobel Peace Prize. And I was there when he had his speech in the town hall in Oslo. And it was, every time I heard him speak and was in the same room as him, I was mesmerized by the way he spoke. Because he was a kind of person who was actually very quiet. He didn't speak up. He had this wonderful voice that he never raised, but his point always came across because his intention, his heart, his soul, his roots were so in each and every word that they just rang true in the whole room. And whenever I heard him speak, everybody went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. And then to have that opening so that each heart and each ear that listened really listened with their heart and soul. That is such a gift. And I'm so grateful for him to show me that gift. And to show that that is a possibility we have as humans when we speak our truth and we really own and really deep down in us that truth and share it. Because that's what he did. And it was just so profound and amazing. And his legacy also goes on for generations. And yeah, I feel so privileged to have met these people, both Nelson Mandela and Kofi Annan. It's yeah. And to really have met people who's really changed the world and to see that it's possible. And they too are normal human beings who have an amazing path on this planet towards freedom.
Yeah. I first of all, I just want to honor you, honey, that you got to sharing that story is very poignant in the idea of what change is. Change is not about, you don't have to scream and yell and fight to create change. You have to be present and you have to be aware of your intention for that change. And I really appreciate you sharing that story, my love, because you are such a remarkable woman. And especially at this time, someone of your stature, your knowledge, your wisdom, to have gone through those experiences, because God put you in those places to experience these things so that you can share these things with the world and in our global family. And I'm very honored to listen to you. I love listening to you speak. It's very important, I think, for true change to happen and freedom to happen on our planet when we give women such as yourself and other women in the world a space in which to be held and speak and share. That's been missing so much from our society and so much from what it would take for us to really shift this global atmosphere is to really bring in the knowledge and the wisdom that is already innately in you and the life, the code of life that you represent on the planet. I think that freedom is not just in our ability to liberate our minds, but it is also to hold space for others to find liberation and share the knowledge and wisdom with the world.
Yes. Sorry.
It's okay, my love, please.
Yeah, and I really appreciate you holding space for me like that, because it has really opened up so many rooms in me. And I wish all women in the world could have that support. because I think we really need men as well in the women liberation. And I am so with you on that. Men are amazing, and I'm not putting men down, but men also need to see that women are as valuable. And women from all walks of life, women from all cultures, and that we need to be heard now. I mean, women are more than 50% of the population on Earth. So why isn't that resonating in leadership around the globe? And I'm also always so inspired, by microfinance, where when you give the woman a loan and she manages to either weave or have animals, and get the economy going in the family, the money goes back to the family, goes into education, it goes into the society as a whole and betters the society. Now, this happens on a micro scale. So why don't everybody see that this happens on a macro scale as well when women are in charge? And it's so important, I think, that we now front women of all nationalities, of all colors, and really support a woman.
Well said, love.
And support women in general. But I really think that that's very much part of the change today. And I think we really need to have men hold space for that to happen. So we really need men too. And it's not to degrade men, but it is to work together with men and to have fearless men that are not afraid of strong women. Because I find a lot of men are afraid of strong women. And it's not that we want to take your place, but we also want to be heard on equal terms. And to have somebody hold space in the way you do and other men that I know do is really liberating for us and wonderful for us to thrive. And that's what we need. And we also need to know our own worth. And I think that is also a growth that we all need to go into, and to really know our worth as women, that we are bearers of wisdom to share. And we need to start sharing that inner wisdom.
Well said, my love. Well said. Yes, it's very true. I think that if we are going to change the understanding of what it means to have global freedom and to be able to awaken consciousness, we have to invite the elderly women back into society. We have to also acknowledge their beauty, their wisdom, their love, the dedication to family, the structures of family that they have held, and how important those structures of family are to the development of all people. I think that when we begin to recognize that women are the cornerstones of society, they are the ones bringing life to our planet, as nature is the one that is giving us what we need to maintain on our planet. And both of them are basically connected to one another. I always said, you can always understand the state of the world by watching the state of women. And you always know what the state of nature is by watching and understanding women, because women are the cornerstones of society. They are the ones that are bringing these men into the world. They are the ones who are raising the children, creating the lessons, holding space with love, devoting and sacrificing their time to be able to see thriving within the family structure. Now, when we look at that as a whole and we begin to acknowledge the amount of power and the amount of prestige and the amount of value that represents for our planet, we have to hold it up in a higher place. We have to invite women's voices to speak, to share, to illuminate us with the wisdom that has been passed down from other women into them, so that we are able to move in sync, so that women don't feel like they have to become men in order to be heard, or they have to take on that masculine point of view in order to share their knowledge. One of the greatest things that I love about you and what made me fall in love with you from the very beginning was how opinionated you were and how open and free you were. And watching you raise your daughters, watching how in the house that your girls have freedom of speech to express freely whatever it is. And for me to sit there and be present to that and to know that these little girls will one day become the greatest leaders in the world, whatever endeavor they choose to embark upon, because of a woman like you. And so when I fell in love with you, it wasn't just, excuse me, when I fell in love with you, it wasn't just of like what I see on the outside, it was what I saw on the inside. It was the kindness, the generosity, the wisdom, the grace, the way in which you love humanity, nature, animals, and your children. Your love of being a mother, no matter what is thrown at you, was for me really important. And I think that when we start to realize the reason why that was important for me is because I know that you are the shaper of our future. All women on the earth are the ones who shape our future by the more love they have, the more awareness of their power they have, the more space is held for them, the greater their children will become, and the greater the leaders of tomorrow will be. And this I know to be true.
That's so beautiful. Thank you so much for saying that, baby. That's just, it really touches my heart. Thank you. And I really hope our talk on freedom has inspired a lot of people today to really take in what Nelson Mandela and Kofi Annan has meant for them in their lives, and has meant for you in your lives, and really to start letting all of that sink in and start making that change in you for the better. And I think actually our time is kind of up, but I don't know how they stop us or whatever. I'm not sure. But I could continue forever, so I'm fine if we want to continue.
I just want to say to everyone around the world, remember, God dreamed you to become. And a dream from God is a great dream. And that means that all you have to do is figure out why that was there. You're powerful. Never forget that.
Yeah, so true. Thank you so much for having us on and talking about freedom. And walk the Mandela Mile and walk the extra mile every single day, and thinking about how you can walk that mile, that extra mile for humanity.
Ashe.
Wow, what powerful words from Shaman Durek and Princess Martha Louise of Norway. Thank you for your inspiration and bringing us back to the nature of who we are. You are inspiring people all over the world. And now for our powerful global walk, Black Lives Matter, fighting for freedom today. As we welcome our honoured guest, Ilyasah Shabazz, daughter of Malcolm X, we pay tribute to Senator John Lewis, congressman and civil rights activist who fought tirelessly for freedom for over 60 years. May we follow in the footsteps of the great. And now, over to the Black Lives Matter walk.
Hello. So I guess we have 9 minutes. Let's see.
Hey, Ilyasah, this is Tala. I'm kind of like a Zoom support function right here in this call. Just wanted to give you a quick update. So right now you can probably see a studio Zoom account. There'll be one more joining as well in a moment. And basically that Zoom account will then change into the Mandela Mile logo.
Just as we line up the Black Lives Matter team in New York, we are going to go to a short moment of meditation from Shaman Durek.
In today's world, we put on so much stress. Stress is coming from us from everywhere we go, in our conversations with family and friends, and a lot of us hold that stress in our jaws. That's right, in our jaws, right here in our mandibular. And that place gets so tight, it begins to create all types of headaches and stress in the back of the neck. And when people have chronic headaches, they don't even realize that a lot of that's coming because your jaw is too tight. And when your jaw is too tight, you create anxiety because your body feels locked in. And it's important to have a body that's free. So one of the techniques that we're going to do is releasing the stress in your jaw. You're going to take your fingers like this, and you're going to place it. Now to find it, you want to find your cheekbone, and you want to press just underneath. Now, you're going to press as strong as you can, and as you press, you're going to release energy with a sound out of your mouth. So it's going to look like this. I'm going to press. Breathe, move your jaw around. You're going to do it again. Find that point under the bone and press. Move your jaw around. Feel it moving, relaxing. Breathe, inhale, take a deep breath. Exhale. And do it one more time. Find the point right under your jawbone and press with the sound coming out of your mouth. Move your jaw around and breathe. Inhale and exhale. Now for some people, when they do this, they might feel nauseous, they might start crying, and they might feel a lot of emotions coming up. Just let it come up. Let those emotions flow through you. You are releasing energies that you've been holding on to for a long time. And there's nothing better than letting go of those things you no longer need so that you can feel happy and you can have health and well-being in your body.
And now we're ready to join the Black Lives Matter walk led by Ilyasa Shabazz, daughter of Malcolm X.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Ilyasa. Are you there?
How are you?
I'm good. Lovely to see you. How are you doing?
Pretty good. And where are you right now?
We are live in London, UK.
Hello. Okay.
And you are in New York, I'm guessing?
Yes, we are in the United States of America. And I'm in New York. Our committee is in New York. But our lovely panel is in a few places, actually. Actually, I think mostly everyone is in New York.
Amazing.
Is that right? Yes, yes. And we're so happy to join you.
We're so happy and absolutely honored to have you here. So over to you. We're looking forward to your session and we can't wait to hear more.
Fantastic. Today is former President Nelson Mandela's 102nd birthday. Can you believe it? It is Nelson Mandela International Day. He is revered around the world as a respected human rights icon. He said, and I quote, "When a man has done what he considers to be his duty to serve both his people and his country, he can then rest in peace." And so we are very grateful. And we know that Nelson Mandela is in the kingdom resting in peace. And today we have each come together in his honor. His comrade, Kofi Annan, was a Ghanaian diplomat who served as Secretary General of the UN, and he was a recipient of a Nobel Peace Prize. And he was also a dear friend and respected to President Mandela. And so this Mandela Mile walk began in 2018 when Kofi Annan joined in a global walk to uphold President Mandela's legacy. And when Kofi passed away just 1 month later, his daughter-in-law and wife of Kojo Annan, Mrs. Shanti Annan, took the baton and established a global network, hence Mandela Mile Walk for Kofi, with locations now established in Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, Norway, Switzerland, Greece, the UK, the US, and the list goes on. And so each of today's panelists is a beneficiary of the works of Nelson Mandela and Kofi Annan, and is an example of an intergenerational, if you will, leadership in our continued fight for justice, freedom, and liberation. But before we begin, let's take a moment of silence for the recent passing of President Nelson Mandela's daughter, Zinzi Mandela, President Nelson and Winnie Mandela's daughter, Zinzi Mandela, and two icons of the civil rights movement, Reverend C.T. Vivian and Representative John Lewis. And may they rest in peace. Both Mandela and Kofi had their own strategies and solutions to these human rights violations that persist. And each one of the panelists today has their own methods of addressing these ongoing injustices. We are the US Committee, Diana Lyota, Dawn Lott, Rafika Suarez, Carmelia Taylor, and me, Ilyasa Shabazz. We also have a youth committee that we've assembled. Taylor Hamilton, Jordan Genesee, Ariana Gordon, Delia Johnson, Marcus Jones, and Billy Kasem. And together we've assembled a superlative, dynamic panel for you all today. So let's buckle down and get down to business. We have with us Danielle Brown, Valerie Cartwright, Dr. Hazel Dukes, Sabrina Fulton, Justice Gibbs, Dr. Kimberly Jeffries Leonard, Sean King, and DeForest Suarez here. Welcome, everyone. How are you? Good.
Good, thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay. Justice Gibbs, let's start with you. Justice Gibbs is a rising third-year law student at the University of Mississippi, no less. He is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity, and he's one of the youngest members to be elected to the Mississippi Democratic Party Executive Committee. Woo, woo, woo. Welcome, Justice. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
So now I learned that you were on the Mississippi House floor when it was voted to remove the Confederate emblem from the Mississippi state flag. And so my question to you, why don't you tell us, what did this flag represent and why was it important to remove it?
Yes, well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on again with this dynamic panel. The Confederate emblem has always meant a lot of things for people, but to me, what really sticks out is how it makes us feel emotionally. And it's always represented hatred. It's always represented division. And as a young Mississippian, to see that flag come down and to see those legislators vote to remove it, it meant that we could finally move forward as a state and unify, which is one of the rewards of the work of social justice, because the effects of what we have done when we are demonstrating and when we are protesting, it has caused all Mississippians, whether you are leaders in the community or constituents, to reassess whether we are doing enough to dismantle or are we benefiting from this issue of systemic racism in this country. And so I just believe that, this is such an emotional subject, but the reason as to why it's taken us so long and the reason that we've had the fuel in the tanks to continue to go is because, as the late John Lewis once said, we have a moral obligation to do something when we see that there are things that are just not right, regardless of what's taught to us or regardless of what we have seen that has a flag that has flown for over 146 years in the state of Mississippi. It's time for a change. And I'm just so happy that I was alive to see it.
That's great, Justice. And was social media, was it helpful to have social media there or not? Did we play a part in helping this to happen?
Oh, absolutely. I look at social media as just another tool in our toolbox towards the fight for social justice to incite change. Actually, within the past couple of weeks, we had one of the largest protests that has ever happened in the state of Mississippi. And it was organized by people even younger than myself. It was organized by high school teenagers who got together and said that we're going to protest outside the Mississippi governor's mansion because we want the governor to hear our chants from generations to say to take this flag down because it does not represent the future of this state. And so social media has just given us an opportunity to have direct access to these legislators and to our government officials, to where they've been forced to have to respond to our cries to have a better Mississippi and to have a brighter future. And they've done just that.
That's excellent, Justice Gibbs. And you are such a great example of who our young people are. DeForest, where are you? You're welcome. DeForest Soaries. You have been the senior pastor of First Baptist Church of Lincoln Gardens since 1990 and the owner of DBS Solutions, which provides consulting services and masterclasses to improve skills in business and divinity. My question to you is, in light of the Black Lives Matter movement and the global civil rights, the civil unrest and protests that we've witnessed, what are the next steps our young people can do to achieve social justice? How can they best be prepared?
Well, thank you for having me on this august panel, and thank you for your leadership in your own right. I think in the first instance, what we have to do is really stay focused on completing the task of police reform. I've been protesting police brutality since I was 18 years old, and I'm a little older than 19 now. And I think now this momentum that Brother Gibbs talks about has to culminate in legitimate, genuine, measurable reform of the police. The whole concept of policing in America has got to change. And I think the Black Lives Matter movement really focuses with laser-like precision on that. I think, however, the protest has to really expand into concrete, strategic efforts. That's what I love about Sean King. He can cite specific, concrete work that resulted not only in policy change, but people change. And if we don't do that, then what happens is we find ourselves on a kind of social action treadmill, moving but not going anywhere. So I want to commend Sean, because in kind of the spirit of Hazel Dukes, Hazel can point to specific things that are different because of her work. Then we have to expand the focus beyond police reform, because police reform and police brutality are not the problem, but rather they are examples of the problem. And the example that I focus on mostly has to do with economic disparities. If Black Lives Matter, then it means that both policies and strategies have to really aim themselves at increasing the economic capacity of Black people. I worked for Jesse Jackson when I was 23 years old. I ran Operation Push when I was 24. And I would gravitate to him in the early 70s because he then was talking about the fact that Martin Luther King was right. It doesn't matter if you have the right to eat at the lunch counter if you don't have the money to pay for the food. And so I think we have to expand beyond police brutality without forsaking the issue of police brutality and really focus on a strategic national emphasis, in fact, the global emphasis that includes Africa and diaspora around economics.
Fantastic. And how can we get young people involved?
Well, the way you get young people involved is to get young people involved. It's not, they're not from another planet. We have young people in our families. We have young people in our churches. We have young people in our communities. What I have a tendency to do is just grab a young fella and say, come on, ride with me, go to lunch with me, sit down with me, ask me anything you want to know. And all I want you to do in response is to help me help you engage in developing a strategy. You see, we are an emotional people, which is great, but the difference between us then and us now is strategy. We need strategy, and those of us who have seen the benefits of strategic struggle owe it to the people coming behind us to share with them the strategies and the principles behind those strategies that we know work.
100%. I think it's extremely important that we do continue to assemble intergenerational discussions, because the only way our young people can move forward and be effective, most effective, is to understand what those before them did, what the strategies were.
Right.
When my father stood in front of that hospital, that famous scene in the film, the strategy to get everyone there so quickly was to make sure that each person was responsible for contacting two people, so that in an instant, they were all there to support this young man who had been suffering from police brutality and demanding that he had medical service. So yes, strategy is extremely important, and we're so grateful to have you. Danielle Brown, you're the next wonderful person on our discussion. Danielle Brown is the 26th National President of Jack and Jill of America Incorporated. She is also a member of the Links Incorporated, with broad expertise in public relations, nonprofit development communications, and event planning. So my question for you, Danielle, Jack and Jill of America is a premier organization to which my families were members growing up in the development of African American children. What impact has the police violence around the country had on these children that you serve? And what are some of the remedies your groups are providing to combat some of these issues?
Great question. And I too am so excited to be on this illustrious panel. You know, I thought about that in terms of our children, and I think the trauma that we're witnessing and experiencing with racial violence is nothing new for our Black children. I think in a lot of ways they've been desensitized to what has been going on. And nothing can be more true than the video that was shown maybe a couple of weeks ago of the young boy who was playing basketball. And as he was playing basketball, his father caught on their tape that he hid when the police car came by. It was instinctual that he did it because he feared. And so I know that the stories that we've heard from our own kids, many of them did not realize what overt or covert racism was. They were desensitized to it. And so now that they have been experiencing it and seeing what has been happening, they are the ones who've been getting up. And they're the ones who've been actually leading some of us to be able to say enough is enough. I heard the young man speak about the fact, Justin spoke about some of the kids in our own organization. It's been our teens and our young people who have been going to the streets and protesting because they understand that their voice matters. And they've been saying to their parents and anyone who'll listen, our voice matters and we want change. But I always think, which is one of my favorite quotes from Coretta Scott King, that talks about that the struggle is a never-ending process. I think that's true of every generation, including my own, and that freedom is never really won. You've got to earn it and win it in every generation. So I believe that this is the generation that will do it. In my organization, we're teaching them through leadership skills and to teach them how to be activists. You all know, you were taught to be able to protest in the street. Somebody told you to take a blow to the head, be able to handle it. We don't have that today. We need to bring that back so that our children are prepared for the fight and that we can win in their generation and see changes for our people.
That's right. That's right. Very good. And I can't wait to talk about the role that education, our educational curriculum, plays in this. There's a great quote of Toni Morrison, and she says, "The function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. Somebody says you have no language, and so you spend 20 years proving that you do. Somebody says your head isn't shaped properly, so you have scientists working on the fact that it is. Somebody says you have no art, that you have no kingdoms. So you spend all of this time proving that you do. There will always be one more thing, which brings us to our next panelist, Dr. Kimberly Jeffries Leonard. Dr. Kimberly Jeffries Leonard is the CEO and president of Envision Consulting, LLC. She's also a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha, and she's the national president of the Links Incorporated, one of the oldest African-American service organizations in our country that recruits dynamic women. Thank you, Dr. Jeffries. Now, let's look at some of the similar goals that Nelson Mandela championed, the ANC and the Links. And what categories of work are the Links involved in, and what are some of the strategies used toward achieving social justice?
Well, first, I also want to thank you for allowing me to be a part of this illustrious panel. And I want to just give a quick shout out to my Link sisters who are on here today. We're very proud of the work that we're doing from a social justice perspective. When I was elected as the national president in 2018, I said that as gatekeepers of justice in our communities, we are in a season like no other. And that we were going to be boldly and strategically looking at the issues we address, the battles we fight, and the way we use our voice. That was in 2018. I didn't think that here in 2020, we would be looking at, we would be in this pandemic, which, you know, disproportionately impacts people of African descent. And then on top of that, in a social justice movement that I never thought I would see in my lifetime, but I'm glad to be a part of this. And so when you talk about the issues, the social justice issues that were championed by Mandela, we very much are at the forefront of those. We are certainly looking at civil rights, which is critical and important. We are looking at social justice rights. We are looking at equal pay and gender equity and racial equity. We are looking at the police issue in our communities. And we've done that through a number of ways. We have members in Congress that we work through and with. We have an organization of over 16,000 women. We're in 41 states, 288 chapters, the District of Columbia, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and the United Kingdom. And you know that these issues are not just specific to the United States. They're worldwide issues. And so we galvanize our members, our 16,000 powerful members, to really move these issues. We have partnered with critical organizations, the NAACP, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, UNICEF, When We All Vote, Fair Count. So many, we partner with many of the organizations, Jack and Jill, so that we could tap into our children, which is a truly a galvanizing force, so that we can really address these issues from numerous ways. Of course, social media is important. We need to educate our members. We were one of the first organizations to sign on to the Crown Act, which, you know, is just a very basic, simple human right. The way I wear my hair shouldn't have anything to do with the work that I do. And that is just a basic, but for people to be discriminated against because of that is very problematic. When we watched the murder of George Floyd on television, it brought us back. I see that Ms. Fulton is on here. It brought us back to Trayvon and the issues that we faced. I remember sitting my son down and saying to him, do you understand what is happening? But we had raised our children almost in this raceless society, and we realized at that point that was no longer something that we could do. And so when we look at the work that our members are doing to educate our communities, first through our programmatic work, both nationally and internationally, to be able to provide the tools that they need to be able to register to vote, to help their communities register to vote, to get people to the polls, to vote, to understand the issues that are not necessarily partisan, but impact our communities of African descent, that we need to be on the forefront, issues to keep us healthy. We have done that across the board through programs, education, and our advocacy efforts. And we're very proud of that. We have a history of doing it. And this is a time like no other. So as John Lewis said, we have to show up and show out. We have to get in good trouble, because if we don't, our lives will literally depend upon it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's right. And, you know, I always say that it is extremely important to have organizations like Jack and Jill and like the Links and many of the other sororities and fraternities, because it's important for young people who are in the underserved communities to see people that look like them helping them. And so, you know, my mother was a member of the Links, and I think she was the chairperson of the International Trends. And
Your
so I
mother
joined.
was the National Director of International Trends and Services under Link Patricia Russell McLeod. I remember it well, and we were very proud of the work that she did there.
Yes.
And it was a legacy that we continue to move, because the international work is very important. We have our relationship with the UN, the human rights issues that we see internationally are the same human rights issues that we're fighting here.
Yes.
And so it just has to be very connected, coordinated, and strategically addressed.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Dr. Jeffries Leonard. Which brings me to this dynamic woman who's such a good friend of my family's for such a very long time, Dr. Hazel Dukes. And Dr. Hazel Dukes, she is a civil rights icon, and she's also a housing discrimination champion. You are a member of the Links Incorporated. You are a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. You are president of the NAACP New York State Conference, and you're also president of your own consulting firm. Welcome, Dr. Hazel Dukes.
Thank you so much. And what a privilege to serve this afternoon with all of my great friends. And let me just give kudos to my president of the Links Incorporated, and to Camille, my sister, who we've become lovers doing this work of international affairs at the UN here for our great organization. I said 2 Saturdays ago that I've spent 44 years in this fight for human and civil rights. And let me say to Mr. Gibbs and to Mr. Hamilton, thank you, young people. And I am so pleased that Link Camille included you all in this conversation, because we all can learn. I started out at the age of really 17. My dad was a Pullman porter. I know that you and Mr. Hamilton don't understand what Pullman porter. Those were the black men, and it wasn't any women at that time, worked on the railroad. So at an early age, I had a chance to have Mr. A. Philip Randolph come to my home. And I heard a conversation, you know, you couldn't sit at the table. You had to be out when adults were speaking. But I had a listening ear, and I would listen closely to my father about what was wrong with America, what was wrong, how Negroes was being treated. And so I think something within happens to me, as it do when you go to the morning bench at the church. These older people caught my attention. And then at Alabama State University, where I spent my first year in college, graduated from Delphi, an old man that worked for NAACP, his name was Mr. Banks. He came that year to speak to us, my freshman year, you know, back in the South. He said, I want you young people to understand why politics is so important. Someone give you a birth certificate. They are elected or appointed. And believe it or not, someone give you a death certificate. They are elected or appointed. I thought that day that this was a silly old man. What the world you talking about? Somebody give you a birth certificate and somebody give you a death. Well, as my grandmother said, just keep on living. And I understood very well later in life what those two pieces of paper represented in your life, a birth certificate, and then for those who followed, a death certificate for them. And so I have been involved in the NAACP with Nan, as Dr. Soros said, you know, when he and Al Sharpton was running around in their jumpsuits. I was on the corner making sure that they were fine and they were okay as young people. Sister Sabrina, who we put our arms around and love her so much. You're right. For Jack and Jill, Sister Brown, you're right. Each generation must leave a legacy of its own. It's nothing new, it's just different. The knee, but what about the lynching? Our children did not make the connection because I said that some of us, after the first inauguration of President Obama, we never pulled off the gown because we were so excited. And so when the second election came around, we were still in the first inauguration gown and didn't remember that we should have attended the second inauguration. And so that's where I see this movement now, that we must be there in support of our young people. We must tell them about the strategies that I learned from Betty Shabazz, who is the reason that I'm a Delta, beside the long legacy of my family. We must learn from our former presidents of the Links Incorporated, the women in Jack and Jill, the mothers who have taken their children, and for the Urban League and the NAACP. All of that should be at the kitchen table and in our dining room, and let our children hear of what happened before Black Lives Matter, because Black lives always mattered. But it was in a different form when they were lynching. It's a different form. They had their knees on our necks. In education, there's not one aspect of life that they have not had it on. But our children have missed that. And now with this unfortunate crisis that we had with this virus, people were able to be at home and hear and see the voices. And many people was in their homes and said, I am going to put on my mask and I'm going to join the group. And as someone else said, Diane Lode said, it wasn't the looters. It was the young people who said, enough is enough.
So then
and
I have
we're
a
going to make it
question.
so.
That's
Yes.
right. So then today, we're witnessing historical change across the board.
Absolutely.
Calling for the removal of the Confederate monuments and flag symbols, changing the names of national sport leagues. How is this move for social justice different? The marching, the protesting, all of that. How is it different from the previous demonstrations, marches, protests for the disparities and traumas that we are still enduring?
Well, it's almost the same thing, but it's in different language. When Dr. King went, Dr. Barber just had reinvented the poor people campaign about poverty. All these issues been with us. But I think the generation that when Martin was there, we had a few different races. But this time we've had many different races. I mean, from the Asians to the every generation, every nationality you can think of has been a part of protests across this globe, across this country, in London, all over, just not these United States. But one thing I want to leave here and leave with these young people, all of this is fine, the flag coming down, but laws are important. We must go to the polls. We must fill out the census. Those two things must be a part of our agenda. While we're taking down the flag, while we are removing money, yes, they should come down. It's insulting to what we build this country for. Even the house on Pennsylvania Avenue should not be named the White House because we built that house. Be as it may, if we continue in the legacy of Nelson Mandela and John Lewis, who was beaten because he said to people, go out and vote. As Link Kimberly said, we must have women and men to look at the system, change laws.
Thank you, Dr.
And I want them to go and vote and fill out the census. That's the call.
Thank you so much. That's right. That's the call. Go out and vote. And so we have to make sure that we're registered and that we understand what it all means and go out and vote. Which brings us to this next beautiful sister, another beautiful person on our panel, dynamic, empowering, inspirational, Sabrina Fulton. Welcome, Sabrina Fulton. Oh, you are mute. Yes. Welcome. Sabrina Fulton is the mother of Trayvon Martin, whose 17-year-old son was tragically stalked, terrorized, and shot to death by George Zimmerman in 2012. We know that feeling, no matter how many years have passed, we know that that it's continuous, the loss. Sabrina Fulton is a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, and she's now a candidate for Miami-Dade County Commissioner. And if I were in Miami, I know that I would be right up there supporting anything that you do. In such an important election year, Ms. Fulton, what advice would you give to our African Americans who are still searching for reasons to vote, especially those who have concerns about police brutality and other issues of systemic racism?
I would remind them that how important it is to vote, and I would remind them that people suffered. They were arrested, they were jailed, they went to jail, they were killed, they were abused. All those things, I would remind them about the shoulders that we stand on and how serious this is for us to vote. If it wasn't as serious, they would not care. You can tell that something is very serious when people care a lot about it. It's important. And so I would just reiterate to our young people how important that is and how important their voice is and their vote is. Some of these young people are so nonchalant about voting because they don't understand the importance of voting. They don't understand the importance of getting laws changed and having them amended. And we just got to keep stressing that. We got to just keep talking to our young people. We can't give up. Right. On another note, I just want to tell everybody that's on this call to just be encouraged. I know it gets hard. I know it gets discouraging at times, and we're looking at things. And I just want to say be encouraged. I just say just stay focused on what we're doing. Make sure you surround yourself with some good, strong people and just keep moving forward, because this thing that we're battling with is not just about what we're dealing with. This is something that's more spiritual for me. And I believe that. I believe we got to tap into another realm. But I just want to tell people just to be encouraged and just stay focused on what they're doing.
That's right. Whenever there is such an effort to make sure that we cannot vote, then we must know that it is something very important, and so thank you, Ms. Fulton. Next, we have Shaun King. And Shaun King is an author. He's a civil rights leader. He's also a friend. He is the founder of the Grassroots Law Project that walks with families impacted by police brutality and racial injustice until they get justice. And so my question to you, Shaun, You often say that the criminal justice system isn't broken. What do you mean by this?
Well, it's good to be with you, and thank you for that question. I'm sorry if there's some background noise. I'm at an outing with my family, and I told you I had to get special permission to kind of break away for a moment. It's my honor to be here today and to be here with all of you. You know, a lot of times we accidentally say, and it's almost true, we accidentally say that the justice system is broken. And I know why we say that, because something is clearly wrong. The system is clearly failing. But I wanted to just take a moment to teach us that this system that we're so often fighting against, organizing against, voting against, marching against, it's actually not broken. And that's not a distinction without a difference. It's a big difference. I need us to understand that this system that we're fighting against is actually functioning exactly the way it was designed and built to function. And it's very different when you're fighting to repair something that was actually well designed, and you may need to put a body camera on it. You may need to make some changes and adjustments, but this system is actually not broken. It's firing on all cylinders. And what I love about 2020 is that there's a new movement of particularly young people saying, you know what, we want to actually look at the budgets. We want to look at city budgets and county budgets and state budgets. And we want to advocate to defund police. And what that means is we want to look at the whole budget of our country, of our city, and we want to make sure that the things that need to be funded are funded. And I think it's one of the smartest evolutions. I'm 40, and in most rooms that I'm in now, I'm normally the oldest organizer in the room. There's a youth movement that has started to understand that if we're going to actually change this system, we have to look at budgets, we have to look at policies, we have to look at laws, and we've alluded to that today. But as a people across the world even, we have to understand that we are fighting against systems that were conceived to oppress us. We are fighting against policies, laws, governments that aren't broken. They were designed to keep us under. And when you accept that, it changes your approach to how you try to solve the problem, to how you try to fight back against it. And it's even for me been a light bulb moment where every day I realize that this system is not a few tinkerings away from working for us. It needs to be dismantled altogether. And we are creative, and we are a creative people. And we have to tap into our imagination and begin to say, how could we tear this whole thing down and rebuild something that's actually just, that's actually fair? And I'm thinking a lot, like many of you today, about John Lewis. And one of the things that I always loved about John Lewis was that he was always optimistic, but he was always imaginative, thinking, how could we do this so much better than we're doing now? And, you know, for us, we need to look at the whole system, who designed it, and the budget is at the center of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Sean King. Don't go anywhere, because I want everyone to just give their final comment. And so our last panelist, we have to save someone for last, Valerie Cartwright. Where are you, Valerie?
I'm here. I'm here.
I see you smiling. Valerie Cartwright is the town councilwoman of Brookhaven. She's a former president of Amistad Black Bar. She's a civil rights and a criminal attorney. She's an adjunct professor at St. Joseph's College and a member of Zeta Phi Beta sorority. And I really want to ask the role of education. What is the role of education for our young people. But before I ask that, I'm going to say the Black Lives Matter movement has garnered international support, and many would say it is a vehicle to achieving social justice. It's often said that all politics is local politics. What role does local or can local politics play in this global movement and in essence in aid in achieving social justice?
Thank you so much for having me and being a part of this esteemed panel. The work that we're talking about here today is basically the continuation of the work of Kofi Annan and Nelson Mandela, Malcolm X, and Congressman John Lewis. And we're fighting for a basic level of justice and standards for all in our society. If I can just start off with the statement made by the late Congressman John Lewis that I read earlier today. His statement was to a white young activist, and he said, "You will know when the time has come and the winds are in your favor. It is then that you must join together and demand and advocate for the people who feel they have no voice. Hold their hand as they speak up. Do not let them be silenced. Good people need and must keep doing good things for a better place for all of us." So I submit to you, brothers and sisters, that the winds are in our favor and there is an awakening that I have never seen in my lifetime. So we must keep pushing and not get distracted. And we must all put in the work. And in doing that, we must recognize the importance of our local leaders. There are leaders who have won office. They have already gained the trust of the majority, and we must engage them. We must use their voice and hold them accountable for their office. All politics are local basically refers to the idea that people care most about local issues that personally affect them rather than those larger national issues or those larger scale ideological issues. In many ways, local politics and government may be our best approach to addressing issues of social justice. We're the closest government to the people, and you're more likely to interact with local elected officials, see them in the community, and generally have greatest access to these persons. Engaging local government is one of the best things that we can do for social justice. So when we speak about it in the context of the Black Lives Matter movement, a movement which was created to draw attention to police brutality and to systemic racism, it's clear that we're focusing on a human rights issue and we must control the narrative. We must make this point immediately in order to help everyone understand that this issue affects all of us and it's an issue for all levels of government. Elected officials at the local level will quickly say that this is not a local issue. It's a national issue that needs to be addressed at a higher level. But our job is to connect the dots for them so that they can see how systemic racism exists in all parts of our society and how it's affecting our local government. So for example, does your elected local government reflect the diversity of your community? Do the hiring practices of your local government reflect the diversity of your community? Does your local government engage all of its residents in the same way? Is there the same level of engagement for Black and Brown communities than other communities? What about resource allocation? So these are things that we must address. This is how we examine the current state of affairs in our community and determine how we can make sure that local government is playing a role in social justice. You touched on education. Educating others, especially those in local government, about systemic racism and what the Black Lives Matter movement is about is extremely important, especially in this time. And in a community like mine, which is predominantly white, it's even more important. Because if the only information that they're getting about the Black Lives Movement is from television and social media, and they're looking at it from a negative perspective, we must educate them. This should be organized and very deliberate, and we have to help raise awareness. We can hold forums, we can make sure that we are talking and engaging, because I know we get tired at times, but we must continue the conversation. Also, if we're focusing on policing in your community, form a coalition. And lastly, I'd like to encourage us not to reinvent the wheel. We have so many amazing organizations here that have been doing the work for so long, and that we need to make sure that the only way that we can actually achieve true social justice in this country is if we go together. So we must look at the work that has already been done and laid as a foundation and build upon it. We know the African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, go together. Well, let's keep going together because we have a long way to go.
Fantastic, fantastic. And so we subscribe to that proverb also, that it takes a village to raise a child. We can't think that we're going to pull our own individual selves up by our own individual bootstraps, because when we look around, we see that that just doesn't happen, right? That we need one another to accomplish our goals. And so I just want to allow each of you to just give a final word. Let's start with you, Mr. Soares. Unmute yourselves, please.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely.
Say that our history as a people revealed three things that I don't think we should ever forget. Number one, we have always resisted the oppressive systems as Sean described them, which means that we've never had the luxury of just sitting back doing nothing. The second, however, is that we've always displayed resilience because somehow, despite all of the oppressive forces, we continue to go to school, we continue to start businesses, we continue to form organizations like the Lynx and Jack and Jill. So we are a resilient people. And then finally, we've been a religious people. We believe that there's a God somewhere and that trouble don't last always, and greater is he that is in us than he that is in the world. So I think if we continue to resist and continue to be resilient and keep our religious values straight, then I think we will do exactly what all of the young people want, and that is we shall be free.
Yes, that's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Soares. And Justice Gibbs, final comments? Unmute yourself, please.
You know, today is just all about unity. Everything that I've heard has just put a lot of just motivation into my spirit to continue to try to unify our country, to unify the communities that we're from. I'm very grateful for Jack and Jill as well. I grew up in Jack and Jill. I'm an AeroLink as well, and they were just, you know, the pillars in our community to ensure that young people had the resources that we needed to ensure that we could follow our dreams and to reach for the stars. And that's what I want to continue to do. And I just thank everybody again.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, I'm telling you, Jack and Jill, the Lynx, the Deltas. My mother was a member of all of that, and she brought her daughters in, and I was always on the back of her shoes. So I think it's just really wonderful, and to see just this dynamic work that we continue to do. Councilwoman, would you like to make a final comment, Cartwright?
Yes, thank you so much. I just want us to remember that with all of the young people that are leading the charge now, we need to continue to bridge that gap. I find myself a lot working with older attorneys, older civil rights attorneys, and trying to bring them in touch with the progressives and connect the dots. And we just need to recognize that we have to move together. We have to respect the work that each other does. And it may not be the way that you want it to move. People think, activism comes in so many forms. And we just need to remember that as we move forward and try our best not to isolate the other side. We're all doing the work together. We're all allies. And the way that we're going to really get to where we want to get is if we do it together.
That's right. Thank you. Ms. Brown.
Thank you so much. Seeing you reminds me so much of your mother. Your mother was very close to Nellie Thornton, who was one of our national presidents. One of the things I really loved about Nellie Thornton and your mom is that they did the work. So many of us sit around and we do the talk, but we don't do the work. And I always think about Martin Luther King. He said, it's not our enemies that we have to worry about. It's the people that do nothing and say nothing and idly stand by and call themselves friends. I think we have to listen to our young people. And I know in Jack and Jill, we are. Justin, we love you. And he is definitely one of the epitome of looking at young leaders. Somebody who's not afraid to use his voice. It's not just his voice. He is acting. And we have to continue to tell our young people to act. We also, I heard Councilwoman said about bridging the gap. We need to listen. We need to listen to our young people. Listen to what they're saying, because that's how you bridge it. Their ideas aren't necessarily our ideas, but working together, I believe this generation will be the generation who will make the difference. Thank you all so much for having me.
That's right. That's right. Thank you so much. Dr. Jeffries Leonard.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank you again and thank Carmelia and to see Taylor as a grown man. I tell you, it really makes me feel my age here. So I'm shouting out to all my Jack and Jill. But this is the time. This is the time, you know, truly, truly like no other. And so we as Links and we as all of us here, we don't have the luxury of stopping. We don't have the luxury of being quiet. Reverend Barbara reminded me when we were talking that we need everyone at the table because we all have a role to play in the fight. And that's so important. We have to work together because we're stronger when we are together. We have to be coordinated. I look at this Mandela quote to say, to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. And that's what we have to do. So we have to do the hard work. We have to live the right life, and we have to do that intergenerationally across the board. So I applaud you for this intergenerational panel, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to continue to use our voice to continue to fight this fight.
Yes, that's when we are so, thank you so much. And we are so thankful again to Mandela Mile for Kofi. Miss Sabrina Fulton, final words?
Final words seem so final, but I just want to say I hope everybody is keeping safe and just stay focused. The passion is already there within us. The passion is already lit. The fire is already lit. We just got to continue to light it, continue to let your light shine so others can see you and light somebody else that's next to you so their light can shine and we can continue to get this thing moving forward. Yeah. I just, I want to say a special thank you for just inviting me to come on and speak as well and just listen. And that's one of the things that I was doing. I was listening a lot. I took a whole bunch of notes.
Copious notes.
I don't want y'all to see the notes, but I took a whole bunch of chicken scratch on the side, but I just did a lot of listening, and that's what's important. People try to put us in categories of women's rights, of children's rights, of humans' rights, of gay and lesbian rights, and we need to make sure that they're remembering that we are humans, and we need to, first and foremost, we need to pay attention to human rights. What are our human rights? And making sure that we follow through, and just so people to know that we are humans, we are human beings, and we deserve to be treated equally, just like anybody, any other race. Thank you. Peace, love, and light to you all.
Thank you so much. You know, one of the things I always share with young people is in the 50s, you had many young people marching, protesting, demonstrating, wanting all of the things that we want today, and asking for civil rights, for quality education, for quality healthcare. And Malcolm came along, also a young man in his late 20s, and he said, we demand our human rights as your brother. We demand our human rights ordained by God. And so that's something, as you said, Ms. Fulton, and everyone, that it is extremely important. These are just exercising our human rights. No one is supposed to give them to us. And you know, so this continued fight, you know, it's unfortunate, but it is here still upon us. Mr. King, you have some comments that you'd like to make?
Yes, you know, I want to be super specific. I learned so much today from everybody and was so inspired. I'm a part of a group called Real Justice, and we're electing new district attorneys all over the country. And district attorneys are like the local CEOs of the justice system. And I want to encourage everybody. There are over 2,300 district attorneys nationwide, but I want to encourage you to not only know who your district attorney is, but plan on injecting yourself into that process. Even though there are 2,300 district attorneys, just 150 of them control over 50% of all people who are incarcerated. And if you elect somebody who is a real change agent, they can change the system drastically. I'll close with this. This past November, we helped to elect a young man named Chesa Boudin, who is the new district attorney of San Francisco. And in just 7 months, he has reduced the jail population in San Francisco by 60%. I thought it was going to take him 4 or 8 years to do it. He's done it in 7 months. And there are positions locally, not just district attorneys, but city councils. And I agree with the councilwoman when she said that there is a great opportunity for us to really make serious change on the local level, city by city, county by county. I hope we can all work together in the future. Thank you all for having us. But it was my honor to be here with each of you.
Thank you so much, Sean. And so we saved the final word. Before we go to our film, we have two films, very briefly. We have about, 7 minutes left. Dr. Hazel Dukes, what would you like to leave us with?
Thank you so much. I will bless the Lord at all times, and his praises shall continue to be in my mouth. For these young people, the inner generation, and for all of the elders that sit, and for all the organizations that are represented, we will overcome.
Beautifully and brilliantly said. So this sums it up for our distinguished panel. It has been absolutely phenomenal talking to you. We have, Danielle Brown, Valerie Cartwright, Dr. Hazel Dukes, Sabrina Fulton, Justice Gibbs, Dr. Kimberly Jeffries Leonard, Sean King, and DeForest Soares. And this has been the Mandela Mile Walk, which was founded by this beautiful daughter-in-law, and they are now in the UK. I believe we're going to go to a film, a short video production. Is that correct, Carmelia?
Yes, it is.
So we're going to end with the special video presented by Denise Peace, who was appointed by President Obama as the former regional administrator of General Services Administration, and who is a close and dear friend of the Mandela family.
Hello, my name is Denise Pease. I'm a friend of the Mandela family, and I had the pleasure of meeting Madiba in 1990, his first visit to the United States after he was released from prison. I was honored to have been at the Congressional Black Caucus breakfast honoring him, and also at the joint session of Congress that he spoke at. I bumped into him in the hallway, and he shook my hand, and he told me about his family. He told me about his daughters, his son, who had passed away, and his granddaughter, Nandi, who has become a friend of mine and like my little sister. Nandi wanted me to share a few thoughts with you about how she thinks of her grandfather, and I think how we all think of Nelson Mandela. He was a family man, but he truly regretted having to leave his family for those years of imprisonment, but he knew it was for a better cause. And the family supported him in that, but he, in building the new South Africa, he thought that when he retired, he would be able to spend the time with the family that they so deserved. But he also understood as an humble man that he also had a responsibility. He had the children of South Africa. And so that his first place was to make sure that they were secure, particularly after apartheid. In today's days, he exemplifies the figure of a true iconic leader that sometimes we're missing today. He woke up every morning a humble man in prayer, and that he also, he was papa to his grandchildren, and he also wanted to make sure that they were okay after imprisonment. But he also wanted to make sure that all the children of South Africa were okay, and that's how he dedicated his life. So what we do today and every day is we dedicate ourselves to change, cultural change, and making sure that the sustainability of our youth, that they have a better tomorrow than they have today, and that we ever had, is in the spirit of Nelson Mandela. Thank you.
Wow, what an incredible inspiration from the most powerful movement of our time, Black Lives Matter. We want to say a huge thank you to Ilyasa Shabazz, daughter of Malcolm X. We also want to say thank you to the incredible Black Lives Matter New York team. Thank you so much for that powerful session. It was absolutely incredible. And now for our finale walk of the day, the one you have all been waiting for. This one is sure to get you up on your feet. The inspiration to get you dancing, get you active, the worldwide phenomenon, Afro Nation. Over to you.
Ezene, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You look amazing, by the way.
A girl tries.
And thanks for taking part in this. It's very simple. I think the Mandela Mile is just to celebrate journeys of every individual within this culture, find out what it's been like, how you started, and how you got here. So the simple question will be, how could you summarize, the journey so far, how it started for you, what the milestones were that made you realize that you were onto something incredible, and how you got to where you are?
Okay. For those that are watching and don't know who I am, my name is Ezene, and I have been in the entertainment business now coming up to 10 years. I just made my 10-year mark June 10th. So it's been really exciting. I got my start off while I was in university. I joined the Afro-Caribbean Society, ACS. And well before then, I was dancing as a young person, but that's when I first met the most incredible young women called CEO dancers. And we met in university, actually the first week of uni, Freshers Week. And we met and we connected, and it was actually an event in ACS called the Homecoming Experience. And this is so interesting that it's about home, it's about Africa, and we met at a homecoming. And we put together a dance routine, and it went viral. And this was when YouTube started for the first time. And so it went wildfire all over Facebook. This is when Facebook was pretty cool too. It went all over Facebook. We got our bookings, and, the journey really started there. I think for me, the major break for CEO and for me personally was we went on Britain's Got Talent. Our management then, Vanessa and Maddie, took us to Britain's Got Talent. We got to showcase. I think what was unique about CEO Dancers is that we were literally, I used to call us the African Powerpuff Girls because we were so different individually, but yet so special as a unit. We represented the different skin tones, different cultures, different backgrounds, and yet there was such strong unity in that. And that was one of the most interesting parts of CEO. Went on Britain's Got Talent, absolutely loved by the judges, went to the semi-finals, got knocked out, which was actually brilliant for us because that just took us off. We traveled, we worked with incredible people. We worked with Tiwa Savage, we worked with Davido, we worked with D'banj, we performed at the Ivory Plaza. We did everything under the sun. And that was the initial highlight for CEO Dancers, and that really molded the start of my creativity. A lot of people didn't know I wanted to be an accountant. That was imagine coming into an accounting firm and seeing this bubble of sunshine. But you know, things change, and I decided to move into focusing into creativity. Went into becoming a choreographer, creative director, and started working personally on one-on-one with artists like David and like Wizkid and like Tiwa Savage. And that is kind of where my solo individualism came about. I got to do that a lot. I got to work on incredible shows like Global Citizen, on wireless festivals, on the MOVA Awards, and you know,
Afro Nation.
Wait, Afro Nation is coming. You know, you have to wait for Afro Nation. Afro Nation has its own lifestyle, because those were like little journeys that led up to a major journey for me last year. And one of the major journeys for me was Afro Nation. Firstly, Afro Nation is the first show that I have single-handedly been organized with the madness, the chaos, the beauty, the culture, the vibes. It was just incredible, and it really challenged me as a creative to be able to come up with a concept that is not only entertaining for the audience, but also meets the expectations of the artist. So it was such a great experience for me, period. Like, it was just incredible. But also to showcase as an artist and a musician for the first time live on that stage in front of 22,000 people. How else can you start?
Finally, and more importantly, when I mentioned the name Nelson Mandela to you, what, as simply as you can, what does that mean for
Unity. That is all it really speaks. Unity, just being one, speaking from one hymn book. And it taught me a lot about love. Unconditional love, loving for yourself, loving for your people, loving beyond the walls of your room and your home or your church or your little circle, just loving each other so unconditionally and being open to listen. A lot of people speak, but they don't listen and they're not hearing people. I think those are the lessons I learned from Nelson Mandela, just listening to people and thinking about, okay, how can you help each other? You know, I feel like when we spend our time trying to do better for the other person and the other person trying to do better for us, we do not realize, and in turn, it's this amazing, beautiful rotation of love, and everybody is actually smiling. And, you know, that's what I really believe that Nelson taught me.
Thank you very much for your time. Ezine, as always, a big fan of your work, and we really appreciate you spending time with us this afternoon.
A big fan of you too, I must say.
Thank you, Ezine. Really appreciate that.
Lots of love. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. Welcome, Bisi Atkins. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. You look amazing.
Thank you so much for having me, Shopsy. And thank you. I tried to look cute.
That's brilliant. Well, today we're pretty much just catching up with everybody, people that have done incredible work within their various, disciplines, within the culture. And we just wanted to find a way to celebrate everybody in a brief summary. The question is simple. I want to know, how you got your start, what the journey has been like, and how you've gotten to where you are. If you could summarize that for us.
Being in presenting, I fell into it by accident. I remember after I won Miss Nigeria UK, I met Smade at a shoot that we was doing sometime in 2014 or 2015, right? And then he invited me to his concert, and I went to the Olamide concert at Troxy, and for some reason he must have acquired or booked a backstage presenter, and the backstage presenter did not turn up. And he made a fair judgment on my character and my personality. He's like, Bisi, I just need you to ask them questions when they come off the stage, ask them how they felt it was, and just speak to them as you normally speak to people. And I was just like, do what? And then he's like, I really need you to do it. And then he had to run up and do whatever he was doing. So I was just like, all right, cool. He gave me the videographer. And as soon as the people came off the stage, the artists, I would just ask them questions. And then when he and the videographer watched it back, they was just like, you're actually really good at this. Like, you have a natural flair for it. And I'm like, natural what? And then I just continued doing the backstage presenting, the Smade's concerts. And then I built a good rapport with the different artists that I was engaging with. And I fell in love with just communicating, allowing my energy to pass into other people. And then over the past, let's say, 3-4 years, I've been presenting, and it's been progressing in the sense that, one, I enjoy it very much. I've been surrounded by people that believe in me, that push me, that allow me to acquire new skills, that teach me things that they've taught themselves or that they've learned. I've been surrounded by you, I've been surrounded by Smade, I've been surrounded by Eddie Caddy, and I've just literally been soaking it all in. And I've surrounded myself with people that edify me and allow me to level up and be consistent and thoroughly enjoy it, because presenting is difficult. People see it and they feel like it's all glitz and glam. You're a pretty girl, you can do it, just speak in front of the camera. No. Yeah, you have a pretty privilege and it works when you look good on the screen. I can't deny that. But you need skill, you need to be able to communicate well, you need to be able to build rapport, have charisma, and all of those things. If you don't have it, it won't work. So I've developed those skills over time, and yeah, I enjoy it. I absolutely love it, and I don't think I'll be doing anything else.
And finally, if I mention the name Nelson Mandela to you, what comes to your mind?
Hero, leader, example, humility, and I would definitely say grace. Nelson Mandela moved with such grace in the adversities that he faced, and being able to represent or go through such trauma and still come out and be like humanitarian, not wanting to, use the same oppression that was used against him to others. He literally just wanted everybody to live in peace, and he put humanity first before anything else, despite every single thing that he went through. And that is honestly grace. If I was put in the shoes of Nelson Mandela, I don't even know what grace I would offer to anybody else, because they didn't offer it to me. And I just feel like seeing that and just looking at the legacy that he's imparted in so many people that don't even know him, that didn't know him when he was alive. Like that's the sort of grace and legacy, and is literally words can't comprehend, words can't describe the being and the soul and the spirit that is Nelson Mandela.
Listen, you couldn't have said it better. Thank you very much, BC Atkins, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You look amazing. Wherever you're going, they're definitely going to be taking pictures of you today. That's
okay. Thank you so much, Shopsy, man. Have a blessed day.
You're welcome. Have a wonderful day. Eddie, thank you very much for taking the time out to have a good chat this afternoon.
My pleasure.
Very, very proud of everything about you and everything that you've accomplished so far. If the opportunity was for me to speak on your behalf, I'm sure I would have a lot to say about your journey so far and the impact. But I'd like for you to summarize it as best as you can. How to start, how it's begun, key milestone moments that you felt like you were onto something, and how you got to where you are now, brother.
Oh man, thank you, Shopsy, man. I mean, I always trust you to speak on my behalf. That one is for sure, but I also appreciate the opportunity to present myself for those who may or may not know once again and clarify some things. I'm a Congolese from the DR Congo. I was born in Kinshasa, moved to the UK at the age of 9. Went through, took advantage of the opportunities that were laid upon me in this country, and ended up a graduate of Kingston University, BSc Honours of Media Technology. It was actually during that time that I was what we'd call the African Caribbean Society president. So the idea was just, leading a bunch of us students through the hardships of academia, in order to just make life easier during our studies. So we, do debates and entertain ourselves, put together showcases. And actually the first ever showcase we put at Kingston University, I was hosted. And I remember during that time, we're going back to 2002. And during that time, you know, it wasn't a regular thing to see African entertainment on TV or African references as much. In fact, it was a handful of things that you can point out to. One was a character called Matthew on a sitcom called Desmond back in the days. And Matthew had a couple of lines which was more geared towards making him a funny African. There was nothing else more to him. I believe Matthew was a Ghanaian. You know, and he had this thing called, there's an old African saying. That was his line. And every now and then he might kiss his teeth or he might say something. That was a reference. So anyway, but I went to a university which was at the melting pot of Africa. We had Nigerians, Ghanaians, Ivorians, Congolese, everyone was together and we put together this showcase. And even then, there wasn't much reference to us being African. So I remember I was never really afraid. I would use the word afraid because a lot of people were afraid because of the reaction they would get in being unapologetically African. But being Congolese and loving the fact that I could dance in a way that many people couldn't dance, and I could, you know, talk in a way that many people couldn't talk, and I had these reference points that always wowed people. I took advantage of that, and I hosted this showcase, not because I'd performed before, but because I was spokesperson for our meetings. So this showcase naturally, they said, since you speak in this meeting, why don't you host? And I went on stage and I put on this character of my friend's uncle who was Nigerian, and we used to often see him drop him off at university. And I put on this strong accent throughout the whole show for 2 hours, bro. Yeah, and it was the beginning of something special. And I remember getting booked for different universities because this guy was doing things that we would often joke about at home, but he was doing it publicly, and we loved it. And that was 2002. And fast forward, you know, moving along with some of my friends, we created an organization called Black Grape. A guy called Adetokunbo Lati at the time, and there was a bunch of us, and we started going around just performing in different universities, but also using our Africanness as momentum, because it became really cool at that time. Different unis would be dancing, would be turning urban songs into funny African songs. Like, you know, I had a song called Parking Attendant, which was based on The Boy's Mind, Brandy and Monique, and then of course Monica, and then we had, of course, eventually Pound the Jam, which was Me for Business Pow. Then we had You Should Let Me Show You How to Make Fufu, which was, you know, was Mario's You Should Let Me Love You, you know. So, you know, so that song was actually my favorite at the time, because talking about cooking fufu was You should let me show you how you can make fufu, show you how much pepper to put in stew. You know, this at the time was ridiculous, but it made the average diasporan young British child feel like, my culture can also be attached to this cool culture. So fast forward, that was, you know, we went on I finished university in 2005. Just knowing that the momentum of what stand-up did for me, stand-up was off the back of actually turning these funny songs into stories.
Bro, well said. Thank you for your time once again. As always, let us catch up offline.
Yes, please. Let's do that. Very, 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 very proud of you as always, bro. Very proud of you carrying the flag as usual, for backing me on one of the biggest stages in the world.
Absolutely.
Constantly. Many people need to know how hardworking you are. God bless you. I wish you well for the rest of the day, bro.
Amen, brother. You too. Thank you, man. Have a wonderful day, bro.
God bless you, Shops.
DJ so good.
Shobsy, energy god, man, like energy god.
DJ so good, cause he's so good.
He's so good.
What's happening, brother? How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm good. Can't complain. We're keeping fit still. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Thank you very much for taking the time out to join us today. We just wanted to find out, about your journey. Let us, share with us your journey, your experience of becoming a DJ, how it started for you, the moment that you knew that this was actually working for you, and how you got to where you are.
It's been a long moment to still. Where this journey started from? The long road, John.
Yeah.
Listen, I started DJing from, obviously my dad used to have a music shop back in the days in Peckham, right? And not even in Peckham, right? My dad used to have a music shop in Peckham, Dalston, Eastern Market. He had about 5 different places. It was doing African music. I can actually tell you, one of the first people who started bringing in all this African, it wasn't even this DVDs back in the days, it was a tape, the big tape back in the days, yeah. So, a couple of years ago. So, I remember I used to go to college. From college, I got to my dad's shop and stay in my dad's shop. And that was era when Afrobeat music started coming up. Like, obviously, back in the days, we never used to listen to music in the club and whatnot. So, yeah, I remember in Peckham, back in the days, when you play music loud, you have these council people coming to you and say, "Oh, sorry, the music is too loud, please turn it down." Now you can let me even tell you something. The other day, I sat down, I was thinking about it. I said, listen, I think I was one of the first persons that started playing African music loud in Peckham back in the days. Like, even, I know people that could testify to this. Even Smith can testify, because Smith used to come through my show back in the days. I was like, oh, listen, even Smith said, I want to DJ one time. I don't know if Smith mentioned it to you before. Like, he said, listen, I want to DJ then. He used to like, oh, what are the latest music? I used to give him sight a few music. That's when me and Smith actually met as well. That was around those areas as well. So yeah, from when I used to be in the shop, then I used to have people come to the shop like, oh, okay, what's it called? They used to ask for DJs. There's like, do you DJs in party? I remember one particular time I said to a lady, yes, I DJ in party. And meanwhile, bear in mind, I've never DJed in any party at that particular moment. But I had the passion, like, listen, I think I could do this. You know, when you like play music in shops and people just listen to it. And the lady came up to me and said, I need a DJ for my wedding. It was actually a wedding. And I remember I had these 2 fellas that used to come to my shop back in the days and buy CDs. And I'm like, oh, listen, any new music, just call us up. We need it, because they were DJs. So it was kind of cool, like, talking to them. I was like, oh, you're a DJ? Yeah, I could supply with any music and whatever you need in terms of music and materialistic, whatever. And I remember at that particular time when that lady came to the shop and was asking me, do I DJ? I said, yeah, I DJ. Then when I was like, okay, do you want to give me your number? I actually collected that number. I said, I will call you with the price. And then she was like, how much are you going to charge and everything? I said, I'm not sure. I said, can I call you and give you the price? I said, okay, no problem. Then boom, when she left, I called this guy. I remember DJ Sean Paul. The guy moved to outside London now. And there was one DJ Valentine as well. Those are the first set of DJs I know in London, like I was hooking to. Yeah, so I called Sean Paul there. I said, Sean Paul, listen, it was Valentine I actually went to the wedding with. I called Valentine. I said, Valentine, listen, there's this lady booked me for, want to book me for a party. How much will you charge her? Listen, he said, collect like £300 or something off her. I said, how much is going to be, man? He said, listen, all I want is £200, then wherever you put on top is fine. I said, okay, no problem. I called the lady up. I think I quoted about $350. She said, no, it's too much. Then I think she went up to like £300. Then the funniest thing, we went to this party together, me and Valentine, and we set up and everything. But then, you know, when you book a DJ, like I booked So Good, so I'm expecting to see So Good on the DJ decks, DJing and whatever. And I was like, oh, DJ, you're here? I said, yeah. I said, we'll set up and everything. So Valentine started warming up and everything. He started warming up. He was playing, and Blake came to, DJ, what time are you DJing? I said, soon. I said, I'm just letting my guy do the one more segment. And when the actual party actually started, so Valentine was playing, people were dancing, and ladies still coming to me like, DJ, it's you that we paid. I know what, there's a few people that want to see you because obviously I paid for you to be here. So lady was still surprised. You know, when you're moving up and down, you know, certain people pay attention to certain things. Yes. Like, we have different mind, and certain people pay attention to certain details. Yeah. You know? In my mind, I could see this lady was on my case. Like, I want to see this guy actually playing because he said to me, you're a DJ. Then I said to Valentine's, back in those days was CD. I said to him, listen, do you have any mixtape that is mixed already that I could just give me, let me insert it, so I'll put the microphone on your head, like, see, you know, I'm DJ. Listen, there's something when I think about this, I still laugh. Because that was my first ever party I went to. You know, then at one point he gave me a CD I put in the CD was playing, then I put in the headphone, then I was just like this. Like, I wasn't mixing, the team was mixing it. It was a mix that he mixed already before. Then I was just like this on it. At one point, the people were getting bored. People started leaving the dance floor. They left the dance floor. They went to sit down, and they looked like, this DJ. Then this one guy came. I remember one guy came over and said, "Listen, can you let that other guy that was doing it before come in? Because some people they walk up to you, they don't care.
Yeah,
they say their mind." And I said, that's my DJ. The lady came to DJ, you that your other guy, he's speaking in broken. Even that other guy sabi passing means obviously your other guy was way better than you. I was like, did they know I was amateur, even with no experience, zero experience.
Thank you very much. So good for sharing your afternoon with us, and we really appreciate the minutes. Hopefully, we'll be able to get on stage at Afro Nation very soon.
I can't wait. Very soon. You know what I mean? So we pray for the whole world so we could combat this COVID-19 thing. You know what I mean? So we can get back on road, hit the stage like we love to do. You know what I mean? That's what it is. So thank you very much. I really appreciate this moment as well.
Thank you, bro. Thank you guys for joining us, taking this couple of minutes to join us this afternoon. What we're doing is obviously we're on this Mandela Mile. We're speaking to incredible people that have done stuff within their disciplines, and just wanted to find out as best as you can, summarize your journey so far in getting to where you are, and probably the major milestone moment that gave you that confidence that you're on the right track, and one thing that you probably had to overcome. So first of all, I'd like to go to Tenny for this one. How would you summarize the amazing ride you've been on so far, and the milestone moments that gave you that bit of confidence that you're doing what you've been called to do?
So for me, I feel like, success is years and years and years of work and practice. Is days of hard work, years of hard work, and when you come out, people think, oh, it just happened overnight. But it's years and years of work. And for me, the defining moment for me was Askamaya. The breakout moment was Askamaya. But when I knew that, because I don't deceive myself, I always tell myself the truth. But when I knew that I'm actually on the right track, was at Wale's bar. I had just dropped case the day before, and I came to London to perform at Wale's bar. I think he was doing like a second
in a small club.
Yes, in London. I can't remember exactly where in London. And I had just dropped case the day before, and I performed case, and they were singing case. I performed Askamaya, everybody went crazy. I told Dolo, I said, we're on to something great. So for me, that actually, I would say Wale's bar was the defining moment for me.
And what about, stepping into the music business? How was that for you? Coming into the music business, how did you believe that this was going to be a profession that you were going to stick to, other than the degree that you went to university for?
So I remember, there's two things. There's the music and there's the music business. You understand me? Some people are good at the music business and not so good at the music. And some people are very good at the music and not so good at the music business. And when it comes down to artists, most artists are better at the music and not so good at the music business. So me, it was early. I understood right from time that, look, you have to have a good team of people that you can listen to and that can help you take care of business. But not that you will live your whole life for them. you be looking at it like, okay, you be learning. And so for me, I learned to differentiate the music from the music business. When I now started to understand the music business and saying that, music is different from music business, so was my show in December.
In Lagos.
In Lagos. And I wish Kola was here. Me, I don't know how to hide things. The difference between my show in Lagos and London made me realize that, listen, business is different. And you need to choose rightly who you have chosen to handle with and who you have chosen to do business with. Our show in Lagos, we had headaches. I mean, I fell sick after the show. Do you understand? Because business wasn't done so right. Do you understand? Comparing to the show in London, I performed, everything was ready, everything was set. So it made me now realize that, okay, there's music and then there's business. And sometimes you have to make mistakes to learn moving forward.
Definitely. It's part of the process.
So I want you to know that there's music, and I'm sure you do know, but I just want artists to know that there's music and there's the business.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Junior, I've got another question for Tenny, but before I go to Tenny, let me ask you this. Your journey so far, as a promoter, what was the walk into the journey? What was the walk into the business? And what are the major milestones that made you feel like you were in the right place? And what are those moments that you look back on and think, wow, how did I get here?
So, so I've been doing this for exactly about, I would say, 14 years now, going to 15. And I started off by being a flyer boy, a poster boy for the likes of Cocoa Bar and the likes of Black Knight Entertainments that were there before me, you know, but I had other ideas. This is while I was in uni, by the way. So I was studying and I just grew passion into promoting my culture and promoting the entertainment industry. So music coming up from back home, I'm talking about the whole of Africa, was what really interested me at the time. You know, I just wanted to like promote it, you know, out there. And at that time, it wasn't really cool to be a black boy, you know, doing entertainment, doing promotions. Even my own mates, my own colleagues, my friends were like, get out of here, what are you doing? Like, you know, talk less of other races. So it was very challenging at the beginning, you know, like working with and on the likes of Cocoa Bar and Black Knights taught me a lot of things, you know. So I used that experience that I gained from working with them to better myself when I like created my own business and said, okay, you know what, this is what I'm going to do. You know, I wanted to create something special, something different, be better than those that have been there before me. Take, you know, like once upon a time, it was just one show a year that we would be privileged to see. Do you understand? Like the band or maybe the comedy shows. I wanted to like, you know, spread it out. Let's go to Manchester, Leicester. Let's go to like different parts of the UK, Dublin. Let's spread it out. Let's not just concentrate on London. So that's one major thing that I did differently. Another thing that I did differently was, you know, the relationship. I decided to build a relationship with the artist. I decided to work with them, understand them, know what they like from what they don't like. And, you know, I think that really helped grow the industry more than anything. The relationship was key, you know, because they understand you, you understand them. So before we even have negotiations, they already know, we already know what, you know, we're working at. So it's been a journey. Like I had to
do many jobs to support the entertainment business at the beginning. You know, like it wasn't easy at all. My defining moment was the first show I organized for Davido in 2013. You know, I'm sure at that time Davido didn't even think he could sell out the O2 Indigo. Yeah. And you know, I met up with Davido. You know, he had some content. A lot of people said it's not possible. You know, his father is rich. He's not serious. He's fair enough. He's got some songs. He's got Madame Duro. He's got the one he sang with Netta C. Yeah. And a couple others. You know, yeah. he's got a few songs, but he cannot sell out the Indigo too. But I changed that narrative. I believed, I was hungry. I was, you know, with the support of yourself as well, because I remember you were part of the, you know, background support that made me believe that show could be a success. And, you know, that show was not just a success. We went to Liverpool, Manchester, Leicester, Coventry. You know, we changed the game in 2013 when we started touring. So it wasn't just a UK concert. It now became UK concert and tour. Yeah. And we have we've done that consistently. Like with Davido, we did it in 2013, we did it in 2015, we did it in 2017, 2018, and we just did it in 2019. So like we kind of like understood the partnership that gives it, you know, the key for making a successful, you know, concert work. So we understand each other. Davido is someone that is so hungry, like Tenny said. You know, you need to understand the business, the music business, and you need to understand the music itself. So Davido is someone that understands, you know, the music business and knows the kind of work that needs to be put out there for you to be supported to have a successful show. You know, it was always willing, at the start, it will give me access to, you know, his Instagram, social media. His social media, his Twitter. He said, look, Smith, I can't do this. You take it, handle it, do it. And that's all you need. You need the full backing and support of any artist that you're working with to put together a successful show. So that really helped. And, you know, there was no going back for me because I had the likes of yourself and the Cardi and a strong team that really believed in me. So from Davido, we did Whiskey. Bear in mind, we've done Afrobeat Festival. Yep. Yeah, in 2010 and 2011 with Cocoa Bar, Phoenix Media. That was the first ever festival that was done in the UK after the ban. You know, so, you know, like the partnerships, you know, has really helped me to get myself together as an independent promoter. So over time, you know, the club nights were going on. You know, we were doing the club nights, we were doing the tours, we were doing the concerts, we were keeping good within the industry, you know, that really helped, you know, shape Smith to what it is today.
Absolutely. And finally, Tenny, if I mention the name Nelson Mandela, what does that mean to you?
Freedom. Easy. Freedom.
Absolutely.
You know, Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Free. The word freedom is so underestimated. For you to achieve your full potential in life, you have to cut the chains in your head. I feel like as people that come from where we come from, our history, how they sold us to the other world, you know, it affects our mind.
Absolutely.
First of all, that your skin is not beautiful. You have to bleach to become light skin. First of all, that you are black. They try to make you feel like you are second class. That you are not human. That you are not. That your ideas are not valid and your dreams are not valid. So once you can break that chain and be free, that is what Mandela did.
Well, thank you guys for sharing this moment with us. thank you very much for taking this time out, man, to chat to us. I just, we're just catching up with everybody that's doing amazing things within the culture, trying to get a little brief insight into their story so far and, milestone moments. And the simple question to you will be, P. Montana, how's the journey been? Where did he start from? And how has it been so far?
Where did the journey start from? So I'd say for me, it started off like at university times when I was studying as a student. So that's when I first got into DJing and then got a taste of doing events. But simultaneously, I always used to work alongside artists. So when I used to do events, I always used to go studio with artists. What music makes sense, like song arrangements, blah, blah, blah. And then, from then, it just always developed one thing after another. So it started from the DJing to doing events, to like working with artists, to putting out music with artists, to doing like my own headline show, then like 3 headline shows. Then from then to going to radio, then to looking after artists and looking after studios. Like, yeah, man, with me, always trying to like evolve and get on to the next thing.
You've always been someone that has flown your African flag.
Yeah, man.
From day one, being a Ghanaian brother, you've represented the culture heavily from the beginning. What was that like for you? Even though, we're also into kind of like the Black British music, American music and stuff, but you always slipped in your afros and always try to influence the music to go the African way. Talk to me about that.
It's like from young, obviously when you go to parties, you're always hearing the music. So it's always a part of you. And where I'm from, like, I've got a lot of cousins, I've got a lot of family. So it's not like I've grown up a lot around like loads of white boys, you know what I'm trying to say? Or like Asian boys. I've always grown up around my own people. So when I'm going out to push out the music, it's like, it just makes sense for me to be pushing out the Ghanaian music and always representing, because that's what you're around 24/7.
Finally, I just wanted to add this to it. If I mention the name or the words Nelson Mandela to you, what does that mean to you?
I'd say that's greatness. Obviously, like, especially during times right now where you need figureheads from your own community that you can look up to, look forward to, people that set paths for you. And like with everything, there's always leaders. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And there's always leaders that you always aspire to be like, aspire to do like, and then especially more so to push the next generation. Do you know what I mean? Because a lot of the things that we have been doing now is for the next generation, to push them in the right way to lead the next generation after that. So yeah, man, I would say it's full of greatness, wisdom, someone to look up to, someone that stood for something, a message as well.
Absolutely. Well, P. Montana, thank you very much for spending this short time with us. We really, really appreciate it, man. Yeah, and congratulations on everything you've done. You're a young inspiration to a lot of people, man. And you inspire everybody, not just young people, but also people that are older than you are. You're doing an amazing job, bro.
And you as well, man. You've been doing your thing as well, bro. You've been getting and pushing the culture, and you're killing it as well, bro. We're all doing it together. We're all one. We're the same team.
Absolutely, man. Thank you very much, man. Have a wonderful day.
You too, man.
What's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
I'm great, man. Thank you very much for spending this time with us this afternoon. I know everybody's very busy. If I mention the name of the words Nelson Mandela to you, what does that mean?
Nelson Mandela means power. It means power. And I guess dedication and culture. Like, for me, I studied the Nelson Mandela story when I was young. My parents gave me a Nelson Mandela book. I've been given Nelson Mandela books all my life. And, the story of how he didn't necessarily use aggression, but he used passion and really passion and love is what he used to, I'm not going to say eradicate racism in the country because it still exists, but to really make a difference and an impact, and for people to understand that, even till today, with riots and everything, it's showing the aggressive side of us, but with him, he was able to show the love. And so I think it's power, love, dedication. and culture.
Well, Kofi, it's been amazing listening to your story. Congratulations so far. Thank you very much for spending this time with us. And we look forward to more stuff coming from you very soon.
I forgot to mention one last thing before I go. So, the UK official Afrobeats charts will be launching very soon, and it's going to be a place where all of those names and people I link up come into one world where it's necessary and it's needed for our people. So I'm very
how is it going to be measured? Where's the information going to be collated from, and how are the submissions going to be made?
So it's going to be done by the official charts. So it's going to be run on chart data. So actual record sales within the UK, streams, YouTube views, and everything. So it'll be actually measured exactly the same way the actual official charts is measured. So it's exciting times, and it really puts our music and industry and culture into perspective as well, and also gives people something to work towards, and
absolutely
and a recognition. So I'm really excited about the launch of that as well, and very, very excited. So watch this space, and you get more information on it soon.
We're looking forward to it, man. Can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait. Thank you very much.
Afro Nation, wow and wow. What an inspiration you are to us all. Thank you so much for changing the world one beat at a time. Throughout the last few months of world isolation, Mandela communities have continued to step up from across the world. A small team working with faith and courage from our two great leaders, Nelson Mandela and Kofi Annan, has now grown into a global community from over 21 countries. This is the time for us to rewrite our future. This is our moment to step up as leaders. And what we can see from today is that we have growing and emerging leaders from all over the world. It's such a beautiful thing to see. Thank you to everybody who wrote in, watched the live stream, walked, sent in a VT. If you contributed in any way to this day, you are part of the global community. You are leading the way for change, and we are so grateful. My name's Chi Chi. It's been my absolute pleasure and blessing to be a part of your day today and to be a part of this incredible community. I would love to connect with you all. And now, for the moment we have all been waiting for, getting us up on our feet and taking us to our midnight finale. Get ready to celebrate International Mandela Day with the incredible DJ Obi.
1 2 1 2 1 2. Checking in, Mandela Mile. It's your boy DJ Obi, ready to take you guys to the next level. The energy is already crazy. It's been a whole day of activity, and I just want to shout out real quick. Shout out to Mandela Mile doing this for Kofi. Let's continue this long walk to freedom, everybody. We're here to celebrate Nelson Mandela and Kofi Annan. Let's also remember that Black Lives Matter. So let's step up, let's lead. Massive shout out to everyone, the entire Mandela Mile global community who pulled this together from across the world, 5 continents, 1 global community, and of course, togetherness is very important. We're getting ready to go to the party right now. I go by the name of DJ Obi all the way from Lagos. On deck. We are live in Lagos, Nigeria. We're going to start it off with the ladies. Shout out to all our strong Black African queens.
DJ Obi on deck.
Here we go. Shout out to you watching right now. I need everybody up in their feet. Let's go. Shout out to my Ghanaians in the building. Ready? Here we go.
She hot past Nicki Minaj. I want me African girl. DJ Obi on deck. Look who's coming in, straight from the dungeon. High fear for such clothes, your mom struggling. Be behind your permanent, on pay me pay. If I give her some, I'll make you later. Sunny as she moves to the baseline. Yeah, all I they feel higher waistline. Many balls, so I then you feel fine. Yeah, show me like I did the sound. Then whisper all these years, make you never play with my love.
We have our cry in the building, our cries in the building. Let's go. Ready?
I never play on him. Then get the wrong perception of me, so they might say things that be totally false.
DJ OB on deck.
You know me. I might down, I shot 2 shots, keep the speakers pumping.
We're moving.
She just wants to shine it, and then we're up to something.
Strictly for the ladies.
Hell yeah. I don't wanna lose you this time. I win him. No time, I'm gonna winnie wanna your love they do me one time. Oh my, I'm gonna me. Show me how you feeling this night. Almost say your love, say now winnie wanna your love they do me this night. Yeah, I need your grace. Me never relent. My love no get shit.
I need everybody on the dance floor right now. Everybody on the dance floor, let's go.
My music give me bass. My sweet bass. So my love no get shame. For you all day. Every night, every day, me gon' need my baby to call on me, close to me, yeah. By the time when you dey wake up in the morning, man, I dey buy you side for me, make you fall for me,
ladies.
Oh yeah, joro,
African girl, they come and up in my business. You know me, I really wanna take you for dinner. You know me, I getting money, pass in a bitter. For my area, they come
like this.
For the easy when they young pata. If you got time, make sure say you bitter. If another nigga want carry my senorita, I go chop and like say na say move it out.
Bad boys like you, I like bad boys like you.
Guess what's happening after this?
Party after party. Party after party.
Guess what's happening after this? Ready?
After party after party. Party after party, then we mash up the place. Party after party, then we mash up the place.
Like this.
Party after party, then we mash up the place. Mash up the place.
Big drill on the beat.
Yeah. Party after party. Yeah. Party after party. Yeah. Party after party. After party after party. Yeah. Party after party. Yeah. Party after party.
Let me play one of my favorites right now. Taking it back like this. Ready?
Okay.
Taking it back real quick.
Yeah, boy.
Ladies.
Kelly.
My baby, they confuse me, yo, with that bomb. But she got the guy where they send her money from London. She they see me like a Johnny just come. Yeah. My monkey they walk it, baboon he just the chop. Me I go chop all the washing, as long as you give me my passion.
Sing it.
Baby, make you know they rush me. I beg you, make you treat me with caution.
1, 2, like this.
Leg over. My baby, give me leg over. Hangover. Baby, she dey give me hangover. Hey, leg over. Oh no, make give me leg over. Hey, game over. She dey come give me game over.
Taking it easy. Mandela Mile on the dance floor. Ready?
baby, this one yeah, she na shit up. If you agree, mama laton. Party 2 at the party 1. Party 2 like the pan 1. I go be to change your catwalk and change your life joy. Every day not to enjoy. Open your door like a laptop.
this in addition to bum. I no go lie, your body base. Money like it on.
Here we go.
Anytime you holla, make I come through. I go tell my guys, tell my know they come soon.
Shout out to all my Caribbeans checking in right now. Everybody, let's go.
But now you I want to.
Like this.
Baby, this your yash, shit up. If you agree, mama laton. Party 2 at the party 1. Party 2 like the power 1. I go be to change your catwalk and change your life journey. Every day, not to
We taking it there right now. We taking it there right now. Like this. African giant status right now. Everybody. Like this.
When the bed do they enter body. All the girl them go shake their body. They go shake their body. Oluwabana mukbona belly. They mukbona belly. You know the money you take up.
Talk to me.
Me I they love you gone.
Easy. Hey. I got something for the ladies right now. Ready? Here we go.
I really wanna tell you how my day went. Really want to spend the weekend. DJ OB on deck.
Tell me this.
But I don't really know you that well.
I really wanna kiss you in the face, baby.
And
maybe every other place, baby. You be like, say I don't remember, say I.
Come on.
Say
I don't really know you that well.
Hey.
We can go there if
I
want to, but me, I don't know.
Oh no.
Why I think I love you when I don't really know you that well. We can go there if
I
want to, but me, I don't know.
Oh no.
Why I think I love you when I don't really know you that well. I'm too polite to insult your intelligence. Why do I believe that we have met? Maybe not in this life. Time's frozen for a second, so I'm thinking tonight. Break the ice, or better still, we can set it aside. Temporarily, my temperature is telling me that you got me so hot. Stop, girl, there is no remedy. But you don't know me well enough to reply. And I don't really know you that well. It's funny, you have something in your teeth, but would you try to stop me if I want to take it out? Cause you don't know me properly. Girl, I think you're lovely, but you turn this bad boy into a busybody. I see you're too busy for me. Or maybe I'm just busy for me. Will you call me when you're ready for me? It's crazy, baby, how I don't care at all that I don't really know you that well.
I really wanna tell you how my day went.
How my day went.
Really want to spend the weekend. I for sure you this thing I'm feeling.
Oh yeah. But I don't really know you that well.
I really wanna kiss you in the face, baby.
Who's on the dance floor right now?
If you like, say I don't remember.
Who's on the dance floor right now? Ready?
Big ways, fine face, 10 days. I don't dare wait for you, my charge.
Here we go.
For you, my charge. You want the phone? Yes. No case. I no go talk. Scarface for you, my charge. For you, my charge. Take me everywhere you want to go. Oh, tell me everything I want to know. No lies, no lie. Yeah, run 'em anyhow you want to run. Check out, baby girl, you fire fancy. No doubt, no doubt.
Sing it.
But you say, kilo come, hey. I'm getting money, hey. Biggie money. So what's the fun?
Shout out to South Africa in the building right now. Ghana, Nigeria, everybody.
Kilo come, I'm getting money, biggie money. So what's the fun?
We doing this one global community right now. Ready?
Get tipsy, but all the body's I know you need let's go away. I know you want the fans to wear.
We're dancing right now. Ready?
I don't go Beyonce and
DJ OB on deck.
Everybody go.
Baby, oh. I know emergency they see girlie no matter. Plenty girls for my phone, but now you are the answer. Yeah. I'ma show you love, say your love, it cool my temper. I go give you my life
like this
before you wake up. My mind is made up. Baby, let me love you, love you, love you. I know go mess up.
If you're African and proud, I need you dancing right now. Dancing right now.
I know my dance. I know my dance. Oh baby, I know my dance. No go for my dance. Baby, can I have a dance? Can I have a dance? Say me friends are watching me. Oh baby, can I have a dance? Every night and day, say my baby, me I want more. Everywhere is a way, but now you're with me I want more. Me I don't care what I'm saying, say my baby, me I love you, baby. I say oh yeah, baby, oh yeah, oh yeah. See the way me drum it, them I love it. Anytime I come, they feel it. All my ladies, them I whine it. Anytime I come, they whine it. The DJs, them I slam it. All the people, them I love it. All my homies, them they feel it. And can I have a dance? Can I have a dance? Can I have a dance? My friends are watching me. Oh baby, can I have a dance? Can I have a dance? They're gonna laugh at me. Baby, can I have a dance?
Switch it up like this right now. Ready? Go!
2 seconds, everything done bust, oh. The kind of love I get for you, now mad am I too cost, oh. She asked me waiting I love for life, I said waiting no go touch us, oh. Every day, nigga see my mama smile, that make me the bumper, so ooh, yeah. Color pico, color pico, one B, take a color pico, color pico, one B, take a color pico, color pico, jammy, take a color pico, yes, color pico, ooh,
It's a party. Go. DJ Owie in the mix. Mandela Mile. We on the dance floor right now.
Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, with my Angelina.
Ready?
Oh, me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know say the thing when you carry 50 kill somebody. You know I feel a vibe, you feel a vibe, so baby whine about me. Yeah.
Ladies, let's do this right now. Ladies, here we go. Hey, how low can you go? Ladies, how low can you go?
On the low.
Rock with me.
On the low. On the low.
What are we drinking tonight? What are we drinking? Let's do a toast right now. Let's do a toast to Mandela Mile.
On the low. Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature.
Yeah, man, in my life, man.
Get me a drink right now.
Never. So now me you could
go on with it. Go on with it.
DJ OB on deck.
Ready.
Toast. Yeah. So we are coming with a force. Yeah. Blessings we are reap and we coursing on full. Oh, in a rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks.
We're doing a toast to Mandela Mile. A successful run the whole day. Let's go.
Blessings all on your life. My thank God for the journey, the earnings.
We had different people, everybody walking virtually. It's a success. Here's to Mandela Mile. We toasting.
DJ OB on deck.
Go. Yeah.
Here we go, like this. Ready?
Go. Yeah. Another man food is another man poison. Go. Yeah. Monkey no fine, but in my mouth like I am. Go. Oh yeah. Sure you want come calculate my money. Go. Oh yeah. You want to dance or you want to shake? Oh yeah. Who got you bless me, bless oh. Oh yeah. Chop the rice and banana. Yeah. I go do my best oh. Yeah. Chop the way do one banga. Yeah. The party don't start oh.
Shall you got love for the matata? Slim daddy, I love my life, I love my life, I love my life. Oh, mortal Ajayo. Go. Rihanna make you always so.
To the ladies.
Do your own, make I do my own. Go. Them mama, them papa, all of them want to quarrel. Yeah, you know that I'm a biggie man. Yeah. Kick harder than Jackie Chan. Yeah. My money coming, biggie band, so number one in your area. Yeah.
DJ Obi in the mix right now.
This my African hands, them gon' love
Ready.
you. Yeah, my African lips, them gon' kiss you. Whoa. My African hips get down for you. Whoa. My African legs, them gon' run to you. Whether you come here to break dance, I mean you come here to shake hands. You come here to make plans. Ever would it reach as motherland? Whether you come here to rock with me, oh, I be not to find good, oh, everything they, oh, ever would it reach as motherland?
Shout out to all the Afrobeat fans around the world. Hey,
London, USA.
here we go.
Nowhere be like Africa. Nowhere be like home.
There's no place like home.
Anywhere you go, New York, Chicago.
Ready.
Nowhere be like Africa. Nowhere be like
We're sending love and positive light to everybody watching us right now. All over the world.
Karibu Kiki. Utapewa nini? Ay, ay,
From me to you, let's go. It's no place like home. Ready.
utapewa nini?
This my African artists will love you. This my African arms, they will squeeze you. Yeah. My African ears will listen to you.
I need all my Africans on the dance floor. All my proud Africans on the dance floor right now for this one.
Come on, umekuja to break down. Umekuja to get down. Umekuja to take chance. Hakuna matata eh. Kama umekuja kulipa la eh. Kupiga dance yo.
DJ OB on deck.
Gotta kill you. Anywhere you go, London, USA. Nowhere be like Africa. Nowhere be like home. Anywhere you go, New York,
Let's play some real Afro beats right now. Taking it to the shrine.
nowhere be like home.
Bingo eruya wayo. Wayaka. Karibu Kiki. Utapewa nini? Ay, ay, ay.
Come on.
Eruya wayo. Wayaka. Karibu Kiki. Utapewa nini?
DJ OB on deck.
We're taking it to the shrine real quick, like this. Ready? Hey! like a this, I like a that, I like a this, I like a that. Ready? Easy.
See, don't tell where we get shy. Don't tell where we get shy. See, don't tell where we get mania.
DJ Obi on deck.
1960, yeah. Don't tell where we get shy. Since 1930, no.
Come on.
Don't tell where we get shy.
Here we go.
We dey do skeleton. You dey do your body skeleton. You dey do we dey do skeleton.
Here we go.
Breaking money on your body, bunny. Baby girl Pulani, you dey wine follow me. So tell me she meta Kulani, but the bar show they do, you they do Kulani. I say water, dirty pussy carter. Baby girl, you know, say that's a body bad. If you want to do, then we got the party. Baby girl, you know, you can never be a we dey do skeleton. You dey do your body skeleton. You dey do
Why not for me, although? Let me die, although. Dance for me, although. This not forever.
Taking it to Ghana right now. Ready?
Why not for me, although?
Here we go.
Baby girl, with you I feel the move. Why you do with me? I know the move. Baby girl, I'm me and supposed to.
I cry. Here we go, say.
Baby girl, I swear I need that. When I know they and I in my mind. Say only you on my mind. That's right. Maybe me, I never see another girl like you. The way
shout out Afro Nation. Shout out Africa 10.
Girl, come right.
Here we go, say.
The feeling say now something will make me feel it alright. Yeah. Oh baby, commando, come make I be your commando. I go fight for you, commando. I wanna be your commando, yeah. I go feel be your commando. Come make I be your commando. Anything you want, baby, come make I know. Anything you want, baby, girl, I go do, yeah. Them other girls, them bad. But see my girl, she bad.
It's kill people.
No other girl, she bad.
We're trying to change the narrative. We're trying to tell another story about Africa right now. Here we go, say.
They wanna tell you.
We gotta make it clean and positive.
Another story.
Let's step up and let's lead. Here we go, sing.
Since 1960, then they play us wild.
DJ Obi on deck.
Ready?
You dey penny me gaga. You dey penny me gaga. You dey penny me gaga. You dey penny you gaga. Well, you dey penny me gaga.
Watch the mix right now.
You dey penny you gaga. You dey penny me.
1, 2, Ghana, what up? Shout out all my Ghanaian brothers and sisters, ready? DJ Obi in the mix.
See that sexy girl from Ghana. She too fine, one of a kind, I call her sexy nana. Yeah, she killing me inside, I can't deny her. Yeah. Cupid drop the instrumental straight from Ghana.
Shout out to Ghana.
See, I been killing every show. I been rocking every party. All the sexy ladies pull up and do the dirty wine for me. Say I been killing every show. Every day I'm getting money, and I wanna spend it all on the girl.
Talk to me,
and that's you, my queen. Let me talk to you. My baby, let me talk to you.
See my team, we are the baddest. I know they see nobody have it. No money, we they look for wallet. No, they look me even if they come out of the red.
Here we go.
You know be TV, no be callous. See the way you talking like you say your mother, know they show you manners. My bitch, no be CD, no be dollars. Every day be
DJ OB on deck.
Waiting way I get to be that thing where you the budget. I don't go show you nothing cause you know even get pocket. Make you know they come pass for my master. Champagne, no be water bucket. No be rush. If you got it, you to do what you like. We're the girls, we're the mind.
We the vibe.
We the vibe.
Hey.
We the vibe. We the vibe. We the vibe. What we the vibe. We the vibe. What we the vibe. We the vibe. What we the vibe.
It's Ghana in the building right now. Let's go.
Flavor. Yeah. Eba, Kinkeba. Boy say kasaba de kwa. Open flavor. Yeah.
Ready.
Feeling the deep. All the mother girls feeling me. Young Daddy Lumba, what is these? But it be you where I pick. Yeah. Say I can't it. Or then it's how I want me. The name who I want it. Say I Kim Robbins.
I need somebody to smile right now.
I got a girl, she a London thing.
Hey!
She wanna roll one, smoke one thing.
Like this.
I want to give her a diamond ring, but she say other girls like my thing.
Here we go.
She make my heart beat say like say boom boom. Next time you're gonna take you to bloom bloom. When we done, we go home and boom boom. Hop on the wagon, baby say vroom vroom. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post.
Somebody's smiling right now.
Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. I rap on how you doing, but we move. Even you go to catch my cruise. You know the vibes, you know the groove. Only why they miss my boo.
Here we go.
Make my heart beat say like say boom boom. Next time you're gonna take you to bloom bloom. When we done, we go home and boom boom. Hop on the wagon, baby say vroom vroom. Say cheese, take a picture.
Shout out to everybody from Ghana. Year of the return. Africa 10. Afro Nation. Ready.
Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka post, make I see, take a picture. I got a girl, shaka, I got a girl, shaka, I got a girl. Oh, body, see what you carry.
We moving.
No more any money, make a body gonna want. Give it to me, sharply. Rose for me, oh. Baila, mami, oh. I could do this all my long.
Ladies.
Don't go, babe. Carry me, the go, babe. Carry over, no, babe. Take it in the end about you. Don't go, babe. Carry me, the go.
Come on.
Carry over, no, babe. Take it in the end about you.
Guess what? I need some energy right now. We moving. Ready. Come on. Show me your best. Like this.
I don't charge my energy. I no get time for no enemy. To repay to me. Nothing with person never see. I'm on nothing with person never see. Forget it, I say fashi. Money soon expected. Check out what body I jump. I take out to the person. Check. I'm in the answer, yes, sir.
DJ OB on deck.
Somebody needs to sing this right now.
Even though I know say I spend
like this.
Anybody, when no one to search it. Anybody, when no the body body. I can't something, I can't something. Go back to belle, I can't something. You want your bed, you never function because myself I never go. I look you, they laugh, you go.
Yeah, I'm a
shade the fear. The lulu maje. Daddy go spend, yeah, the swag and a rare.
Somebody feeling fresh. Like this.
What's my name? Got daddy. Big tunes, got the club banging. Less man, more baddies. What's that? It's a drop top caddy. What's my name? Got daddy. Big tunes, got the club banging. Less man, more baddies.
For the ladies.
What's that? It's a drop top caddy.
Afrobeat the best sound right now. Like this. One sound, one continent, one Africa. Ready?
I get to get where they trouble me, oh. She just bust my brain. She dey say she want my sugar cane. She dey twist my dress. Yeah, you sweet, yourself. Yeah, you turn me up. And I'm in the grace for your body. So. Tell me what I've done to you. All I did was got to love for you. Tell me am I the one for you? Tell me am I the one for you? Tell me if I'm the one for you. Tell me am I the one for you? Because of you I sing this song for you. You made me go this come on.
DJ Obi on deck.
Let's go away right now. I'm thinking Labadi Beach, maybe Gambia, Sun City. Take me anywhere in Africa right now. Ready? Here we go.
Girl, I wanna be your owner. Girl, after you came over. Mix! Over. I don't really care if you're older. Baby, girl, rise from the shoulder. Oh no. Let us go far away, miles away, far away, to a place where no one can dictate how we play. Let us go far away, miles away, far away. Oh baby, that us where no one can dictate how we play. Baby, let us fly away. Ooh, fly away.
Taking it back right now.
Spino, give me the beat.
Shout out to my brethren, DJ Spino, ready. Here we go. One, two, like this.
Oh, Ima, forget Ethiopia. Missy, forget Ethiopia. Oh, Ima, what be the matter? Missy, what be the matter? Oh, Ima, what do you want buy? Anything you want, I go buy now. I be your father, your brother, and your lover. If it is your matter, they make how they feel. Your love ain't be real. Your love ain't be real. As you know, they give me no matter. They make how they feel. Your love ain't be real. Your love ain't be real. Oh, my baby, shake your love. Oh, yeah, shake your love. Baby, shake your love. Oh, yeah, shake your love. Baby, shake your love. Oh, yeah, shake your love. My baby, shake your love.
I need somebody on the dance floor.
Go to Buffet, to my get to come and love back. I thought I don't mind the
Greatness.
The hottest song in the continent right now. Like this.
Go to Buffet, to my get to come and love back. Body on check. I thought I don't mind the back. No, you don't mind. Cause we go there.
Anything you want, make I do. Now here we go do. DJ Obi on deck. Call me check out, check out, we balance it go. Yeah. You tell me you love me. You tell me you need me. Yeah. So baby, let's turn off the light and give you love when I get right now. I know we can finally be done.
For the ladies right now. Somebody's favorite right now. Somebody's favorite. Ready.
Joanna, your busy body, busy tonight. Mad. Joanna, making all the dummy tonight. Joanna, your busy body, giving me life, oh. Hey, life, hey. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna.
Here we go.
Waiting again. If I leave you to one of the boys online.
Here we go.
I feel crazy, I feel die, I feel die. If tomorrow come, you know they my side. Check out Badura, Kayewada, Kolayo, Koloyi. Come and take both sides.
Ladies,
I go pray for you, and I go fight for you. My desire for you is more than I can explain. Show by $1 million. $1 million. Tell your mommy I go pay. How much is $1 million? $1 million. $1 million.
big baller African status right now. Go.
They call me Davy Dodo. Now come and talk my dodo.
Here we go, like this.
They call me Davy Dodo. Now come and talk my dodo.
We say, who is in the garden? Ready, sing it, say. DJ Obi in the mix, Mandela Mile. We doing this for Kofi. We doing this for Nelson Mandela. I hope you guys are having fun tonight. Ready? Shout out to all my real Afrobeat lovers in the building. We partying tonight. Don't forget, we got after parties going on. I'll hook you up, let me know. Here we go.
Body too correct. Say she love me, and you love it. Sensima, why they for her Benzema? Why you want $1? Sensima, this kind dance you the dance. I'm doing the singing, you doing the dance. Why you wanna do me long thing?
I feel like heading to South Africa right now.
Why you do me
Cape Town, Joburg in the house. What up, Durban?
Why you do me long thing?
Shout out to SA. We going there right now.
Why you do me strong thing? Yeah. Bam bam, so you there, bam bam bam.
We're making a pit stop in Lagos. Connecting flight. Boarding call. All flights to South Africa. Boarding right now. DJ Obi.
When you go stop to the Buddha, oh, your kuru kare waka. Baby, I deserve an answer. And now your body be the answer, go. When you go stop to the Buddha, oh, your kuru kare waka. Baby, I deserve an answer. And now your body be the answer, gone, gone, gone. Yo, Bobby Ageli, the things you do, they shock my head. Show you the feel, the border to my by so. I hope so you see the things that they do make you come out my head. But you know me, can you stand bam bam, so you there bam bam bam. Ojoro, baby, my ojoro for me. Ojoro, baby, my ojoro for me. Ah, ojoro, baby, my ojoro for me. Ojoro, baby, my ojoro.
We're taking off right now. We're taking off right now. Ready? Easy. I need somebody on the dance floor right now like this. How you go?
Spedele, starta, gedele, mengele, otisa, resedele, spedele, starta, gedele, mengele, otisa, resedele, enegistavar kunshelele, midnight kelele, klago sebele, bula segele, nar on, Maradona dalla rough. And now on. Vibro dalla rough. And niggas never kunshelele. Midnight kelele. Klago sebele. Ula segele. And niggas never kunshelele. Midnight kelele. Klago sebele. Ula segele. Yo. Tiki yo. Yo. Tiki yo. Maradona dalla rough. And not on. Vibro dalla rough.
We taking off right now into the unknown. Shout out all my South Africans in the building. We doing this for you. Ready? We on the dance floor like this. Spiritual. DJ Obi in the mix. I love it when it comes to this. Ready! Get ready. Come on. Shout out to the South Africans in the building right now. Here we go. Do the dance, do the dance. Do the dance like this. Here we go.
J.O.B. on deck.
How we feeling right now? I'm feeling great. Mandela Mile. Party with me. Ready? Easy.
Say me unique bow. This soldier me body day. We must enter one nick out. I don't want know anything we go make you kill my ginger. You know she say I'm for real. But you want to be one belada. Wajet on, wajet. Oh lo 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 lo. Wajet on, one belada. Mungono lawa. Wajet on, wajet. Oh lo 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 lo.
Come on.
Wajet on.
And making missions around the world. Now I am certain I don't want any other girl. You are one in a million. Me la cual you vibe. have some children. Go look up, go betcha. Oh no 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 no.
Real quick, I gotta do the shout out. Shout out to my big sister Shan. Thank you for this. Massive shout out to everybody in the Mandela Mile global community. The music is amazing. Shout out to everybody for checking in all over the world. Remember this, Black Lives Matter, so I need you to step up and lead and do what's right. Remember, you represent us. Every time you're outside, you represent us. Hey. We're doing this to celebrate Nelson Mandela, so I need you guys to enjoy yourself and feel free. Freedom is the key word. Ready? We did this. We did it big. 5 continents. All across the world, 5 continents. One global community. Put your hands together for yourselves, Mandela Mile. It's been amazing rocking with you guys. Ready? I go by the name of DJ Obi, all the way from Lagos, Nigeria.
DJ Obi on deck.
I hope you guys had fun with me today. Tonight, we got after parties. Hey. Follow me on Instagram at DJOBAJENT. Follow the page at Mandela Mile to stay updated with everything. Thank you guys for checking in tonight. Tonight. Here we go.
DJ Obi on deck. Taking it easy. Make sure you stay home, stay inside, and stay sanitized. Stay healthy. We love you. Say thank you to everybody for partying with me tonight. I am DJ Obi. Follow me on Instagram at DJOBAJENT. Shout out to the Mandela Mile for having me. Thank you so much.
It felt like a la para. Que na le raso